Chapter 1. This contempt feels familiar. 1. What happens to people after they die? I wouldn't know since I've never died. I casually answered my friend, who suddenly asked me a question while we were drinking. It was never a topic I had given much thought. After all, sharpening my sword a bit more seemed like a better use of time than pondering such things. They say some people are reborn. Well, then, I hope I'm born into an ordinary family next time. I'd like to live quietly. He laughed briefly at my words about wanting a peaceful life, then asked again. Are you serious? Yeah. Many are already suffering from the disaster. If you make a move, even more people will die. I don't care. I didn't realize my cheerful friend had so much pain. Everyone has a painful past or two. He nodded in agreement, then raised his glass. Let's go monster hunting again when this is all over. Find me a worthy opponent, then. He chuckled, drained his drink in one go, and set the glass down. Good luck. Should I say a prayer for you? I don't believe in gods. I only trust this. I shook my sword and laughed, making him shake his head as he stood up. Farewell. I won't go far. As if you ever would. Swish. A black vortex appeared, and his body was sucked into it, disappearing from sight. What a convenient skill. Left alone, I raised my glass. 1 drink, 2 drinks, 3 drinks. Memories from the past surfaced again. I regret it. The Ferdian territory is in the northern part of the Retania kingdom. It was a poor and desolate land located on the kingdom's border, constantly battling barbarians. I was born the heir to that territory. I was pathetic. I lived my life entirely of complaints, constantly comparing my circumstances with those of other noble children. Comparisons bred inferiority. Inferiority spilled out in reckless actions, leading to accidents. Others constantly pointed at me and mocked me. A scoundrel, a madman, a shut-in swordmaster. I lived through all sorts of insulting titles until, eventually, I fled my family in disgrace. Years passed as I wandered as a mercenary. Maybe I was lucky, but I managed to survive despite rolling through countless battlefields. As I gained skills, brushing up against death time and again, my fame grew, and so did my longing for home. I thought everything would be fine if I returned to the family back then. With regret and guilt over my foolish younger days, I thought I could return home and greatly help my family. But by the time I returned, my family and estate were already reduced to ashes. I couldn't do anything. All I did was run. I had to hide, discarding even my noble name, fearing the potential harm I could face. I had to become stronger. A new goal emerged within me. I endured years of agonizing pain, sharpening myself like a blade. I fought relentlessly against countless calamities that ravaged the continent. At some point, people began calling me by a new name. The King of Mercenaries. And eventually, I stood among the 7 most powerful people in the world, in the glorious position known as the continent's 7 strongest. By then, I lacked nothing in life, with countless subordinates, unmatched fame, and the skills to back it all up. But it still wasn't enough. However, I always felt an insatiable thirst. The downfall of my family, the regrets of my youth, and the realizations that came too late. Every night, my past tormented me, and I couldn't sleep without a drink. My long-gone family and friends, the people of my land, they would never return. I regret it. The wars weren't over yet. The disasters that swept across the continent bathed the land in blood, and the people's anguished cries never ceased. But my heart could no longer contain those screams. It's time. It was time to put aside my regrets, even if only for a moment. I still had one thing left to do. Because I was still too weak, still not enough, still too cautious, still. I had always made excuses, postponing what I had to do. Revenge. Yes, the time had come to exact vengeance on those who destroyed my family. Emptiness gnawed at me from within. I could delay no longer. Their blood would fill the void inside me. I set down the glass of liquor and gripped my sword. The King of Mercenaries, Gazelle, had raised an army. The news that someone ranked among the continent's 7 strongest was marching to war shocked everyone. Though Gazelle was considered the lowest of the 7, the King of Mercenaries' strategic value was said to be equal to the military force of an entire nation. Why did the king of mercenaries make such a choice? With the ongoing wars, Giselle's actions stirred up fury from many. Why cause internal strife now, of all times? In response, he revealed the name and lineage he had hidden for so long. For me, avenging my family is more important. The target of his vengeance was the kingdom where his family once resided, the kingdom of Retinea. Giselle pointed his sword at the homeland he had left behind long ago. Drawn by his renowned reputation, many flocked to join the war. Among them were Giselle's loyal subordinates and those eager to seize an opportunity in the chaos, all raising their swords alongside him. My sole objective is the destruction of Retinea. Retinea was known as a military powerhouse, but Giselle, one of the continent's 7 strongest, was equally fearsome. Ghislain had rampaged through the kingdom, smashing everything in his path with overwhelming force. However, his advance was suddenly met with fierce resistance. Strange. Powerful individuals, whose names Ghislain hadn't even known before, began appearing one after another, blocking his path. But these people weren't from Retinea. Why were those unrelated to the kingdom standing in Ghislain's way? Something's up. Pushing aside his suspicions, Ghislain calmly cut them down one by one as he pressed forward. He needed to end the war quickly if he wanted to win. But with the sudden appearance of these hidden powerhouses, his plans were thrown into disarray. As the war dragged on, the kingdom's finances quickly worsened. Many of his mercenaries, true to their nature, started abandoning him as they calculated the diminishing gains. Then, a decisive event took place that sealed the war's outcome. The noble knight, Aiden, one of the 7 strongest on the continent, had joined the fray. The scales of victory rapidly tipped in the kingdom's favor. In the end, Ghislain was forced to kneel before his enemies during the final battle. Kato. No, was your real name Ghislain? So this is how it ends, Aiden said, laughing in amusement. The handsome man with golden hair, clad in shining armor, stood before him. Though his armor was cracked in several places and his hair disheveled, evidence of the hard-fought battle, he bore no life-threatening injuries. In contrast, Ghislain, kneeling before him, had been pierced by dozens of spears and swords, making it hard to find any part of his body untouched. Even as he bled, Ghislain bared his teeth and smiled at Aiden. Damn, bastard! I didn't expect you to get involved. Aiden chuckled again as he glanced around the battlefield. The area had been utterly devastated by the intense fighting. Corpses were piled up like mountains, and rivers of blood flowed through the ground. Your men all ran away. As expected of lowly dogs without pride. Q, a capable mercenary, knows how to find a way to survive. If you can live, there's no need to die. Scoffing, Aiden raised his sword and brought it to Ghislain's throat. Any last words? None. I only regret that I couldn't completely destroy the kingdom. Now kill me, you greasy bastard. How insolent! Aiden's lips curled in displeasure at Ghislain's defiant attitude. I never liked you. A filthy mercenary being mentioned in the same breath as me. You think I enjoyed it? But to think you were a survivor of the Ferdium Count's family, that was a surprise. Ghislain's eyebrow twitched. There was something strange in Aiden's tone, as if it was more than just idle chatter about a well-known fact. Seeing the confusion in Ghislain's eyes, Aiden smiled in satisfaction. Leaning closer, he whispered into Ghislain's ear. To think the Grand Duke of Ferdium was you. After your sister died, you disappeared, didn't you? There was a time we looked for you. How the hell do you know that? Aiden wasn't from the Retinea kingdom. He had no reason to know about something that had happened long ago in another country. And to say that he had been looking for him? Of course, I know. We were the ones who destroyed your family in collusion with the Delphine Duchy. What? Aiden's words struck Ghislain's mind like a hammer. The Delphine Duchy, which had destroyed Ferdium, had long since raised a rebellion and seized control of the kingdom. That's why Ghislain had no choice but to consider the kingdom itself as his target for revenge. But to think that even figures from other nations were involved in that affair. Unable to comprehend the situation, Ghislain's body stiffened. He shouted urgently, his expression full of confusion. We? Are you saying someone was backing the duchy? Backing? That's not really a word I like. I'd rather say. No, explaining it to someone like you would be pointless. Just think of it as everyone being on the same side. Aiden, arrogant and obnoxious as ever, was a man who constantly preached about justice. That's why he was called the Noble Knight. It was simply unbelievable to think that someone like him was involved in the conspiracy to destroy Ferdium. Why the hell would someone like you interfere with our family? It's not even a fiefdom in your country. The world doesn't work that simply. But I suppose a lowly mercenary like you couldn't possibly understand such sophisticated reasoning. Then, you getting involved in this war as well. That's right, to clean things up neatly. After all, I can't let any stains tarnish my name. As soon as Aiden finished speaking, he raised his sword. The moment that sword fell, Gislin's head would roll. You bastard! I will never forgive you. Gislin struggled to rise, but his already broken body couldn't even summon mana properly. You fool, this is the end. You should have just lived your life as a mercenary, knowing your place. With a cold sneer, Aiden swiftly swung his sword. Whoosh! For a moment, time seemed to stop. A chilling sensation brushed against his neck. His vision began to spin. In the blooming blood, Gislin felt all the emotions that had tormented him thus far surge once more. Regret, emptiness, longing, sorrow. But in the end, the only thing that remained was a boundless, burning rage. There's talk about being reborn, isn't there? Why was it that the last words of a friend came to his mind? If I really were to be reborn, I would tear you all to pieces. Thud. His severed head rolled to the ground. With his eyes wide open in bitterness, the king of mercenaries, Gislin, met his end in vain. I'm alive. He was sure his head had been cut off. Could it have been an illusion? Gislin cautiously opened his eyes without moving his body. A tent. What he saw was a simple military tent, the kind typically used in camps. Was I captured? Judging from the lack of presence around him, it seemed he was the only one inside the tent. Moreover, he wasn't tied up. How arrogant of them. To just leave me like this. It seemed they had underestimated him greatly. Leaving him here without even tying him up. He cautiously tried to gather his mana, but the immense mana he once wielded, like a vast ocean, couldn't be felt at all. Did they do something to me after all? He slowly lifted his upper body and surveyed his surroundings. A sword? A sword was leaning against the side of the simple bed. Heck, they really must think I'm a joke. Even if he couldn't use his mana, the swordsmanship he had honed over the years hadn't disappeared. With just a single sword, he could kill hundreds of regular soldiers. I don't know what they're thinking, but I'll make them regret it. Mana was something he could recover after escaping this place. Rustle. Just then, he sensed someone approaching the entrance of the tent. Gislin quickly lay back down and closed his eyes. A soldier entered, carrying something. Judging by the savory smell of soup, it seemed they were bringing him a meal. The smell of food made him a bit hungry, but now wasn't the time to be distracted by such things. As the soldier turned his back to prepare the meal, Gislin swiftly drew the sword and moved like lightning. Sure, if you answer my questions obediently, I'll let you live. After a brief hesitation, he added softly. Maybe. The soldier, startled by the sword at his throat, soon slumped as if resigned. Just as Gislin was about to ask his question, the soldier let out a sigh, sounding annoyed, and muttered, "Sigh, young master. Why are you doing this again? Are you bored? Can't you just return to the castle?" Who? Gislin was at a loss for words, completely bewildered. Even if he were a prisoner, how could a mere soldier dare speak like this to the king of mercenaries? But then, this annoyance felt strangely familiar. Chapter 2, This Disregard, It Feels Familiar, too. Gislin, momentarily dumbfounded by the word Grand Duke, frowned and spoke. Grand Duke? Are you mistaking the king of mercenaries for someone else and daring to lock me up here? Where in the world is there such a king? Are you playing king this time? What is it that you're so dissatisfied with again? Overwhelmed for a moment by the soldier's irritated tone, Gislin unwittingly spoke his honest thoughts. I don't like being here. Then please, just leave. You were napping, so why are you suddenly acting like this? Just leave? You're telling me that someone like you has the authority to release me? No, what authority? You followed us of your own accord, didn't you? You can just leave whenever you want. The voice was far too sincere to be an act. Only then did Gislin sense something was wrong and cautiously asked. Where are we? Where We're here to exterminate the orcs that appeared near the estate, aren't we? Something seemed to tickle the back of his neck, like a memory trying to surface. How did you suppress my mana? At that, the soldier let out an incredulous chuckle. What mana? You don't even train. Do you even know what mana is? Even this blatant disrespect felt strangely familiar. Startled, Ghislain began to look around his surroundings again. Then, he spotted a flag hanging on one side of the tent and widened his eyes. A black background with a white wolf emblem. Why was the banner of Ferdium, a family that had already fallen, hanging here? Why is that here? Is this some kind of joke? Are you mocking me, waiting to see my reaction? The soldier, now too fed up to even respond, pushed Ghislain's arm away and shoved the sword aside. As Ghislain helplessly let the soldier have his way, his own hand came into view. What the hell? What happened to my hand? The hand, which had once been covered in unsightly scars, was now white and smooth. It looked like the hand of someone who had never trained a day in his life. Astonished, Ghislain stared at his hand and then hurried over to a water basin in the corner. What? What? He gasped in horror at the reflection in the water. Lustrous golden hair, fair and transparent skin, delicate features. This was not the face of the mercenary king, whose face was permanently scarred, and his eyes were sunken from alcohol. Ah! As Ghislain screamed, startled by his own reflection, the soldier clicked his tongue. He's lost it. Finally, he's completely lost it. I knew this day would come. Ghislain took a step back, shocked at his own face. He cautiously looked into the basin again, only to be shocked again. Sure, the Grand Duke was a good-looking man, but being this surprised by his own face seemed like a bit much. It was clearly too much self-admiration. But Ghislain was too busy examining his reflection to care about the soldier's thoughts. I've gotten younger, haven't I? No matter how much I checked, I looked no older than my late teens. Could this be a dream? Ghislain pinched his arm slightly. The sharp pain snapped him back to reality. It's not a dream. Then, was it the memory of becoming the king of mercenaries that was a dream? He shook his head internally. It was far too vivid and brutal to have been a dream. It couldn't have been a dream. Every sense was screaming that this situation was real. Everything was real, not a dream. I had returned to the past with the memories of a life lived in the future. Ha! With a dazed expression, Ghislain looked at the soldier and then covered his mouth with his hand. The soldier's attire and insignia were undoubtedly from the Ferdium estate. Pointing at the soldier with trembling fingers, Ghislain's lips flapped without producing any sound until he finally let out one word of admiration. Wow! The soldier sighed, looking up at the ceiling with an exasperated expression. Please eat and return to the castle. You don't look well. The soldier turned as if to leave, but Ghislain hurriedly grabbed him. Wait! Wait! What is it? Ah, so, right, what's your name? Ricardo. That's a cool name. You've got a pretty handsome face, too. Yes, thank you. You're handsome as well, Grand Duke. At that, Ghislain waved his hand awkwardly and laughed. Ah, it's been a while since I've heard that. After I got all these scars on my face, no one called me handsome. Ricardo stared at Ghislain's smooth, white face, momentarily lost in thought. This guy doesn't even train properly, complaining about calluses on his hands, so what's all this about scars on his face? Though Ghislain had always been a bit lacking, now it seemed he had indeed gone mad. Since Ricardo didn't respond, Ghislain awkwardly plopped down into a chair. Anyway, the thing is. He hesitated for a moment, unsure how to explain this situation. But he soon decided, looking up at Ricardo with a serious expression. Ricardo, listen. I know this is hard to believe, but the truth is, I died and came back to life. I've returned to the past. You don't believe me? After a moment of silence, Ricardo gave Ghislain a sympathetic look. You're not asking to go to a monastery or a tower, are you? When nobles were thought to be mentally ill, they were often sent to monasteries or towers. Ghislain's reputation was already in the gutter due to his frequent mishaps. His status as the Grand Duke was the only thing that had kept him from being locked away, but if word spread that he was mentally ill, he would be immediately taken away. Understanding Ricardo's implication, Ghislain tried to hide his startled expression, forcing a loud laugh. Ah ha ha ha, just joking, joking. This guy really doesn't get jokes. Ah, how could someone go back to the past? How could they come back to life? Ha 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 ha. I'll be on my way now. Ah, yeah, go ahead. I'll stay close by. As soon as Ricardo left, Ghislaine lowered his head deeply. Ha, this is driving me crazy. Of course, no one would believe him. He, who had indeed returned to the past, could hardly believe it himself. So, how could anyone else? Anyway, it seems this was before I ran away from home. In his previous life, he'd boldly run away around this time. But since he saw a Ferdium soldier nearby, it seemed he hadn't run away just yet. I should start by trying to recall everything. If I wander around recklessly, I might actually end up imprisoned. Gathering his thoughts, Ghislaine carefully stepped out of the tent. Oh. The other tents around him, the soldiers standing guard, all caught his attention with new clarity. The tents were mainly worn out, looking like piles of trash. But because of that, Ghislaine was sure he had returned to the past. Back then, the Ferdium territory was impoverished. The soldiers who spotted him saluted as they passed by. They showed proper respect, but their faces were filled with thinly veiled contempt. That blatant disregard only reinforced his realization that he had returned in time. Heh heh heh. Laughter escaped him as he found the situation unbelievable. I've really returned to the past. He didn't know what kind of phenomenon this was, but the reason behind it didn't matter. Right now, his heart was pounding uncontrollably. Ah ha ha ha. Ghislaine spread his arms wide and looked up at the sky, laughing like a madman. The soldiers around him shook their heads in disdain, staring at him with pity, but he couldn't care less. I can fix everything. All the regrets and mistakes of the past, and even the despair that awaited in the future. The things that had tormented him his entire life hadn't happened yet. The people he'd always longed for, the ones he loved, were still alive in this time. But they aren't safe. Ghislaine's eyes filled with killing intent when that thought crossed his mind. The Delphine Duchy had destroyed the territory and the ones behind them. He couldn't be satisfied until he ripped those bastards to pieces. I'll kill them all. This time, things would be different from his past life. His mind was filled with the knowledge of the future. If he used that, he could become stronger faster than anyone else and prepare for every threat. Yes, with who I am now, I can do it. There's no need to rush. I'll hunt them down one by one. Ghislaine took a deep breath, cooling his heated body and mind. The first priority was to assess the current situation. Orcs, they said? If it's an orc subjugation? Right, it's definitely that time. The memory came back to him clearly. How could he forget the time he nearly died? Unable to bear the scornful looks directed at him, he'd recklessly joined the subjugation party to prove himself. Though, calling it a subjugation party was generous, it was just one knight and about 30 soldiers. The orcs that appeared near the territory numbered only 3. Everyone thought that force would be enough. But it wasn't. In reality, there were over 20 orcs in the vicinity. Orcs, who suddenly raided their camp, had ambushed the subjugation force. Ghislaine had almost lost his life as well. The damage had been more significant because Ghislaine had insisted on commanding. No doubt about it, it's today. Looking at the surrounding landscape and the layout of the tents, he was sure of it. Before they could even spend a night here, they had been ambushed by orcs and suffered near annihilation. Wait, how much time do I have left? Ghislaine hurriedly looked up at the sky. It was just past noon, and the sun had begun its slow descent. I need to prepare immediately. The orcs had charged in before sunset. At this rate, the orcs would appear soon. They didn't plan the attack either, so I still have a chance. The orcs had attacked the subjugation force merely by chance after encountering them. As long as he prepared in advance, they wouldn't suffer the same heavy losses as they did in his past life. If I was going to return to the past, couldn't it have been a little earlier? Ghislaine grumbled inwardly. Being suddenly thrown back to the past left him bewildered and disoriented. He hadn't even adjusted to the current situation, and now he had to deal with orcs immediately. Not like I can avoid it, though. In his previous life, many people had died here because of him. Although he had barely survived, he couldn't escape the blame. It was one of the reasons he had decided to leave his family. Now, he had a chance to correct the starting point of all those regrets. Avoiding it would only be foolish. All right, let's think of it positively. This is the first step toward changing the future. From this day forward, the territory's future would be completely different from his past life. When Ghislain raised his head, there was no more confusion on his face. Only firm resolve remained. Well then, I suppose I should tell them there are 20 orcs, not just 3. Ghislain, who had been walking to find the commander of the subjugation force, stopped momentarily. At this time, he was considered the northern region scoundrel and a piece of trash. If he suddenly claimed that there were more orcs and they needed to prepare, they'd just dismiss it as another one of his insane ramblings. What should I do? I doubt they'll listen to reason. Persuasion only works when there's a basis and trust. In his current state, he would obviously be ignored, no matter what he said. After contemplating briefly, Ghislain came up with a clear solution. I have no choice. I'll just have to take command myself. That's the only way. It left him feeling a bit uneasy, as it wasn't much different from his past life, but there was no other option. How did I take command back then? Ghislain carefully searched his memory. He vaguely recalled what had happened. I'll take command. There are only 3 orcs. You think you'll get away with defying me? Once I inherit the territory, do you think I'll let you live? Are you looking down on me? I can do it. Just give it to me. He had simply thrown a tantrum. Ha ha. I really acted like a brat. Ghislain let out a self-deprecating laugh. He had been so desperate not to be ignored despite lacking any real ability. It was the kind of thing that would make him kick his blankets in embarrassment later on. HMPH, there's no need to go that far. He still had to seize command, but he had no intention of behaving childishly like before. Unlike then, he had matured and gained a lot of experience. All right, let's approach this politely and with dignity. I'm an adult now. With a lighter step, Ghislain went to find the knight leading the subjugation force. The knight immediately displayed his displeasure upon seeing Ghislain. What brings you here? Ghislain calmed himself with a cough at the blatant look of disdain. Wow, it's been a while since someone looked at me like that. Not used to it. But still, I should speak softly and kindly. Ahum, well, Dim, what was your name again? It's Scoven. Scoven clicked his tongue inwardly. How could someone who was supposed to be the Grand Duke of the territory not even know the name of one of his family's knights? This man clearly had no qualifications. Unaware of Scoven's thoughts, Ghislain raised his voice deliberately. Oh, right. Sir Scoven, I came to talk about something important. What is it? Despite Scoven's blunt tone, Ghislain didn't lose his smile. I need to speak politely, very politely, but wait, shouldn't he just give it to me if I ask? Give it to me. What? At the abrupt demand, Scoven looked puzzled. Ghislain answered firmly. The command. Hand it over. To Ghislain, this was polite enough. After all, he wasn't hitting anyone. Chapter 3, This kind of disrespect, it feels familiar, 3. Scoven's expression turned dumbfounded at Ghislain's sudden words. It was already annoying enough that someone completely useless had tagged along, but now he was demanding the command authority. Is he out of his mind? Scoven wanted to slap him immediately but held back with superhuman patience. After all, he couldn't just go around hitting the heir to the territory. I don't know why you're suddenly saying this, but it's impossible. I'm the commander of the subjugation squad. He added in his usual bit of disrespect. If Ghislain got upset, he could just soothe him and send him away like always. It's impossible for you to lead the soldiers with your abilities, Grand Duke. Scoven braced himself, expecting Ghislain to shout, but his reaction was different from usual. Is that so? Still, I'll take care of it this time. Scoven's eyes widened at Ghislain's nonchalant response. What's this? Something feels off today. Why isn't he throwing a tantrum? The Grand Duke always radiated inferiority from the outside. His shoulders and back were slightly hunched, and he constantly glanced around nervously. When things didn't go his way, his face would flush red, and he'd start yelling. But none of that was visible today. His shoulders were straight, his back upright, and his chin raised slightly, exuding arrogance. Even his eyes were devoid of emotion. His demeanor and aura were so commanding that even a swordmaster would have to take a step back. Did he eat something strange? What did we have for lunch today? It felt strange to see someone who usually just sat in a corner, getting angry, now acting this way. Still, Skoven wasn't too concerned. No matter how much he dressed up his exterior, the pathetic core wouldn't change. No. Please go back and rest. I'll finish the subjugation quickly and return to the castle. I said I'll handle it. I told you, it's not possible. I said, I'll do it. Grand Duke! I'm doing it. Skoven suddenly felt suffocated, as though he had eaten a whole pile of sweet potatoes, leaving his chest tight and constricted. In the past, he could just curse the useless brat in his head, calm him down, and that would be the end of it. Now, it felt like he was talking to a wall. Sighing deeply, Skoven tried again. I was entrusted with a command by the Lord. No matter what, I can't just hand over the authority the Lord has given me, even to you, Grand Duke. It's fine. Right now, my orders take precedence since I'm the one on the field. Shouldn't the on-site commander make decisions? Isn't that how it works on the battlefield? That on-site commander is me, not you, you creatively insane bastard. What do you know about battlefields? The more Ghislain talked, the more ridiculous his words became. But his status was higher, and reasoning with him was impossible. It seemed the fool genuinely thought they were playing some kind of child's game of soldiers. Fine, what did I expect from that idiot anyway? I'll just let him play the commander role for show, and I'll just kill the orcs myself. If things got truly dangerous, he would have restrained the Grand Duke by force if necessary. In his mind, he wanted to gag that mouth-spewing nonsense and throw him in prison right now. But he was a knight, and Ghislain was the heir of the territory. Skoven forced himself to swallow his anger. This is filthy. I swear this time, I'm really quitting for good. Even if he went to another territory, he'd at least receive better treatment and be able to work with more reasonable people. Firmly deciding to leave Ferdium after this mission, Skoven spoke to Ghislain. Do you really have to do this? Of course. Understood. I'll hand over command to you, Grand Duke. But you'll have to take full responsibility as well. Oh, great. I knew you'd come around. Let's get ready right away. Ready? For what? Battle preparations. But we haven't even found the orcs yet. What are we preparing for? I don't feel like explaining. You wouldn't believe me anyway. Just leave it to the on-site commander. Ignoring the bewildered Skoven, Ghislain immediately gathered all the soldiers. Since there were only about 30 of them, it didn't take long. The soldiers looked at Ghislain with weary eyes. They were fed up with the Grand Duke's constant mishaps, always having to clean up after him, and now they couldn't even stand to look at him. Ghislain smiled as he took in their expressions. Ah, how fickle the human heart is. In the past, these looks of disdain had fueled his rebellious behavior. The more they ignored him, the more trouble he caused. As the stares grew colder, his inferiority complex only deepened. Both he and the people watching him constantly simmered in their anger. It was a vicious cycle. But after dying and coming back, his first thought was that these were people he needed to protect. Their snarling is actually kind of cute. After staring at the soldiers for a while, Ghislain spoke softly. The orcs will be charging in soon. Form a defensive formation and stand by. The soldiers, resigned to the fact that the Grand Duke was doing something crazy again, got into position. What the hell is this? This is so exhausting. The soldiers, standing in place, silently cursed him in their minds. Just as Skoven, watching them waste time, was about to say something to Ghislain. Thud 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 thud. In the distance, they heard the sound of something large approaching in droves. The soldiers turned towards the noise, shouting in surprise. Oh, orcs! They're really coming! What the hell, why are there so many of them? Dozens of orcs were charging straight towards them. Skoven, the actual commander of the subjugation squad, panicked as he drew his sword. This. Everyone, don't panic. Prepare for battle, When he turned to look at the soldiers, his eyes widened. The soldiers had already raised their shields and lowered their spears, ready for battle. Because they had preemptively formed a defensive line, they were able to prepare for combat in an instant. If Ghislain hadn't prepared them in advance, everyone would have been thrown into chaos by the sudden ambush. What is this? Skovan's eyes were wide as he stared at Ghislain. Normally, Ghislain would have been boasting, full of himself, about his foresight, but instead, he was busy checking the soldiers' condition. Even though they had preemptively formed a defensive formation, the sheer number of orcs was overwhelming. The soldiers, faces full of fear, were trembling. Ghislain patted the shoulder of one of the nervous soldiers and said, "Hey, why are you so scared?" "Afraid of those." "Who?" What? TSK. Scared like that? Do you know what the most important thing in a fight is? What is it? The soldier, still in a daze, asked as Ghislain replied leisurely. Momentum. You need momentum. Just like those orcs over there. The soldier gulped and turned his head again. The orcs were charging toward them, exuding a wild and savage momentum as if they could tear their enemies apart in an instant. But watching the Grand Duke act so relaxed in this dire situation made everything feel unreal. Seeing the confused soldier, Ghislain continued. Don't be afraid. If you get scared, you won't be able to fight properly, and you'll die. Dying like that would be a real shame, don't you think? Ghislain smiled softly. It reminded him of the days in his previous life when he trained new mercenaries. But the soldier, listening to him, was thinking seriously. Why is this idiot suddenly trying to act cool? Advice only has weight when it comes from someone credible. Hearing these words from a Grand Duke who was rumored to be less capable than even a regular soldier only made it sound ridiculous. Ghislain noticed the expression on the soldier's face and suddenly frowned. It was obvious what he was thinking. Hey! Why yes. You were cursing me in your head just now, weren't you? No. Sir. A brief silence fell before Ghislain clicked his tongue and turned away. Sigh. I'm used to this kind of disrespect, but it still doesn't make it any easier. He, who was once one of the 7 strongest on the continent and the king of mercenaries, was being treated like this. If his subordinates from his previous life knew, they'd never stop teasing him. Well, I'll fix my reputation slowly, over time. Ghislain chuckled and moved forward, spinning his sword casually as he approached the orcs. Skovan shouted in alarm. Grand Duke! What are you doing? Get back. It's fine. Just watch from there. What? I'll be right back. With that, Ghislain darted forward. Damn it! Stupid fool. If you want to die, die alone. Skovan gritted his teeth and signaled the soldiers to retreat. Once the soldiers were out of harm's way, he planned to pull Ghislain back. But the scene that unfolded next made Skovan freeze like a statue. Grah! The leading orc swung its rusty axe toward Ghislain as he approached. A fierce blow that looked as if it could split a human in half in an instant. However, Ghislain simply stepped aside with a smile on his face. Bam! The mist axe smashed into the ground. At the moment when the orc, with a furious expression, tried to raise its axe again. Swoosh! With a sound cutting through the air, Ghislain's sword flashed like lightning and sliced across the orc's throat. Go! Thud! The orc collapsed with a guttural sound, falling to the ground. The soldiers, seeing the orc writhing on the ground, stared in disbelief with their mouths agape. Orcs were monsters known for their thick hides. Without the use of mana, it was difficult to inflict serious wounds on them. Yet, despite this, Ghislain, who was clearly not capable of using mana, had severed the orc's neck in a single stroke. What is this? Even Skovan stood frozen, his lips moving but no words coming out, his face blank with shock. Even though he could use mana, he hadn't sensed any trace of its flow. That meant Ghislain had incapacitated the orc with a single strike without using mana. Impossible! Mana was a supernatural force that allowed humans to surpass their limits. To kill an orc in one blow without using mana would require immense strength or extraordinary skill. Ghislain, who had never trained and had a frail body, shouldn't have such monstrous power. So, there could only be one reason he managed to kill the orc. Ghislain possessed a swordsmanship skill beyond imagination, striking at the exact weak point at the perfect moment. Grah! Grah! The orcs, who had been charging, suddenly stopped when the one at the front collapsed. They began to surround Ghislain. Ghislain smirked and curled his lips. Oh, lucky me! You're all coming at me first? That makes things easier. He had already gathered the soldiers and formed a line to reduce any potential casualties. He could kill as many orcs as there were, but it was difficult, even for him, to prevent the soldiers from getting hurt. Yet these foolish creatures were all rushing toward him. He almost felt like bowing in gratitude. Fighting without mana. It's been a while. With an arrogant smile, Ghislain raised his sword. At this time, he knew his family's mana cultivation technique, but he had never properly trained in it. In his previous life, it wasn't until he left home and wandered as a mercenary that he began training for survival. And even then, at the beginning, he had to fight for his life without the use of mana. But now, while it was similar to those days, it was also different. In his mind, he possessed the culmination of swordsmanship he had honed over the years. Come at me! Gra! Bam! The orcs swung their axes wildly, but Ghislain's strange, fluid movements made all their strikes miss. He dodged the attacks with minimal movement, using the force of the approaching orcs against them, slicing through the weakest part of their necks. Slash! Grrrk! With each swing of his sword, another orc spewed blood and collapsed. Phew, my body really isn't cooperating, Ghislain muttered as he slashed his way through. This body from this era was pathetically weak. Even with just a little movement, sweat poured down like crazy, and his muscles ached from the strain. It felt like his joints were creaking from the excessive movements. Yet, despite all this, a smile never left his face. He had spent decades in battle and slaughter. If he hadn't learned to enjoy fighting, he wouldn't have survived. This feeling of pushing his body to its limits, it was still proof that he was alive. Whoosh! Boom! Ghislain narrowly dodged the orcs' attacks, taking them down one by one. Watching this, Skovan swallowed hard. Even though he could use mana, he couldn't move like that. How? How is the Grand Duke moving like that? It was clear he was struggling, but in the moments he dodged or attacked, there wasn't a single wasted motion. Skovan had never seen swordsmanship like this in his entire life. Incredible! As someone who trained in the sword, he found himself wanting to learn such perfect movements. It was like watching a swordmaster who couldn't use mana. No. Maybe even more than that. If someone else had heard his thoughts, they'd think he was crazy, but he was almost spot on. The 7 strongest on the continent were all superhuman beings, beyond the limits of humanity. Their skills weren't just techniques, they were insights that pierced through the very essence of combat. Even without mana or a strong body, the experience and skill Ghislain had accumulated allowed him to surpass those limitations. Crack! With another swing of Ghislain's sword, yet another orc coughed up blood and collapsed. Grrrk! The remaining orcs began to retreat, stumbling back in fear. There had been more than 20 orcs, but now only 5 were left. In just a brief moment, most of them had been slain, their throats either slashed or stabbed by Ghislain's blade. What, done already? I haven't even warmed up yet. And you call yourselves a warrior race? Pathetic, Ghislain taunted them, pointing his sword at the orcs with a smirk. Of course, his true thoughts were completely different. Huh? I'm going to die at this rate. I just want to lie down. Was I really this weak back then? Wielding power beyond one's limits always came with a price. Ghislain's frail body was starting to give out on him. Chapter 4. This kind of disregard feels familiar. 4. Having suddenly pushed muscles and tendons that hadn't moved in a while, my entire body inevitably creaked with pain. Ghislain discreetly counted the remaining orcs. Wow, there are still 5 left. According to the initial calculation, I should have dealt with all of them by now. But my body was even more pathetic than I thought. Forget killing all the orcs, it was hard enough just to stay on my feet. Krrk. Krrr. Fortunately, it seemed my bluff had worked as the orcs slowly began to retreat. Though orcs were famous as a warrior race, wandering orcs valued their own lives more than battle. As soon as they realized they couldn't defeat the human before them, they completely lost their fighting spirit. Damn it, they can't run away. Growing anxious, I prepared to attack the orcs right away. But just as I moved, my leg suddenly gave out, and I stumbled to the ground. Seeing my flustered expression, the orc's eyes gleamed. Grah! One of the quick-witted orcs, wielding an axe, immediately charged at me. Scoven, who saw this, shouted in alarm as he rushed forward. "Your Highness!" Scoven's panicked cry rang out, and the orc's axe swung toward me. Quang! Rolling on the ground, I barely dodged the axe, which struck the earth just a hair's breadth away. Seizing the opportunity, I sprang up and swung my sword at the orc's neck. Park! With a spray of blood, the orc collapsed. Scoven, who had been running toward me, abruptly halted his steps. I swept my hair back, flashing a relaxed smile. Heh, the plan succeeded. KR! The orcs began to retreat again. They must have thought I had deliberately shown a weakness to lure them in. But Scoven, staring at me with a confused look, seemed unsure. Is this real? Did he actually deceive them? Then why are his legs shaking like that? It wasn't just my legs. The hand holding my sword was trembling ever so slightly, too. That was a sign that my muscles weren't responding properly. And yet, my expression was as carefree as if I were out for a stroll. If this were all an act, I would have had the talent to become a renowned stage actor. As both the orcs and Scoven hesitated, uncertain of what was happening, I made up my mind. No choice. It's embarrassing, but I can't help it. Earlier, I had confidently told them just to watch, but now it was time to mobilize the soldiers. To be honest, moving my body was genuinely difficult. But I couldn't afford to show any weakness here. The enemy's morale would rise even further when I appeared weak. Putting on a stern expression, I turned to the soldiers. At this point, you should be able to handle them. Attack the remaining orcs now. However, the soldiers just blinked, not even thinking about moving. It was true that Ghislain had displayed some impressive skills, but it was so unexpected that they couldn't adjust to it. Ghislain also blinked as he stared at the soldiers. Not a single one is moving. He suddenly realized how utterly insignificant his treatment had been during this time period. Sure, he had been a scoundrel, but he never imagined the soldiers would disregard him to this extent. There was no choice. He had to call out names and give direct orders in times like this. Ricardo! At least you step up. Block the front. He reluctantly called on someone he knew, but the handsome Ricardo cried out in horror. No, I won't. Don't do this. Why are you doing this to me? Wow, this is driving me crazy. Is there seriously not a single person here who listens to me? Since the soldiers wouldn't obey him, he had no choice but to yell at the real commander. Scoven! What are you doing? The orcs are escaping. Move already! Do you all want to die, you bastards? Only after hearing Ghislain's furious roar did the dazed Scoven snap back to reality. Who? Yes! Yes! Everyone, attack! As expected, a real commander was different. The moment the order was given, the soldiers moved like clockwork. War! Scoven quickly stepped in to block the path of the orcs. The orcs had already turned to flee, but he was a knight capable of using mana. No one here could match his speed. While Scoven darted around, slowing the orcs' escape, the soldiers began to surround them. Ghislain wanted to join in and deal with the remaining orcs, but his body wouldn't cooperate. It feels like my bones are twisting. Ultimately, he gave up moving and stylishly sat on the ground. In a battle, confidence and spirit were everything. Showing weakness was never an option. This was the essence of the mercenaries' fundamental principles of bluff and swagger. Thankfully, Scoven was a skilled enough knight that handling the remaining orcs wasn't difficult. Krah! Thud, thud! Before long, the remaining orcs all collapsed. Ghislain, who had been sitting and pretending to watch casually, smiled. They're all dead. No one's injured or killed, right? So, how was it? Wasn't it manageable for all of you? At Ghislain's question, the soldiers silently nodded in response. Honestly, they felt like they should say something, but no words would come out. The Ghislain they knew was a pathetic piece of trash. He never trained or exercised properly, weak as could be, yet overflowing with arrogance. But that very same piece of trash had just displayed incredible swordsmanship and single-handedly slaughtered nearly 20 orcs. If people had known I was this skilled, I wouldn't have been treated so poorly all this time. Why, Your Highness, are you all right? Scoven asked, his eyes trembling as he looked at Ghislain. He felt no different from the soldiers. This was unbelievable. Even the commander of the Ferdium Knights wouldn't have been able to show such swordsmanship. He wanted to grab Ghislain and ask him how this was possible, but Ghislain spoke first. "Ah, I'm fine. Anyway, are we heading back to the castle now?" "Yes. We should return to the castle since we've killed all the orcs." "Good. Then return to the castle right away." "Who?" Skovan was puzzled by the urgency in Ghislain's voice, but he couldn't bring himself to ask why. "Make sure to transport this body to the castle quickly and safely. We can't afford to die again, right?" Thud. Before Skovan could respond, Ghislain lost consciousness and collapsed. Even the bluff and swagger of a mercenary had its limits. The first thing Ghislain saw when he opened his eyes was a clean ceiling, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm alive." Having pushed his body to its absolute limit without mana, he had passed out. The after effects were still painful but proved this wasn't a dream. Oh, this place. The room wasn't very large, but it was tidy and elegant, like something a noble would stay in. For some reason, the environment felt familiar, and Ghislain tilted his head as if trying to recall a memory that was just out of reach. "It looks like I'm back at the castle. Is this my room?" It seemed quite some time had passed since he lost consciousness. Creak. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a woman entered. When she saw Ghislain looking around the room, she exclaimed in surprise. "Young master! You've woken up!" "Who?" The woman, dressed neatly and with her black hair tied up, clapped her hands joyfully. Her face seemed oddly familiar. Startled, Ghislain called out her name. "Belinda?" The woman standing before him was undoubtedly Belinda, his personal head maid and tutor. Even when all of Ferdium despised Ghislain, she had always stood by his side. To meet her again like this. "Belinda!" Ghislain leaped from the bed and hugged her tightly. "Why are you acting like this all of a sudden? Did you do something wrong again?" Belinda asked gently, trying to calm him down. Ghislain stepped back and gave her a broad smile as he answered. "No, I'm just happy to see you. We see each other every day. What's suddenly making you so happy?" As she eyed him suspiciously, Ghislain met her gaze and spoke earnestly. "The truth is, I died and came back to life." "Yes, yes. You died to an orc and then resurrected in your bed." "Wow, how amazing," she cut him off, sensing he was about to spout nonsense again. "No, that's not it." She quietly approached Ghislain and whispered in his ear. "Master, you do realize you're in a dangerous situation, right? If the maids hear and rumors spread, you could really end up locked up." At her words, Ghislain nodded with a resigned expression. As expected, conveying sincerity was complicated when one had terrible credit. "By the way, where am I?" "Where else?" "You're in your room, master. Anyway, I'm glad you've woken up." He looked around again. It was a sight deeply ingrained in his memory. Familiar, yet distant, a space that evoked memories. It was definitely the room he used when he was younger. Belinda continued speaking as he took in the room with a fresh perspective. "You seem to be feeling better. You've sweat quite a bit, so you should bathe first." She turned around and shook the golden bell that was on the table a few times. Ding, ding. Soon after, the door opened, and a few maids rushed in. "Prepare the bath for the master." "Yes, head maid." The maids hurried over to Ghislain, practically dragging him away as if they were about to lift him. "Who? Who?" Flustered, Ghislain was taken away just like that. After he finished freshening up, Ghislain stood in front of the mirror again. Unlike his reflection in the water, the image in the mirror appeared vividly real. "I can't believe this." The person reflected in the mirror was the picture of a nobleman. The scars that used to cover his face, the cruel glint in his eyes, and the terrifying expression he had grown used to, none of them were there anymore. Only the handsome, bright face of the past Ghislain remained. Belinda chuckled softly while he stood there staring at the mirror with a dazed expression. "Do you like your face that much?" "Yes, I like it a lot." Belinda made a slightly awkward expression at his confident reply, with no hint of shame. As she watched, Ghislain continued to gaze endlessly into the mirror. It wasn't easy for someone to suddenly become so captivated by their own face. Wow, he really seems to like it. Well, staring at the mirror is better than causing trouble, I guess. Though the atmosphere felt a bit strange today, it wasn't unusual for the master to act odd now and then. You should rest a little more. With those words, Belinda shook her head and left the room. Even after she left, Ghislaine continued staring at the mirror for a long time. Creak. He had no idea how much time had passed when the door quietly opened, and a young girl peeked her face in. Brother! Elena? Ghislaine, seeing her face, shouted in surprise. A girl of about 16 or 17 with blonde hair. It was his younger sister, Elena. Seeing her, Ghislaine felt as though his heart had dropped. Suddenly thrust back into the past, he had been so busy fighting battles that he hadn't had the chance to organize his thoughts. But at the sight of his sister's face, one event came into sharp focus in his mind, untangling from the jumble of memories. Wait, how many days are left? In his previous life, Ghislaine faced a torrent of blame after the subjugation force was annihilated. Although he'd caused many problems, that was the first time so many people had died because of him. If only I hadn't given such a sloppy command back then. The vassals had insisted on imprisoning him, and unable to bear the situation, Ghislaine had resolved to leave his family. Yes, the battle with the orcs was just the beginning. His heart began to race. While he was living with that heavy decision to leave, the incident had occurred. The accident that happened to Elena had been the decisive factor in his leaving the family. Elena! As Ghislaine called her name grimly, Elena, startled, answered. Who? What? How long until the festival? A week. Ghislaine covered his face with his hand so she wouldn't see and laughed silently. He couldn't suppress the laughter. If the day he failed to defeat the orcs and decided to leave amidst all the blame had been a turning point, then there was another day that truly changed his life. How could he forget, even after decades? His eyes, hidden behind his hands, filled with a cold, murderous intent. The day I most wished I could go back to. The memory that tormented me all my life. In a week, Elena would die. Chapter 5, I Won't Let It Happen Twice, 1. Oppa. As Ghislaine suddenly grabbed my face and his shoulders began to shake, Elena showed a slightly frightened expression. It was because her brother was the type who could snap and do something crazy at any time. Who? Oh, no, it's nothing. But wow, it's really been a long time. Ghislaine spread his arms wide, looking emotional. Elena's death had been a painful memory that haunted him for his entire life. Seeing her alive again, he felt an overwhelming joy swelling in his chest. He didn't express his emotions in words. True to his title as the King of Mercenaries, he always expressed himself physically and boldly. Elena. As Ghislaine approached with open arms, Elena's face turned pale momentarily. Why? I really missed you. But I just saw you a few days ago. Wait. Why are you acting like this? Don't come any closer. Grab. Ghislaine hugged Elena tightly, closing his eyes. An emotion so overwhelming it almost brought tears wrapped around his entire body. Eek! Why are you being so creepy all of a sudden? Elena was genuinely flustered. The truth was, she and Ghislaine didn't have the best relationship. Driven by his inferiority complex, Ghislaine was always quick-tempered and made those around him feel exhausted. There was no way he had been affectionate towards his younger sister. What kind of prank is this? What are you plotting now? Elena twisted her body, pushing Ghislaine away. Just as she was about to fire another retort, she froze the moment she looked at her brother's face. Soft eyes, a smile filled with unexplained longing. It was an expression of Ghislaine's that she had never seen before, and for a moment, it left Elena feeling choked up. She didn't know why she felt this way. Why is he acting like this? Did he cause trouble again? And why are his eyes all unnecessarily teary? Elena stared at Ghislaine suspiciously. On the other hand, he was still smiling brightly, as if he couldn't be happier. Though she didn't know the reason, that smile felt sincere at that moment. He's kind of like how he used to be. When their father was always away on campaigns, and after their mother passed away, the two siblings relied on each other. As time passed and Ghislaine became a scoundrel, their relationship had grown distant, though. As Elena squinted and continued to stare at him, Ghislaine cleared his throat. Ahem, I'm just happy to see you. Anyway, what are you doing in my room? Wow. Elena looked at him stunned, as if she couldn't believe what she heard. Ghislaine hadn't reacted like this a few days ago when she visited. Get lost. Don't loiter in front of me and ruin my mood. I find your presence incredibly unpleasant. That was the kind of response she was used to hearing from him. Truthfully, Elena hadn't wanted to come, but she had heard that Ghislaine had nearly died to an orc, so she visited out of courtesy. Well, Belinda told me to check on you. I heard you were in danger from an orc, but you seem fine. Belinda tended to think rather simplistically. She probably hoped that the siblings' relationship would improve if Elena came to visit. Since Belinda kept asking, Elena eventually gave in and visited, but to her surprise, Ghislaine seemed to be in good shape. She had expected him to be bedridden with a fever, not welcoming her so cheerfully. Orcs? I handled them all. It was nothing. I'm very strong, you know. As Ghislaine shrugged and acted smug, Elena couldn't help but let out a laugh. What? You came back after collapsing, didn't you? Oh, what are you talking about? Listen to this. You want to hear how I dealt with those bastards? Ghislaine began gesturing wildly as he recounted his tale of valor. Watching him boast so exaggeratedly made Elena burst into laughter. Seeing him show off was funny, and it wasn't so bad to see her brother in such a bright mood for a change. So, I called for that guy, Ricardo. Oh, I know who he is. That flirt of a soldier, right? You know him? Well, he is good looking. He's famous. Do you know how popular he is with the ladies? HMPH sounds like he's as much of a scoundrel as Aiden. Aiden? Who's that? There's someone. A really bad guy. Ghislaine's eyes briefly gleamed with a hint of malice, and Elena's face reflected a knowing expression as if to say, of course, there it is. She had thought he was doing better, but it seemed he wasn't completely back to normal yet. Still, this was an improvement, even if slight. She would have to keep watching him since his mood could change at any moment. I'll get going now. Take care of yourself. Yeah, next time, I'll tell you about the time I killed a dragon. Oh? Did you kill it in your dreams? Do you even know what a dragon is? After hearing Ghislaine's exaggerated, heroic tale, Elena left in good spirits. Although he was a bit odd, this version of Ghislaine, who was full of bluster, was much better than before. In the past, his temperament had made even a brief conversation unbearable. Even after Elena had left, Ghislaine stood staring at the door for a long time, a faint smile playing on his lips. I've never forgotten you, not for a single moment. He could never forget the sight of Elena, found brutally murdered and mutilated. Nor have I forgotten the others. He couldn't erase the memory of returning to the estate and finding the decapitated bodies of his father and their vassal hung at the gates. I was a coward and a disgrace. He remembered how, out of fear, he had run away, unable to do anything. The smile on Ghislaine's face suddenly vanished, replaced by a chilling atmosphere. The opportunity to set everything right has come back to me. He was no longer the pathetic, disgraceful nobleman from his past life. I will prevent the fall of Ferdium. Ghislaine hurriedly found a pen and paper and scribbled down as much as he could remember about the future. He had a rough idea of the significant events that would unfold across the continent. While he couldn't recall exact dates, he had a general sense of the timeline, which would help guide his next steps. First, I need to save Elena. In a week, the festival would begin. This festival, meant to pray for prosperity, also marked the start of the harvest season. Even in the harsh northern territories, where battles with barbarians were never-ending, people held festivals, praying for better times. Think, back then? At the time, Ghislaine was so fed up with the constant criticism and scorn that he decided to leave the family estate. The festival began amidst that turmoil, and at Elena's urging, he went out with her to enjoy the celebration. But with his mood in shambles, he couldn't care less about the festival. He eventually returned to the castle alone. After all, it was a festival held within the territory, and Elena had her knight escorts, so he didn't give it much thought. Then Elena disappeared. It wasn't long after Elena and her knights went missing that their bodies were found. That incident was the final straw. Ghislaine couldn't bear it any longer and fled the castle, avoiding the whispers and rumors that plagued him. That was the last time Ghislaine set foot in Ferdium. I should have been with her. Though, in truth, it probably wouldn't have made a difference. Back then, Ghislaine had been far too weak to protect anyone. Still, the guilt of leaving Elena and returning to the castle alone haunted him for the rest of his life. Could it be, was Elena's death orchestrated by the Delphine Duchy? In his previous life, it was revealed that the person who killed Elena was a young noble from another territory who had come to watch the festival. Naturally, those accused of the crime denied it, claiming they had been falsely framed, but Ferdium got dragged into a territorial war and suffered heavy losses. From that point on, a series of large and small incidents unfolded, making the situation worse and worse. Something stinks, like goblin dung. Ghislain didn't know the exact details of what had happened afterward because he left before the territorial war erupted. All he knew was the general flow of events, pieced together from information he had gathered during his quest for revenge. At first, he had assumed it was a preemptive strike, destroying territories that might rebel. But everything became suspicious once he learned that Aiden had been involved in Ferdium's downfall. It was clear now that there had been a conspiracy. Why would they destroy such a poor, useless territory? Even if they conquered it, they'd just end up fighting the barbarians in our place. There were hidden resources nearby, but no one knew about them during this time. It was something Ghislain had investigated repeatedly in his previous life, wondering if those resources were the reason. Well, it doesn't really matter what the reason is. I'll just kill them all. Ghislain's expression hardened with cold resolve. In his previous life, he had targeted only the Delphine Duchy for revenge, believing them to be behind everything. But now, things were different. He didn't know who Aiden referred to as us, but whoever opposed Ferdium would be wiped out. Ghislain tapped his chin with his fingers, lost in thought. Elena and the knights' bodies were found in the slums, right? There was no reason for them to go there during the festival. Someone must have lured them or taken them by force. At least one thing is certain. Elena's death was the starting point of Ferdium's decline. In that case, I just need to fix things from the very beginning. He organized his thoughts and immediately left his room. I need to get my body into shape as quickly as possible. The problem is, I don't have much time, just 1 week. Ghislain wandered around the Lord's castle. It had been so long since he had lived in Ferdium Castle that he barely remembered its layout or the faces of the servants. Everyone he passed greeted him, but their expressions weren't pleasant, mostly a mixture of indifference or silent disdain. I'm not that terrible of a person. At this point in time, he was probably seen as a touchy, irritable person who everyone wanted to avoid. Master! Ghislain, Master! As he wandered, someone called his name and came running, out of breath. Oh. Fergus. It was Fergus, one of the knights who had served as his guardian. He was old enough to have retired and taken it easy, yet he had remained in the castle, faithfully staying by Ghislain's side. Fergus stood in front of him, bowing deeply and panting heavily. How far has he been running? If assassins showed up now, it would be unclear who would be protecting whom. Still, his loyalty was something to admire. Later, Ghislain had learned that Fergus had worried about him until the day he died, even after Ghislain had fled the estate. Huff, huff. Master, where have you been wandering off to alone? Belinda didn't know either, so this old man has been searching for you everywhere. Fergus spoke while still gasping for air. He must have been running all over the place in a hurry. Geez, how old am I that you still call me a master? Ha ha, in this old man's eyes, you still look like a child. With how frail Ghislain's body was now, he must have appeared even younger. Ghislain let out a sigh. Lately, he'd been hearing things he never could have imagined during his days as the king of mercenaries. If that's how you see it, then I guess that's how it is. But why did you seek me out? Heh, it's only natural I follow you when you're on the move, young master. Why are you suddenly asking? The old knight looked warmly at Ghislain, and meeting that gaze made Ghislain flinch for a moment. Right. At this time in his life, Ghislain had rejected even his bodyguards due to his inferiority complex and anger. It felt like everyone was his enemy, like they were all mocking him. But Fergus and Belinda, who had looked after him since childhood, were the exceptions. It was only after losing what was precious to him that he realized their worth. How foolish he had been. Ghislain suddenly felt a sting in his nose and pulled Fergus into a tight hug. He had intended to keep his actions discreet, but the joy of reuniting with someone so dear was hard to contain. Old man, live a long time. Let's live long together, okay? Dying, it's really a terrible feeling. Startled by Ghislain's sudden action, Fergus laughed awkwardly. Heh, why are you acting like this all of a sudden? It's like we haven't seen each other in ages. So he noticed. As expected, age hadn't dulled his instincts. Well, Fergus would believe anything I say. After all, he was the loyal knight who stood by Ghislaine even when everyone cursed his name over the orc subjugation incident. With his mind made up, Ghislaine spoke with determination. Old man, listen carefully. This is really important. The truth is, I died and came back to life. Heh, enough of your jokes. So, he doesn't believe me after all. Yeah, anyway, just live long. It's not easy coming back to life. Of course, I'll live at least until you get married, young master. Marriage, you say? Ghislaine gave a bitter smile. Love? Marriage? Now wasn't the time to even consider those things. With the destruction of the territory looming, who could I blame if I died worrying about such matters? Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Ghislaine resumed walking with long strides. Fergus hurriedly followed behind, asking, "But where are you going all of a sudden?" "The training grounds. I need to get some practice in." Fergus gasped in shock, clutching his chest. "Why, young master, training?" Huff, cough. Whoa. What's wrong with you, old man? Get a grip. Breathe. I said breathe. Why does no one believe anything I say? Chapter 6, I Won't Be Fooled Twice, 2H. Thanks to Ghislaine's quick response when performing chest compressions, Fergus barely managed to start breathing again. Where did you learn something like this? That's not what's important. You almost had your body and soul split just now. Do you think coming back to life is easy? Ugh, my heart's gotten weaker with age. It sometimes acts up when I'm startled. Ghislaine had wished him a long life, but they had almost parted ways right after meeting today. Clicking his tongue, Ghislaine massaged Fergus's hand. Later, I'll brew some mandrake root tea for you. For now, go get some rest. But I still need to escort you, young master? No, please, just go rest. You're driving me crazy with worry. At this rate, I'll have to be the one escorting you. Then, at least let me stay by your side while you train. Unable to win against Fergus's stubbornness, Ghislaine reluctantly nodded. Even if Fergus was called a bodyguard, it was only in name. In reality, he was more like a nanny who followed Ghislaine around the castle. Due to his age, there wasn't much Fergus could do. If Ghislaine had taken this away from him, Fergus would have lost the little joy he had left in life. After briefly looking around the castle to get his bearings, Ghislaine headed straight to the private training grounds. The place was filthy and abandoned, with no one guarding it or keeping it clean. Looking at the neglected training ground, Ghislaine became lost in thought. Why was I like that back then? An environment where he could entirely focus on mana cultivation and training was something he couldn't have even dreamed of during his mercenary days. Indeed, leaving home leads to a life of hardship. As he reflected on this newfound realization, Ghislaine called a servant to clean the training grounds. Are you really planning to train? Fergus asked. Yeah. I need to work hard now. You've made a wise decision. Absolutely. Fergus was genuinely happy. Others would mock whatever Ghislaine did, thinking he was just all talk. But Fergus was always the only one who believed in him, saying the young master was just temporarily lost. While Fergus guarded the entrance to the training grounds, Ghislaine entered and began his mana cultivation. I don't have much time left, but I need to push myself as far as possible. He had the knowledge and experience accumulated from his previous life. If he used it well, he was confident he could grow stronger faster than anyone else. But there wasn't enough time. A week? It's tight, but it's not impossible. Compared to his past life, his current body was in such terrible shape that it made him sigh. To turn such a weak body into one of steel in just a week? That would be impossible, even if he were reborn several times over. However, if he could just manage to control mana, his physical abilities would improve drastically. At the very least, I need to get to the point where I can handle mana. If he combined it with the experience from his past life, even with this wretched body, he could handle most nights. SSSSS. Under Ghislaine's will, the surrounding mana began to move, flowing into his body and gathering once again in the core below his navel. He had swiftly reached the stage of absorbing and converting mana into his body, a remarkable feat considering he had previously been unable to sense mana at all. If others saw this, they would have been startled. However, for Gislin, who had practiced mana cultivation even on the battlefield, this was as easy as breathing. The excess mana that couldn't be stored within his body scattered outward, becoming a reddish haze. What a waste! Gislin's method of mana cultivation was still incomplete. It was a technique he had recklessly modified from his family's original method, adjusting it to suit his own body. Because it had been refined through actual combat, the technique carried a dense aura of killing intent and lacked stability, but it was fast and effective. Even in his previous life, this modified cultivation technique allowed him to rise to the ranks of the powerful. I had a stroke of luck, too. His position as one of the continent's 7 strongest was thanks to a grimoire he had accidentally discovered in an ancient ruin. An incomplete grimoire with no name, old and tattered, with only half of it remaining. Yet, it was from that grimoire that Gislin drew inspiration to recreate his mana cultivation technique. Wooing! Mana gathered in Gislin's right chest, forming a new core. Unlike others who only used the core naturally present in their bodies, he had artificially created one in an entirely different location. Wooing! Another core soon formed in his left chest. Gwooing! The cores, arranged in a reverse triangle, including the one below his navel that he had from birth, quickly interconnected and circulated mana. This was the advantage of Gislin's unique cultivation method, which only he could use. The explosive power produced by these multiple cores working together was extraordinary. This very strength allowed Gislin to carve his name among the continent's 7 strongest and earn the title of King of Mercenaries. However, where there are strengths, there are also weaknesses. Gislin's cultivation technique was problematic because of the extreme instability of the energy. As expected, it's difficult to manage. The mana stored in the 3 cores began to struggle, trying to burst out of his body. Gislin focused his mind, suppressing the resistance and forcing the mana to obey his control. I'll have to fix this slowly as well. While he could release immense power explosively, it consumed an enormous amount of mana in a short time. In his previous life, with a vast reservoir of mana akin to an ocean, it hadn't been a significant issue unless he faced an opponent of the same caliber. But now, things were different. He had to reserve the explosive bursts for critical moments to use his limited mana efficiently. SSSSS. For now, 3 cores will have to do. With just 3 cores, he could handle most nights. Gislin decided to focus on stabilizing his mana rather than increasing the number of cores. Even during my time as the King of Mercenaries, controlling 5 cores was the limit. The burden multiplies every time an additional core is added. Anyway, my body won't be able to withstand more than this. Although the amount of mana stored in the 3 cores I had just created wasn't entirely satisfying, this was my limit for now. But Gislin did not intend to be content with this state forever. He would perfect this incomplete martial technique and grow even stronger in this life. The source of Gislin's power was revenge and anger. In his previous life, the only reason he was able to reach the pinnacle of strength was because he endured bone-crushing suffering, driven solely by vengeance. He constantly recalled the final moments of his past life, never forgetting that resolve. Aiden, this time I will sever your head. Aiden, the noble knight with whom Gislin had last crossed swords in his previous life. As he remembered him, Gislin furrowed his brow. The more I think about it, the more furious I get. Aiden had already worn him down and had the audacity to bring his knights to fight. Aiden was an opponent Gislin couldn't guarantee victory against, even in a one-on-one duel, and now he had to deal with them attacking in unison. There was no way to hold out. That coward. If we had fought one-on-one, I would have won. Gislin ranked 7th among the 7 strongest on the continent, while Aiden ranked 5th. But the rankings meant nothing. They were just arbitrary numbers people assigned based on timing and reputation. In reality, their skills were almost identical, and the outcome of a fight could change depending on their condition that day or the surrounding circumstances. I know this all too well. When you're one of the 7 strongest, you can't help but have immense pride. So, even when ignorant people said such things, it made him strangely irritated. In his previous life, his last drinking companion, the one-man army, who was also called the Archmage, would occasionally tease him like this. I'm ranked 3rd, and you're ranked 7th. Yep, you really suck at fighting. Quit talking nonsense. Are you bored? Want to spar for old time's sake? Whenever they bantered like that, the area around them was devastated, and the terrain changed so much that their subordinates begged them many times to stop. Damn it, now I'm pissed again. Thinking about it now, he got worked up all over again. Even though they both knew it wasn't true, it was infuriating when the other person acted childish. Maybe it was his innate fighting spirit, or perhaps the desire to assert his rank was a primal instinct embedded deep within him. Fine. This time, I won't just be one of the 7 strongest. I'll become the strongest on the continent. After all, even in his previous life, he never thought he'd lose to any of the other members of the 7 strongest. He always believed that you wouldn't know until you fought. His opponents probably thought the same. Except for one person, but that was the only exception. The continent's greatest sword. That man was certainly strong. The first spot in the ranking of the 7 strongest on the continent, acknowledged by all. Even Ghislain, who was confident in his own skills, had thought, this might be tough, when facing him. The moment he recalled that overwhelming prowess, his heart cooled. Even though he had returned to the past, he still felt like he couldn't beat that massive wall. No. Ghislain Ferdium, you idiot. What pathetic thoughts. What reason do you have to feel intimidated already? Sure, the continent's greatest sworder had indeed been strong back then, but there was no reason to get scared in advance. I'm young now, too. Ghislain had the experience and knowledge he accumulated in his past life, and now he had the youth to fully use them. He could give it a try. Of course, the most important goal was to prevent the destruction of his territory and family. However, if he didn't have the desire to become the best, a fighter's thirst for challenge, he wouldn't be able to improve his skills either. I'll crush them all. In this life, he would put an end to the duchy and the bastards hiding behind it, and he would become the strongest, no matter what. Ghislain's eyes glowed red as he clenched his teeth. Until the festival began, Ghislain focused on rebuilding his basic physical condition. While concentrating on training, he also made efforts to eat and converse with Elena whenever he had the chance. It's still a bit awkward, though. But Elena seemed to be slowly accepting his changes, and their relationship was improving compared to before. Have you started training again lately? Yeah. As the heir to a knight's family, I can't afford to slack off. You used to hate that kind of thing, didn't you? You'd say stuff like, only idiots study or train. If I just give the orders, they'll handle it. Why should I bother? You even used to frown like this. Did I say that? Elena mimicked a scowling expression, and Ghislain just shrugged. He knew he had always been full of complaints, but honestly, he didn't remember every stupid conversation in detail. Yeah. Dad said it was annoying, too. He mentioned how it'd be nice if you'd hurry up and take over as Lord so he could retreat to the countryside. Well, I guess I was a pretty terrible son. It was a line that clearly drove home how much of a mess he'd been in his past life. If you work hard, maybe Dad will return and be happy. Who knows? Ghislain's father, the Count of Ferdium, was currently on an expedition in the northern region. Only the troops meant to maintain public order were left in the territory. If the main force was away and a chaotic festival was approaching, it would be the perfect time for external forces to cause trouble and flee. This was something Ghislain had never realized in his previous life. Now that he was aware of it, he became even more convinced that Elena's death back then hadn't been a mere coincidence. All right, I'm off to train. Since when did you start working so hard? I wonder how long it'll last this time. Leaving Elena, who was muttering to herself, behind, Ghislain headed back to the training grounds. Time passed, and the day of the festival finally arrived. It's today. After strapping his sword to his waist and finishing his preparations, Ghislain headed to Elena's room. Elena, who was about to enjoy the festival, looked puzzled when she ran into him. Aren't you training today? Are you going to the festival too, brother? Yeah, let's go together. Wow, this is a surprise. You're actually coming to the festival with me. Well, it's only right to enjoy a festival. You've really changed. Elena turned to her maids and told them to take the day off. They were still either afraid or uncomfortable around Ghislain, so she had dismissed them. As Ghislain escorted her, he fell deep into thought. It's different from before. In his previous life, Elena had always been the one to ask him to go out with her because he was constantly in a foul mood. Her suggestion had been a gesture of consideration, hoping that the festival might cheer him up, even just a little. But now, since Ghislain had changed his behavior in this life, Elena no longer felt the need to ask first. How he acted affected how those around him responded, and even his future was shifting subtly. Even if the major events remain the same, I can't calculate every small change. I have to adapt to the situation. He knew those were targeting the Ferdium family, but the more he interfered with their plans, the more their methods would evolve. Even if he knew the future, it was up to him to use that knowledge appropriately based on the current circumstances. There can be no mistakes. As he reminded himself of this, Ghislain wandered through the festival with Elena. While Elena seemed to be genuinely enjoying herself in the bustling crowd, Ghislain's mind remained clouded, unable to immerse himself fully in the festival atmosphere. This is strange. How did we end up near the slums? Elena had been enjoying the festival in the crowded central area and showed no signs of wanting to go to the slums. No one had called her there either. Perhaps the future had shifted slightly just because he had decided to accompany her this time. After wandering around for a while longer, Elena stretched and muttered with a hint of boredom. It's fun, but since it's the same every year, it gets a little dull. Festivals were typically repetitive, and given that their impoverished territory had limited resources for preparations, it was no wonder she found it monotonous. Isn't there anything more exciting? As she aimlessly glanced around in mild disappointment, one of her escort knights approached and whispered something. "My lady, shall we go somewhere else then?" Where? The escort knight, who smiled warmly, was named Jamal. He had been one of Elena's personal guards for a long time and had a good reputation within the castle. I heard that something special is happening a bit further out, near the outskirts. Really? What is it? Well, that's just what my friend told me. I don't know the details, but they said it's supposed to be quite stimulating. Really? Let's go. I want to see it. Elena's eyes sparkled as she excitedly exclaimed, eager to go and check it out. Ghislain quietly observed Jamal's face. So, it was you. Chapter 7, I Won't Fall for It Twice, 3. Ghislain had considered various possibilities for how Elena might have gotten into an accident. Among them was the assumption that a traitor could exist within the castle. Naturally, he had doubts about the bodyguard knight, but he thought it was Jamal who had been guarding Elena for so long. What do you think? Shall we go take a look as well, my lord? Yeah, let's go check it out. Nodding lightly, Ghislain followed Jamal along with Elena. Pushing through the bustling crowd, they soon veered off to a quieter area, eventually entering the slums. Although the journey took some time, Elena eagerly walked on, filled with excitement at the prospect of seeing something new. The eerie atmosphere unique to the slums scared her a little, but with the bodyguard present, she didn't seem overly concerned. Ghislain quietly observed the other bodyguard, Philip. Is this guy in on it too? Philip's face was slightly flushed, and he walked silently, looking awkward. In his previous life, Elena, Philip, and even Jamal had been found as corpses. If both of them were traitors, the reason for their deaths was obvious. They must have been silenced. The cost of being involved in a dangerous conspiracy of killing the Lord's daughter wasn't cheap. Typically, one had to risk their own life, but it seemed neither of them had thought that far ahead. This is the place. As the group arrived at a clearing, Jamal excitedly shouted. Surrounding the open space were dilapidated, run-down houses. Every path was littered with discarded materials and trash. Of course. The piles of trash scattered around would make it difficult to escape. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that the layout had been deliberately manipulated. At first glance, it looked like ordinary garbage, but the exits were skillfully blocked. What's supposed to be here? It's just trash everywhere. Elena furrowed her brow. After spending time and effort to come all this way, the dismal scene clearly irritated her. Her voice turned sharp as her disappointment grew, and Jamal frantically waved his hands. It's just not ready yet. Soon, people will come and show you something amazing. HMPH, forget it. I'm going back. Let's go, brother. Elena wasn't a fool. Though she spoke calmly, her unease was evident. She had trusted her longtime bodyguard and followed him, only to be led to a place filled with nothing but trash. It was enough to raise suspicion. My lady, isn't it a waste to leave without seeing the show after coming all this way? Jamal blocked her path, grinning slyly. His face had been tense a moment ago, but now his attitude brimmed with confidence as if he no longer cared what happened. Move aside, I'm going back. Just wait a moment, will you? Philip. Elena turned toward Philip, her face filled with anger. However, he simply moved to stand beside Jamal without uttering a word. Could it be both of them? Terrified, Elena clutched Ghislaine's arm tightly. With both bodyguards acting suspiciously, an ominous feeling crept over her. Why are you doing this? What's going on? She barely managed to speak, her voice trembling slightly. Jamal laughed as if it were nothing. I don't hold any grudge against you, my lady. You've been kind, and being your bodyguard hasn't been bad. Then why? He shrugged his shoulders. A job with better conditions came along, that's all. It's a bit of a shame that I won't see you again, though. Jamal grinned wickedly, licking his lips. All right, I've brought the lady as promised. Let's finish the deal. Jamal shouted, and 3 men emerged from a rundown building. One was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance, and the other 2 were younger. All 3 had unremarkable faces, the kind that would easily blend into a crowd without drawing attention, perfect for disappearing. The middle-aged man glanced around before asking Jamal, he looks like Ferdium's Grand Duke. Wasn't he part of the deal? Jamal chuckled. Yeah, the fool followed us all the way here. I'll throw him in as a bonus. Consider it a gift. A pleasant surprise. This will yield an even better outcome. Prepare yourselves. The middle-aged man smiled satisfactorily and nodded, prompting the other 2 men to block their escape route. Elena, now pale with fear, looked around in desperation. Jamal. What the hell are you doing? Jamal responded with a nonchalant smile. Who knows? My job was just to bring you here. After that, it's up to these guys. Whether they sell you as a slave or kill you, I don't really care. What? Elena was too shocked to respond coherently, so Ghislaine stepped in. You've sold us out. Do you really think you'll get away with something like this in the Lord's territory? Despite Ghislaine's warning, Jamal didn't seem worried. We'll be long gone by the time anyone finds out. Besides, I'm sick of this wretched place, fighting every day. There are plenty of others leaving Ferdium just like us. But they aren't leaving after causing trouble like you. Consider it bad luck, Grand Duke. You weren't part of the plan, but at least the maids didn't follow because of you. You've saved a few lives, I guess. After a life full of mischief, at least you did something good before you die. Ha ha. Bad luck, you say. Ghislaine gave a smile that Jamal found hard to interpret. Mistaking it for resignation, Jamal shook his head. Apologies, truly. My conscience stings a little, but I have no other choice. Despite his words, Jamal's face showed no sign of remorse. Smirking, he walked toward the middle-aged man. Philip, on the other hand, wore a grim expression. It seemed he felt at least a shred of guilt. Jamal glanced over at the middle-aged man, his expression tightening slightly. You seem a bit light-handed. If you're playing a joke, it's not funny. You do know both of us are knights, right? In response, the middle-aged man pulled out a piece of paper from his coat and waved it. You worry too much. Carrying around that much money is inconvenient, don't you think? When dealing with large sums, it's easier to use the Northern Merchants Union's letter of credit. TCH, I prefer gold coins. There won't be any problems when exchanging it, right? If it's fake, I'll make sure to kill you. The middle-aged man chuckled and nodded his head. Don't worry. There won't be any issues, I promise. As the middle-aged man reassured him, Jamal reluctantly accepted the paper. He started to draw on his mana to verify its authenticity, but when he saw the writing on the paper, his eyes widened in shock. Invitation to the Daigold Ball. It was a worthless invitation to a ball in another territory. You bastard! The moment Jamal, filled with rage, tried to draw his sword. Thud! The middle-aged man, who had already pulled out a dagger, stabbed Jamal in the stomach. Lua. I found this on my way here. You don't seem to like it. Not a fan of balls, are you? As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man moved his dagger again. Thud! 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 He stabbed Jamal multiple times in quick succession before stepping back slightly. I didn't lie. Once you're dead, there won't be any issues at all. You son of a. You tricked us. Jamal staggered, clutching his stomach, before collapsing to the ground. Jamal and Philip had considered the possibility of things going wrong, given the dangerous nature of their plan. However, confident in their skills as knights, they had pushed ahead, only to be undone by the middle-aged man's cunning move. Ugh! Unable to hold back his fury, Philip drew his sword and charged at the middle-aged man. Clang! The middle-aged man drew his sword in an instant, effortlessly parrying Philip's attack. After exchanging a few blows rapidly, the middle-aged man offered a slight nod of approval. Not bad. As expected of a Ferdium knight who had fought many battles, Philip was indeed skilled. However, the middle-aged man was on an entirely different level. Swish! When the middle-aged man summoned more mana, Philip's neck was swiftly sliced through with ease. Gurgle! Spitting out blood, Philip collapsed. Without batting an eye, the middle-aged man approached and made sure to sever his head completely. Afterward, he turned toward Jamal, who lay dying in a pool of his own blood. Spare me. Even as he lay dying, Jamal begged for his life. Sorry, but I like things neat. You bastard. Anyway, thanks for your efforts. I'll take the gift. Without any change in expression, the middle-aged man decapitated Jamal. After dealing with both men, the middle-aged man took out a pipe from his coat and began smoking. Who? It really tastes the best when smoked at times like this. Now, shall I finish this up? He exhaled smoke from his mouth and glanced back at the siblings. Elena gripped Ghislaine's arm even tighter. She was on the verge of tears, her body trembling uncontrollably. It wasn't just the fear of seeing a person get their throat slashed in front of her, it was the terror that she might suffer the same fate. Opa! Let's run away. Elena tugged on Ghislaine's arm again. She desperately wanted them to escape, but Ghislaine shook his head. It's fine, let go. You're surprisingly strong, you know. I'm telling you, we need to run. It's just 3 guys. No need to worry. Ghislaine smiled, trying to free his arm, but it wasn't easy. Do you work out? Why are you so strong? What? Elena's face twisted in disbelief. The middle-aged man, who had been watching silently, chuckled. They said the Grand Duke of Ferdium was a bit unhinged, and it seemed that really was the case. Despite his enemies sneering at him, Ghislaine began to release his mana, spreading it out like thin threads in all directions. Had this been his past life, he would have made the entire space within his sight his domain. But for now, he could only spread his mana thread by thread. Thinner and wider. This kind of mana manipulation wasn't something just anyone could do. Even the average knight wouldn't know how to wield such a technique. Even if they knew, they wouldn't have a clue how to use it. Only those who had transcended to the highest skill level, capable of controlling mana at will, could perform such a technique. Though Ghislaine's body hadn't matured yet, his experience and knowledge had already far surpassed that level. Despite his limited mana reserves, manipulating it with precision was not an issue. There's no one else besides these 3. Nothing caught in his mana threads. Now confident that no other enemies were hidden nearby, Ghislaine carefully pried Elena's hands off his arm. What's your name? At Ghislaine's question, the middle-aged man knocked the ashes from his pipe before replying. I'll tell you out of respect for nobles. It's Frank. Go ahead and curse my name when you meet the Reaper. That's not a local name. Who hired you? You don't need to know that. At Frank's nod, the 2 men who had been blocking the escape routes moved closer. One of them asked Frank, how should we handle this? After a brief moment of contemplation, Frank answered coldly. Beheading is too common. Break his whole body apart. Make sure the Count of Ferdium sees it and flies into a rage. And don't forget to keep him alive as long as possible. The more he writhes in pain, the better it'll look. Understood. Thud. The moment he heard those words, Ghislaine's heart pounded heavily. Painful memories that had tormented him his entire life resurfaced in his mind. The memory of Elena's mutilated body, brutally carved up and returned to him, still haunted him. He had wept and hurled at the sight of her corpse. That final image of Elena had etched itself so vividly in his memory that he could never forget it, not even in death. I have never forgotten. Not even once. Blood rushed to his head, and his face began to burn. When was the last time he had been this enraged? Excitement before the battle was dangerous, but Ghislaine allowed himself to be swept up by the intense emotions. His hands began to tremble slightly, and his breathing quickened. Seeing this, Frank smirked. What a complete amateur. Just by watching his hands tremble, Frank could tell how poor Gislin's skills were. But there was one thing that bothered him. Is he smiling? Despite the situation, Gislin's lips were curled into a smile. His eyes gleamed with an unsettling madness. But what could a mere weakling like him possibly do? Frank brushed off the uneasy feeling and urged his men forward. He really must be as crazy as the rumors say. Hurry up and finish him off. The two men moved closer to Gislin. Elena stepped back hesitantly. Oh, Oppa! She was so worried about Gislin that she couldn't even think about running and screamed his name in fear instead. At that moment, Gislin spoke in a low voice. Finally, I found you. What? I've missed you. So very much. What the hell is this bastard talking about? Gislin's hand shot out like lightning, grabbing one of the men by the throat. Cuke! Q! Poo hook! His fingers pierced through the man's neck, completely tearing it open. Blood gushed out, soaking his clothes. Coo! Q! The man dropped his sword, his body convulsing. Gislin, his hand now drenched in blood, slowly pulled the man closer to his face. A voice, thick with ecstasy, echoed out. You have no idea how long I've waited for this moment. I've dreamed of it every single day. Without hesitation, Gislin flung his arm backward. Puh-chuck. The man's head was ripped off, his lifeless body collapsing into a heap of trash. Chapter 8, You Messed with the Wrong Person, 1. In an instant, one man was dead. You bastard! Another man hurriedly swung his sword down at Gislin. Gislin easily dodged and tapped the side of the blade with the back of his hand. Tang! With a light sound, the man's arm, still gripping the sword, was flung upward, exposing his upper body. Grab! Gislin seized the man's face and slammed him into the ground. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed as the back of the man's head became half buried in the dirt. Blood started to seep out, possibly from a cracked skull slowly. However, Gislin didn't stop. He continued to grab the man's head and pound it into the ground. Bang! 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 After repeating this several times, the man's head was completely smashed. Crunch! Even the front of his face was utterly crushed by Gislin's fist. Gislin slowly stood up. When their eyes met, Frank's face stiffened. It had all happened so quickly that he was left dazed, unable to respond. What kind of look is that? Gislin was staring at him with a blank expression. Frank felt chills run through his entire body. Gislin resembled a beast, starved for blood. Frank had killed many people in his time, but he had never seen anyone exude such terrifying intensity. According to the plan, this shouldn't have been difficult. They had assumed that once Jamal and Philip were dead, no one would be left to interfere. TSK, the intel was completely wrong. For a brief moment, Gislin had clearly used mana. There was no other way he could have moved with such strength and speed. To think someone that young can already use mana. There's a vast difference in power between those who can use mana and those who cannot. A blade infused with mana is solid and sharp enough to cut through even the most rigid steel. Even so, those two went down far too quickly. Were they careless? Frank narrowed his eyes, comparing the information he had with the scene unfolding before him. He didn't even hesitate to kill someone. That's rare for someone his age. So, despite his reputation as a wastrel, was he always this cruel by nature? According to the rumors, the Grand Duke of Ferdium had never killed anyone and had spent all his time in his territory. Yet, here he was, ruthlessly taking lives as if it were second nature. If this really was Gislin Ferdium's first time killing, then he was undoubtedly a born murderer. When I return, I'll have to deal with the intel department myself. Despite his reputation for incompetence, Gislin had just taken down two knights who could use mana in the blink of an eye. It was an unbelievable situation, but Frank could only conclude that the information they had was entirely wrong. Elena, too, stood there in shock, unable to believe what she had just witnessed. I shuddered at the cruel sight unfolding before my eyes, but more than that, I was astonished by the fact that my brother had such skill. Did he really get that strong after just a few days of training? Does that even make sense? Elena was momentarily shocked but soon felt relieved. Well, at least it's a relief. We're alive for now. No matter how he had honed his abilities, survival was what mattered most right now. Frank swallowed nervously and slowly opened his mouth. Grand Duke Ghislain of Ferdium. This doesn't match the information we had. Were you hiding your skills? At that moment, Ghislain straightened his posture fully and drew his sword. Whether I was hiding my abilities or not is irrelevant. Let me ask you once more, who ordered this? Frank shook his head at Ghislain's question. There's no need for you to know. Your skills are quite impressive, but you'll die here anyway. Though surprised, Frank knew he had to manage the situation. He hadn't expected Ghislain to possess such force, but he didn't think it would be enough to make him a real threat. Ghislain nodded. Right, I didn't expect you to talk so easily. Villains usually don't. Don't get cocky just because you beat my men. I'll admit your skills are remarkable for your age, but you won't defeat me with that level of experience and maturity. Ghislain let out a dry laugh. Who was this guy to talk about experience and maturity? I've probably lived more days than you have. You're quite the foolish one. Frank raised his sword and took a stance. It wasn't in his best interest to stay here for long, so he was determined to finish this quickly and return. Ghislain also raised his sword, a smirk tugging at one corner of his mouth. Then, let's begin. Pang! Ghislain was the first to make a move. Frank quickly blocked the attack and immediately attempted a counterstrike. Quang! The two swords clashed violently. Elena, her heart pounding with anxiety, clasped her hands together tightly. If Ghislain lost, she was as good as dead, but she could do nothing to help. She could only shuffle her feet in panic. Should I run? Maybe going to call for help would be the wisest thing to do. But the thought of leaving her brother behind weighed heavily on her. Plus, she didn't know how many more enemies lurked around. If I act on my own, I could end up in even more danger. Unable to decide, Elena slowly began to back away, trying to stay unnoticed. She figured that if things didn't look good after watching a little longer, she'd rush back to the castle and ask for help. Calm! Calm! As Elena wrestled with her decision, the battle between the two men grew fiercer. Of course, Jamal and Philip would have been easy opponents. From Ghislain's perspective, Frank was an outstanding knight. The amount of mana he emitted and how he utilized it was far superior to most knights. No wonder he had been confident enough to come all the way to the Ferdium estate. The longer this drags on, the worse it'll be for me. With only a week's worth of accumulated mana, it wouldn't be easy for Ghislain to handle Frank. Ghislain, lacking physical abilities and mana, could only hold his ground thanks to his exceptional swordsmanship. Frank was thinking along similar lines. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Ghislain's swordsmanship was so brutal and practical that it went beyond frightening, almost awe-inspiring. His sword wasn't like the typical knight swords, nor did it follow the techniques of the Ferdium family. It was ferocious, filled with a thick killing intent, and its movements were unpredictable. Just when Frank thought he had blocked an attack, the blade glided along his own, aiming for vital spots from unexpected angles. No knight would wield such a cruel sword. This is definitely not the Ferdium family's swordsmanship. How on earth did he master such techniques at his age? To Frank, Ghislain's swordsmanship was a few, if not several, levels above his own. If it weren't for his body, which was greatly strengthened by his superior mana, he would have been torn apart and killed long ago. But I'll still win. Frank drew more mana to hasten the battle's end. As time passed, wounds began to accumulate on Ghislain's body. Calm! Ghislain barely managed to block the incoming blade, his eyes locked onto Frank's. He was trying to gauge whether his family's enemies were involved in this incident. Shall I guess who's behind this? The Duke of Delphine? No, it's more likely Count Desmond. Count Desmond managed the northern territories under the Duke of Delphine's command. No matter how powerful the Delphine Duchy was, it was difficult for them to handle every estate personally. Attacks on smaller territories were often delegated to other families loyal to the duchy. It was possible that the Duke of Delphine had directly sent underlings, but Ghislain doubted they would have cared enough about Ferdium to intervene personally. Either way, whether it was the Duke or his lackeys, they were all in league together. Frank's eyes widened in shock at Ghislain's confident tone, but he quickly recovered, masking his expression as if nothing had happened. You're a dangerous man. Without saying more, Frank swung his sword again. But Ghislain had already seen enough from that reaction. "Heh, I knew it. So it was you lot." "Shut up." As expected, his family's downfall resulted from those bastards scheming. It confirmed his suspicions that all the conspiracies had begun with Elena's death. Now that he had his answers, it was time to stop them before they could make another move. Clang! Clang! Their swords clashed violently, filling the air with the unpleasant screech of metal. Ghislain gritted his teeth and smirked. "There's nothing left to confirm. Let's end this. Don't be stubborn. Your swordsmanship is impressive, but you still can't defeat me with that amount of mana. Whatever you think you know, it won't matter once you're dead." Frank responded with confidence. Ghislain had already suffered many injuries. If just a bit more time passed like this, Ghislain would draw his last breath. Rumble! The two men glared at each other, channeling mana into their swords with all their might. Ghislain's sword was gradually being pushed back. Frank was sure of his victory. It was at that moment. The fight's not over until the end. Don't you think? Ghislain's eyes suddenly flashed red. Frank tried to summon all his strength to push Ghislain back, sensing an ominous premonition. At that moment, Wuong! A second core inside Ghislain began to spin, unleashing a torrent of mana. A vivid red light, incomparable to Frank's mana, enveloped Ghislain's sword. Ooh! As Ghislain's strength surged, a groan escaped from Frank's mouth. What? What the hell is this? Frank shouted in disbelief. Ghislain slowly pushed his opponent's sword back, a cruel smile spreading across his face. You spent your life in regret, never knowing who the real culprit was. If only you had known, you would have done anything to hunt them down and kill them. What? You were one of my biggest regrets. Frank couldn't understand what Ghislain was saying. It didn't matter, though. Even as the years passed and he grew older, this memory had never faded. Every time he thought of Elena's death, he drowned himself in alcohol and stayed up all night. He always regretted it, but the past was something he could never change. This time, it's different. Now that he had returned to the past, all that pain and fury had become pure ecstasy. He could barely contain his joy at the thought of severing the starting point of all his nightmares and exacting his revenge. Ghislain laughed as he detonated his third core. Boom! He unleashed a power several times greater than the mana he had, driving Frank back relentlessly. Ah! Unable to withstand that overwhelming force, Frank was thrown backward. What is this? Frank quickly regained his stance, but he staggered back in fear. No matter how much mana one drew out, it was impossible to amplify one's power to such an extent. At most, it would make you slightly stronger than your usual capabilities. But the power Ghislain was displaying far exceeded that level. Was he hiding his strength from the beginning? No, then why did he endure all those injuries? Frank was thrown into confusion, unable to understand the situation. Ghislain didn't miss that brief opening. Do your best. Bang! Ghislain closed the distance instantly and swung his sword with tremendous speed. Clang! Frank barely managed to block the strike, but another attack came before he could gather his senses. Clang! 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 Ghislain's relentless sword strikes rained down without stopping. Frank had no choice but to give ground, overwhelmed by the man who swung his sword wildly, red light gleaming in his eyes. This is impossible. How could he have gained this much power all of a sudden? Now, regarding speed, strength, and skill, Frank was utterly overpowered by Ghislain. Boom! Ghislain continued his assault like a storm, driving his opponent back. The time Ghislain could sustain such immense power wouldn't last for long, just a few minutes. He had to finish the fight within that time. Clang! Ghislain's sword came crashing down on Frank's sword with tremendous force. Once again, Frank managed to block it, but Ghislain didn't stop. Sizzle! Mana erupted wildly from Ghislain's body, creating a tangible aura. His body, covered in blood from the wounds inflicted by Frank, began to emit a crimson mist. He looked just like a Red Reaper. Clang! 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 Their swords clashed fiercely again and again. Crunch! At some point, Frank realized that something was wrong with his sword. But his head would fly off if he didn't block Ghislain's next attack. He had no other options. Clang! as their swords collided once more. Crack! Frank's sword could no longer withstand the force of Gislin's attack and shattered. Among the scattering fragments of his sword, Frank murmured in disbelief. How? How could this happen? Gislin met his gaze and spoke. Don't think you'll die so easily. Chapter 9, You Messed with the Wrong Person, 2. The fight ended in an instant. Frank couldn't withstand Gislin's power after he detonated all 3 of his cores. Thunk! Gislin's sword pierced through the core located just below Frank's navel. Ugh, ugh. Frank suddenly felt his mana begin to dissipate. You don't tell me. While the core was said to be located beneath the navel, it wasn't a physical object. It was simply a term used to describe mana collection in a space that made accumulating it easier. So, piercing the abdomen wouldn't necessarily destroy the core. However, there were other ways to destroy it. That's right. I'm going to destroy your core first. Gislin manipulated his mana and collided it with Frank's core. Ooh. Ah. Frank screamed in terror. You? Are you insane? Destroying someone's core meant erasing all the energy they had spent their entire life accumulating. If done incorrectly, the mana could explode, putting both the attacker and the target at risk. It was a dangerous method that wasn't used unless it was absolutely necessary to keep the opponent alive. The stronger the mana, the bigger the explosion, so it wasn't even attempted against those with a particular skill level. But Gislin didn't care in the slightest, focused entirely on channeling his mana. Rumble! Frank's mana began to dissipate rapidly. Ugh! How is this? Crack! The furious vibrations of Gislin's mana within Frank's body finally shattered his core completely. Thud! As Gislin withdrew his mana and pulled his sword out, Frank collapsed helplessly to the ground. Who are you? Frank couldn't believe it. Gislin's swordsmanship had been impressive, but if the information about him had been wrong, that would have been understandable. But breaking the core of a swordsman of Frank's level was impossible for someone of Gislin's age. Frank had never seen anyone handle mana with such precision. Gislin left Frank's convulsing body on the ground and turned away. Oh, Oppa! Elena swallowed hard as she watched Gislin approach her. Covered in blood, his form cloaked in a reddish haze, he evoked a terrifying image as if she were seeing a demon. How could Oppa have such skill? Though Elena didn't practice swordsmanship, she grew up surrounded by knights in the harsh north. Frank was a knight of considerable skill, even from her perspective. If he could kill Jamal and Philip alone, it meant he was strong enough to overpower most ordinary knights easily. Yet, Gislin had just defeated him. So, it was really true that Oppa killed those orcs. In fact, a few days earlier, a debate had arisen in the Ferdium castle over Gislin's abilities. Skoven and the soldiers from the subjugation squad had spread rumors that Gislin had killed the orcs. Of course, others laughed at Skoven and called him a liar. Gislin didn't answer Elena's question, only offering a smile. Rest for a bit. What? At that moment, Gislin gently touched the nape of her neck. Thunk! Elena's body collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. With no mana of her own, she couldn't resist or even realize what Gislin had done. He carefully laid Elena down in an abandoned house nearby before walking back towards Frank. The most thrilling moment has come. Frank frowned and asked, "Why did you let me live? Torture me all you want, but you won't find out anything." How amusing. I already know who's behind this. There's nothing I need from someone like you. Then why keep me alive? Gislin slowly knelt down and stared into Frank's eyes. From your actions, it's clear you've killed quite a few people. Normal people can't just slaughter others like they're chopping up meat without feeling anything. You seem like a professional, so you probably know. Sometimes, even if there's no need, torture is necessary. Yes, like when you need to vent the anger that's been building up in your chest. As soon as Frank heard those words, he tried to bite down on his tongue. But Gislin was faster. He grabbed Frank's jaw and, with his other hand, tore a piece of his clothing, rolling it up and stuffing it into his mouth. MMPH. MMMPH. You killed others without hesitation, yet you're scared of suffering yourself? That's a little disappointing. Slice! Gislin severed Frank's tendons as he thrashed around. Then, he gathered all the swords lying around. Snap! Crack! Ghislain used mana to break the swords, shaping the fragments exactly how he wanted. He made dozens of sharp, jagged pieces, each of varying thickness. Ghislain laid the shards out next to Frank. Hard to believe, but I've killed quite a few people myself. I've also gotten pretty good at torture. I practiced diligently to use it on my enemies one day. Ghislain picked up one of the sharp fragments. Frank, his eyes filled with fear, watched it. You know how they say revenge is meaningless? But I've realized that's something people say when they are not angry enough. When your head is full of rage, nothing feels quite as thrilling as successful revenge. Frank couldn't understand what Ghislain was saying at all. They hadn't even tried anything yet, so what revenge was he talking about? And beyond that, it seemed like Ghislain had known about their existence from the start. Unable to respond, Frank just stared as Ghislain continued to mumble. Coming back to the past feels really nice. But the despairing memories and the fury inside me are still here. It'll probably only end when I've wiped all of you out. We can never coexist. Frank's eyes began to fill with terror. Although Frank still couldn't understand what Ghislain was saying, just looking into his madness-filled eyes sent shivers down his spine. Frank had killed enough people to recognize those eyes. They weren't something one was born with. Only someone who had killed others as routinely as eating meals could have that kind of look. How could someone his age have such experiences? Something almost came to mind, but the following voice interrupted his thoughts. Well, let's get started. It's going to be thrilling. I've already tested everything on myself. Don't feel too bitter about being the only one going through this. All your comrades will meet the same fate. MMMPH. A sharp fragment slowly pierced Frank's neck. You won't die easily. You messed with the wrong person. Huff. By the time Frank had gone half insane from enduring the pain, the torture had finally ended. In other words, he was dead. Ghislain, staring down at the mangled corpse, let out a short laugh. So, this is what it feels like. It was as if a heavy weight that had been lodged in his heart had lifted. One of the dark, burning flames that had scorched him for so long had finally been extinguished. Feels good. I can breathe a little easier now. However, several more flames were still burning within him, ones that had yet to be put out. Only once they were all extinguished would he feel true freedom. Ugh! Suddenly, Ghislain bent over, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. He had been holding back during Frank's torture, but his internal injuries were too severe. His body screamed in pain, the aftermath of enduring the recoil from the mana explosion. Detonating all three cores simultaneously with his still immature body had been too much of a strain. Now, to deal with the rest. Ghislain made his way back into the abandoned house where Frank had initially appeared. In his previous life, another body had been discovered here. He needed to find it. As soon as Ghislain entered the decrepit building, he spotted several thick sacks lying around. After prodding them a few times with his sword sheath, he carefully opened one of them. Inside was the corpse of a young man. The Dygald heir. Gilmore Dygald. In his previous life, Gilmore had been identified as Elena's murderer, the heir to the Dygald Count's estate. He was infamous for his womanizing, his indulgence in alcohol and drugs, and his constant misbehavior. When his body was found back then, everyone assumed he was the one who had killed Elena. Because of that, the territories of Dygald and Ferdium had wasted their strength in a land war. As expected, the enemy's goal had been to pit the two territories against each other. He had fallen right into their trap in his previous life, but not this time. Ghislain untied the remaining sack. Just like the first one, the corpses of men came out. Judging by the crest engraved on their breastplates, they were clearly Gilmore's escort knights. If word of their death spread like this, the same issue as in the previous life would occur. When Elena died in the past, the Ferdium territory attacked the Dygald territory. This time, it would be the opposite, Dygald would attack Ferdium. Even though he had prevented Elena's death, this did not mean he could stop the territorial war itself. However, Ghislain had no intention of moving according to his enemy's plans. It won't go the way you think. Ghislain gathered burnable items and piled them up next to the corpses. I need to take care of this cleanly. He used mana to crush any items that could identify them, such as Gilmore's ring and the escort knight's breastplates. He then dragged Frank and his men's bodies over and burned them all together. Soon, the flames began to consume everything, emitting a foul smell. Even if someone discovered the remaining bones, they would just assume it was some vagrant from the slums who had burned to death. Finding a corpse with no ties to anyone was a common occurrence in these times. They're burning well. The flames spread to the surrounding scrap and trash, growing larger. I'm lucky I could handle this on my own. Just in case, he had Fergus prepare the soldiers and bring signal flares. However, if he had called the soldiers, word would have gotten out that Gilmore Dygald had died here. I've stopped the immediate territorial war, so I've bought us some time. He had prevented the death of Elena, which had been the starting point of everything in his previous life, as well as the ensuing territorial war. But the enemies wouldn't stop here. They would continue to target this place. He had to prevent the deaths of those around him and minimize the damage as much as possible. I'll never let things go the way you want. With Elena on his back, Ghislain steeled his resolve once more and headed towards the castle. After the two returned, the Ferdium castle was in an uproar. It was a grave matter. An escort knight had tried to kill the lord's daughter. Homern, the baron who served as the steward of Ferdium, raged furiously, his anger palpable. Conduct a full investigation and mental re-education for all the knights and soldiers and ban them from participating in the festival. Also, send word of this to the lord immediately. The atmosphere within the castle quickly became tense. People gathered in small groups, whispering in secret. Did you hear? It sounds like Jamal and Philip went completely mad. They say Lord Ghislain took them down himself. No way, the young lady must be lying to make the young lord look good. That must be it, right? I bet Jamal and Philip killed each other fighting. They probably wanted to have the young lady to themselves. Exactly. The young lord just got lucky and survived. Now he's pretending like he did something. First, Scoven was spreading lies, and now the young lady is too. I bet the Grand Duke is behind it, threatening them. Elena, who had already been through a harrowing ordeal, grew even more disheartened by these rumors. No one believed her words. Instead, Elena was crowned as one of the two great liars of the territory alongside Scoven. Regarding Frank, Ghislain had strictly forbidden her from speaking a word so she couldn't say anything. While Elena was feeling dejected, Ghislain heard the rumors and merely laughed. If I say I've even taken care of Frank, they'll believe me even less. Not that I plan to reveal it, especially with Gilmore still around. Still, after a few days, Elena regained her composure thanks to the concern and comfort from those around her. Ghislain felt relieved to see her return to her bright self, but he also pondered how to prepare for the future. I stopped the first move. But when they realize their plan failed, they'll act again. In his previous life, the Ferdium territory continued to be embroiled in various conflicts until it was ultimately destroyed. The Delphine Duchy weakened the other territories like that and then overthrew and seized control of the kingdom. Although he still didn't know why they were targeting Ferdium, he had to be ready. I have so much to prepare. Training time, money, troops, my people, and a luxury carriage with smooth handling and premium liquor. No, that's not right. He couldn't stop all the plots and attacks by himself. He needed to build his power and establish a solid foundation quickly. Money. In the end, I need money. Without it, I can't do anything. Damn it, whether in my past life or this one, money is always the problem. No matter how much he thought about it, money was immediately needed. With money, he could gather people, obtain what was necessary, and sustain it all. However, the Ferdium territory was one of the poorest in the kingdom, and even the little money they had wasn't within Ghislain's reach. There's nothing I can do right now, is there? No matter how much he thought about it, no clear solution came to mind. Even if he wanted to use his memories from his previous life to make money, he would first need some starting capital. And the current situation wasn't leisurely enough to allow him time to accumulate wealth slowly. I can't just go around begging for money. And persuasion isn't going to work, either. Should I go back to mercenary work? But that would take too long. Robbery or banditry would be the quickest, after all, wouldn't it? Ghislain crouched in a small garden, plucking petals one by one as he continued to mull over his predicament. But I can't really stoop to the level of banditry. Damn it, what should I do to raise the initial funds quickly? As Ghislain was deep in thought, someone approached him with a few knights in tow. Hey, cousin. I heard the rumors. It looks like you've come down with delusions now, too. Going around spouting such big lies, your guts are impressive, I'll give you that. I'm seriously touched. Ha ha ha. Hearing the man's boisterous laughter, Gislin's eyes widened. Chapter 10. Beat him, don't beat him, beat him, 1. Cain Rogues, a cousin 1 year younger than Gislin, was the heir to the Rogues County, located a little distance from Ferdium. He was pretty large and robust, which made the people of Rogues territory place high expectations on him. For Gislin, Cain was both his only friend at the time, and also the one who tormented him the most. Cain often visited Ferdium, but with the festival taking place, it was inevitable that this guy, who loved to play, would show up. Right. How could I forget about him? As he watched Cain's sly grin, old memories came flooding back. The two of them were troublemakers of the same sort, but their reputations were slightly different. Cain was arrogant and violent, but people didn't look down on him. He was always so confident and bold that some even praised him for his spirited nature. In contrast, Gislin was always treated as a petty and inferior kid. Because of him, I always got more flack. Cain often humiliated him, crushing his pride at every turn. Gislin endured too many shameful situations because of him. And that wasn't the end of it. Even when they hang out together, Cain always treats Gislin like his subordinate. Sending him on errands was a given, and whenever Cain got drunk and lost control, he'd swing his fists at the slightest displeasure. The more Gislin suffered such humiliation, the more his anger piled up, and he'd take it out by tormenting the people of the estate or causing accidents. Just thinking about it is embarrassing. Gislin let out a self-deprecating laugh as he rubbed his forehead. He couldn't go up against Cain back then, so he vented his anger elsewhere. Outside, he was too afraid to make a sound, but inside the estate, he'd bark orders and act tough, earning him nicknames like Room Tyrant or Room Swordmaster. Why was I like that? Crouching down, Gislin reminisced about those times, plucking petals off a flower one by one. Cain, watching him, frowned. What the hell? You didn't hear me? There's been talk that you've gone completely nuts, and it looks like they were right. Cain sneered. Gislin stood up, dusting off his pants, and gazed at him blankly. Cain, wearing a baffled expression, approached him and whispered, "Did you not prepare what I told you to? I came all the way here to have some fun, but you're acting weird today. Did you take something by yourself or what?" Preparation. At Cain's words, Gislin finally remembered and nodded. Right, every time Cain visited, he always ordered Gislin to prepare alcohol and women. It was supposed to be for them to have fun together, but what kind of friendship was that? To Cain, Gislin was just an easy target to exploit. Cain tapped Gislin's cheek and said, "Yeah, let's drink and have a blast for the first time in a while. After all, we really get along regarding that, right? This is what true friendship is all about." In other words, he intended to roam around and torment people. Cain was just as insolent as Gislin, and he caused a lot of trouble. Harassing the maids was a common occurrence, and he was also notorious for beating soldiers for no reason. Since the Count of Ferdium was almost always away on expeditions, Cain roamed freely through the Ferdium castle under the pretense of being a relative. Gislin, the heir to the territory, was practically his subordinate, so there was nothing to hold him back. When Gislin continued to stand there absent-mindedly, Cain yelled in frustration. What's wrong with you today? Why are you reacting so slowly? Hey, are you not going to answer? Did you suddenly lose your mind? Did you eat something bad? Hey! Gislin! Snap out of it! Cain growled, shoving his face right up to Gislin's nose. His escort knights hurriedly restrained him, whispering, "Young master, many eyes are watching. Please calm down a bit here. It would be better to speak with Lord Gislin in a quieter place." This was the Ferdium territory. It wouldn't be good if rumors spread about Cain tormenting people, so for now, they pretended to hold him back. There was always a more secluded place where he could vent his anger later. The knights didn't even bother to hide their real intentions. Experiencing such a ridiculous situation for the first time in a long while, Gislin rolled his eyes in confusion. What should I do? It wasn't worth it to crush a brat who picked a fight with him. Besides, it had been a while since he maintained some dignity as the king of mercenaries, so it felt somewhat beneath him to personally deal with a brat like this. It had been a long time since anyone dared to challenge him. And even if they did, his subordinates usually took care of it. I'll need to pick up a capable subordinate soon. Although it was embarrassing to respond to every little provocation, ignoring it would also hurt his dignity as the king of mercenaries. Finding someone is one thing, but... Ghislaine subtly glared at Cain. Should I beat him up? Or just leave him alone? After some deliberation, he decided to try his newly found amusement with flower petal fortune-telling. The results were always clear, so he occasionally relied on it. Ghislaine picked up a flower and began plucking its petals, predicting Cain's fate. Beat him, don't beat him, beat him, don't beat him. Beat him. Don't beat him. Seeing Ghislaine with a peculiar expression, plucking flower petals, Cain frowned. What the hell are you doing right now? Ha, you're lucky. What? Ghislaine threw the now bare flower stem behind him and continued, you rude bastard. Since you're a guest, I'll let you off this once. You should be thankful to the flower petals. What? Cain blinked in confusion before regaining his composure. People keep calling you crazy, so maybe you've actually lost it. You're just an idiot who takes out your anger on people weaker than you. Isn't that right? Cain's words became harsher by the second. Even the passing servants stopped to watch the spectacle. Despite their growing audience, Cain didn't stop hurling insults in his rising anger. Why aren't you lowering your gaze? You think you're actually strong now because you've been spreading lies about beating a knight. I couldn't believe it when I heard the rumors. I laughed for ages. Do you really think anyone's going to respect you for lying like that? Should I remind you of your place? Ghislaine suddenly realized just how much he had changed. In the past, I would have knocked him out the moment he called me an idiot. I must have really grown up after dying and coming back to life. Hey, what are you doing? Not answering? Do you want me to rip your mouth open? Stay calm. I'm an adult now. There's no need to fall for the provocations of some brat. Hey, you idiot! In that moment, Ghislaine's right hand shot out like lightning. Thwack! Ooh! Cain clutched his face, caught completely off guard by the sudden punch. Ghislaine looked down at his right hand in admiration. I only thought about hitting him, but my hand moved all on its own. Cain, still covering his face, screamed. You crazy bastard! Thwack! Ooh! Young master! As Cain staggered again, his escort knights rushed to his side in a panic. Meanwhile, Ghislaine looked at his left hand this time, wearing a look of admiration once again. Cain, now red in the face, took a step back and drew his sword. I'm going to kill you. You can't, young master. The escort knight quickly blocked Cain's path, whispering softly. There are too many eyes watching right now. Indeed, a crowd of servants, maids, and soldiers had gathered, murmuring as they watched the situation unfold. Cain scanned his surroundings, gritting his teeth in frustration. I'm the one who got hit in front of everyone, and you're telling me to just put up with it. Challenge him to a duel. That should work. Besides, he was the one who attacked first. The knight spoke with a meaningful expression. Cain hesitated for a moment before nodding. A duel? Yeah, that's better. If he humiliated Ghislaine publicly, that bundle of inferiority wouldn't be able to stand it. And on top of that, he might even get the chance to break a bone or two and cripple him for good. Cain immediately pulled off his glove and threw it at Ghislaine's face. Whoosh! Ghislaine dodged the glove easily, making Cain's face twist even further in anger as he shouted, a duel. There are rumors all over the castle that you lied about beating Jamal and Philip. You've tarnished the dignity of the nobility, and then you attack me for daring to question the truth. At Cain's sudden declaration, Ghislaine widened his eyes in surprise and pointed to himself with his finger. Duel? With me? Are you serious? Yeah. You're not going to chicken out now, are you? A lot of people are already watching. Wow. Ghislaine felt a strange emotion wash over him. A duel? He couldn't even remember the last time he'd been in one. Even Aiden, one of the top 7 on the continent, had chosen to fight cautiously during their last battle. The Continental 7 were like that, being so powerful that no one could guarantee a victory in a one-on-one fight. Yet here he was, getting a duel challenge from this child among children. Let's just go with the flow. Have I been overthinking everything because I suddenly returned? My head's been a mess trying to plan for the future. It's hard to adjust. It might have been the dissonance between his past life's memories and his current body's abilities. He needed time to get used to it but had been too impatient. What happens to that guy in the future again? The Rogues County had sided with Ferdium during the endless territorial wars and ended up falling alongside them. After that, Kane disappeared without a trace. In his past life, Ghislaine had gathered that much information and then lost interest. He was too great of a person to let bad memories from his youth traumatize him. Still, though Kane was hopeless, Count Rogues had at least been loyal. Fine. For Count Rogue's sake, I'll give his son a little lesson this time. After all, you only grow when you get properly taught at the right age. I went through a lot because I was just as immature back then. Having made up his mind, Ghislaine threw his glove at Kane's face. Kane scoffed and tried to dodge it, but the glove changed its trajectory mid-air and hit him squarely in the face. Who? The crowd around them stifled their laughter. You? You bastard! Kane's face flushed red with anger. Just as he was about to burst into a fit of rage, Ghislaine spoke calmly. Fine, I accept your duel. I was going to let this go since I've been wrapped up in all sorts of financial planning lately, but... Oh, wait. Ghislaine's face lit up as he suddenly remembered something he had forgotten. Hey, pay me back the money you owe me. What? When did I borrow money from you? You've been borrowing little by little from me, haven't you? Kane used to extort money from Ghislaine whenever he could. Even the small allowance Ghislaine had received as the heir of a poor territory was taken by Kane. If you add it all up, it should come to 1,000 gold. Kane was shocked and shouted at the outrageous sum. 1,000 gold. I didn't even take 100 gold from you. Oh, did you? Well, either way, you borrowed money from me, right? If you add interest, it comes to 1,000 gold. Pay up. I'm in need of some cash right now. In truth, even 1,000 gold wasn't enough for the things Ghislaine had planned. He needed at least 10,000 gold to handle just part of it. But since there was no way Kane had that kind of money, Ghislaine decided to settle for 1,000 gold. It's a small amount, but money can grow. The important thing is to get started. Completely unaware of Ghislaine's thoughts, Kane looked at him in disbelief and shouted. You crazy bastard! What the hell are you talking about? What does your need for money have to do with me? Besides, that wasn't even a loan, that was money you gave me to thank me for being your friend. Don't you know about friendship fees, huh? Seriously, did people need to start paying to make friends these days? Friendship fees? What kind of nonsense is that? I was just being a sucker. Ghislaine shook his head. Now that he thought about it, the memory was clear. He hadn't wanted to give the money, but Kane had forced it out of him with his fists. People who take by force always say things like that. Well, whether you want to pay or not, once this duel is over, you'll have to cough it up. Ghislaine raised his fist and grinned. After a few punches, even money you didn't have tends to show up. Chapter 11. Beat him, don't beat him, beat him, too. Kane gritted his teeth and growled at the provocative remark. This bastard really has lost it now, hasn't he? You better get ready to lick my boots while crying. The two moved toward the training grounds. News of the duel spread quickly, and people began to flock to the area. The rumor that the ill-tempered Grand Duke was about to get beaten was too good of a spectacle to miss. Even some knights who were off duty showed up. Among them, Ghislaine noticed one drunk knight and smiled as if he were happy to see him. Oh, Scoven's here too. The knight, stumbling around with a red nose, was Scoven. He had boasted to everyone about how Ghislaine had performed during the subjugation, but no one believed him. Instead, he was criticized, with people accusing him of giving all the credit to Ghislaine just to curry favor with the heir to the estate. Before long, he had become known as a sycophantic knight, someone who had flattered the Grand Duke from an early age. The titles that followed him were Lying Knight and the Knight who abandoned honor. From that point on, Scoven lived in a drunken stupor. No one believed him, and he lost his knight's honor. With no purpose left, he had no choice but to drown himself in alcohol. Ghislaine, fully aware of the rumors, felt a twinge of pity. Those disgraceful titles will disappear soon enough. Hang in there, Scoven. Just endure. Ghislaine and Kane didn't start the duel immediately, they waited for enough people to gather. It was customary to allow onlookers time to assemble when a duel was about to take place. In Ferdium, where entertainment was scarce, these duels were events not to be missed. Once a sufficient crowd had gathered, a knight stepped forward and spoke. "All right, it looks like enough people are here. Let's begin." The crowd began placing bets on who they thought would win. The problem was everyone bet on Cain. "This isn't going to work, the bet can't stand like this." "Well, the outcome's obvious, so there's no helping it. How about changing the terms of the bet? Let's wager on how long the Grand Duke will last instead." Hearing this commotion, Cain smirked arrogantly. From how people reacted, it was clear who the favorite was. "In that case, let's change the rules. The standard is..." Wait. Just as the knight was about to alter the rules, a slurred voice interrupted. "Scoven?" Scoven, looking disinterested, didn't even bother to respond as he set down his bottle. Then, he rummaged through his belongings, pulled out a pouch filled with money, and tossed it forward. Thud! The knight caught the heavy pouch and, with a strange smile, asked mockingly, "What's this? Why so much? You're not serious, are you?" Scoven, his eyes bloodshot and teeth clenched, growled, "I'm betting everything I have on the Grand Duke. If you're scared, you might as well just die." The knight's face brightened at Scoven's words. "Good. Yeah, this is how the bet should go. But the amount feels a little lacking. No matter how much Scoven scraped together his entire fortune, how much could a knight from a poor territory really earn from his salary? Besides, he had been spending most of that on alcohol lately, so it wasn't as though he had much money to spare. "Hey, does anyone else want to bet on the Grand Duke?" Since the rest of the people had all bet on Cain, even if they won, they would have to split Scoven's money among several people. Though the amount Scoven had bet wasn't insignificant compared to the others, it still felt a bit lacking when it came to splitting it among everyone. It's a shame, but I guess we'll proceed like this. Then, at that moment, the door to the training grounds opened, and Elena entered, walking in with her maids. She wore a proud expression as she stood before the knight and gracefully placed a pouch of money on the table. "I'll place a bet, too." The knight cringed slightly at the sight of Elena, whose eyes were dark with shadows under them, before asking for confirmation. "Who exactly are you betting on?" "On my mother's son." "Understood." The knight, delighted, collected the money. Due to the poverty of the Ferdium family, Elena hadn't been receiving much for her living expenses either. Still, she was a noble, so when her money was added to Scoven's, it became an amount that everyone was satisfied with. Elena sat in the chair her maids had prepared for her and suddenly met Scoven's gaze. It was a sense of shared pain. The two could understand each other's suffering. Like Scoven, Elena was also treated as a liar trying to support Ghislain. It was frustrating that no one believed her, and lately, she hadn't been able to sleep properly. "My lady, this is so unfair. I feel like I'm going crazy from how unfair it is, too." The duel finally began as the two exchanged glances, silently conversing with their eyes. Ghislain swung his sword through the air a few times before pointing it at Cain. "Come on." "What? You said you wanted to fight, right? Come at me." "No matter what, it's cowardly for a master to attack a novice first." "You bastard!" Cain raised his sword and charged at him with a wild rush. Being at least a head taller and much bulkier than Ghislain, the scene of their duel looked like a bullfight. Clang! The two swords collided with a loud crash. Cain glared at Ghislain as if he wanted to kill him, gathering all his strength. "I'll turn him into a cripple." How dare Ghislain suddenly challenge him? Cain couldn't forgive him. Just as the rumors said, this bastard must have gone completely insane. The best medicine for a madman is a beating. Cain truly believed that. Up until now, he had never seen anyone who didn't listen after being beaten. The problem was that Ghislain thought the exact same way. Is there something that can't be solved with strength? Then maybe you just don't have enough strength. As their swords clashed, Ghislain was evaluating Cain. As expected, his strength isn't bad at all. With his build, he probably has decent endurance, too. Looks like I won't have to worry about what happens next, so that I can beat him up a bit. He's good at cursing and probably would have made a great bandit. A bit of a shame. His size and strength far surpass those of his peers, likely thanks to being well-fed and well-rested. Most formal knights wouldn't stand a chance against Cain alone in terms of raw strength. Now, let's see how his swordsmanship holds up. Clang! Clang! The two swords collided rapidly without pause. People were astonished as they watched Ghislain handle his sword with ease. Even Cain, who was facing him directly, couldn't believe what was happening. What the hell? When did his skills improve this much? Ghislain struggled to block even a single strike the last time they sparred. Cain had expected the same outcome today, but the reality was different. Ghislain was now easily blocking or dodging every one of his attacks. While Cain groaned and swung his sword furiously, the spectators couldn't help but marvel at Ghislain's impressive performance. The Grand Duke's skills have improved a lot. Could it be that Lord Cain is weaker? They both look pretty flashy to me. Usually, it's the ones without skills who fight more dramatically. Hearing the crowd whispering, Cain's face turned red with embarrassment. He had intended to crush Ghislain in one blow but hadn't landed a single hit. Damn it! Why can't I hit him? As Cain grew increasingly frustrated, Ghislain smiled and lightly stepped back. Shall I make this a bit more interesting? What? Everyone around them turned their curious eyes toward Ghislain. Click! Ghislain calmly sheathed his sword and, shaking both hands, spoke casually. I'll fight barehanded. The level difference is so obvious that I must give you a handicap to make this fun. And besides, feeling the impact when I hit with my bare hands is more satisfying. Cain's face flushed with anger at the sudden provocation. You bastard! Ghislain paid no attention to him and instead raised both hands toward the crowd, urging them to cheer. Ha ha ha! This is fun! Wow! The Grand Duke has improved so much. Just win, somebody. Duel between knights or nobles usually had a certain level of dignity and solemnity. That had its own charm, but it was undeniable that what Ghislain was doing now, with his showmanship, was much more entertaining for the audience. Ghislain, looking around at everyone, threw out another bold statement. If I win, I'll buy everyone here drinks and meat. Wow! That's awesome. Go, Grand Duke! As expected of the heir of Ferdium. He didn't have money, but he promised anyway. This was how Ghislain, who had lived as a mercenary, operated. Mercenaries' duels usually played out this way. They showed off their skills, attracted attention to themselves, and skillfully manipulated the atmosphere to their advantage. To the nobles, Ghislain's behavior seemed vulgar beyond belief, but for the spectators, that only made it all the more entertaining. As the crowd cheered, Cain clenched his teeth and looked around. You crazy bastard! How dare you pull this kind of stunt in a sacred duel? In an instant, the atmosphere had turned chaotic, like a bustling marketplace. It felt like Cain had become nothing more than a gladiator slave put on display for the audience's amusement. As Cain stood there flustered, Ghislain clicked his tongue and spoke. At the end of the day, it's just a fight. Sacred? What's so sacred about it? Did the temple sponsor you or something? Why are you suddenly spouting nonsense that doesn't suit you? Don't you have any pride as a noble, you bastard? Nope, none at all. Are you just going to keep talking? If you're too scared, I can fight you with just one finger. Ghislain wiggled his finger tauntingly, and the people around them burst out laughing. Rather than viewing it as a noble duel, the crowd found it more relatable, like a brawl between common street thugs. Waha! The Grand Duke's personality seems different now. Still, this is way more fun to watch. For a brief moment, the image of the pitiful Ghislain from the past disappeared from their minds. Instead, they began to anticipate what else he might show them next. Amidst the loud cheers from the crowd and Ghislain's provocations, Cain lost his temper and shouted furiously. You bastard! I'll kill you! Ah, you're still just talking. I told you not to. Swoosh! Ghislain suddenly dashed toward Cain and swung his palm toward Cain's head. Thwack! Gah! Cain let out a painful groan, unable to retaliate against the surprise attack. Even though it was just a slap, his skull throbbed as if it had been shaken to its core. Grabbing his head, Cain staggered backward, bellowing like a bull before charging at Ghislain again. You arrogant bastard! But Ghislain dodged the attack effortlessly and immediately began beating Cain's body. Thwack! Ooh! You bastard! Thwack! You damn, Thwack! How dare you, cuke! Thwack! Wait. Thwack! Cain couldn't even attempt a counterattack, nor could he properly curse, as he continued to take blows. The onlookers watched with awe in their eyes. The Grand Duke's movements. Wow, that's amazing. Has he always been this skilled? Gislin's movements were sometimes graceful, sometimes beautiful, and at other times, fierce. Even the knights who had been watching were left in shock at his dazzling display of skill. Every movement Gislin made was filled with masterful technique, a level that was impossible for someone of the Grand Duke's age to achieve. Even when comparing himself to Gislin, it was hard to say he was superior confidently. Wow! The Grand Duke is the best! He's so cool! The spectators couldn't help but cheer as they watched. The more dazzling Gislin's punches became, the more the audience felt exhilaration, as if their frustrations were being blown away. On top of that, seeing Cain get beaten up was its own source of pleasure. After all, no one liked him, since he often came by just to harass people. Now, I suppose it's time to really begin. Feeling that the atmosphere had shifted entirely in his favor, Gislin decided to deliver the final blow. He looked at Cain, swollen all over and on the verge of tears, and smiled wickedly. Hey! Bite down tight. If you don't, you might end up biting off your own tongue. Boom! The moment Gislin's fist slammed into Cain's stomach, it sounded like a thunderclap had struck. The spectators were so shocked that they instinctively stepped back. Boom! 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 Cain flew across the training ground incredibly fast, crashing hard into the wall. When his body finally slumped to the ground, cracks that hadn't been there before appeared on the wall behind him. That was the result of just one punch. The knights who saw the scene wore expressions of disbelief. How is that even possible? I didn't sense any mana, though. In truth, Gislin had quickly infused his fist with mana and swiftly withdrew it. However, to those watching, it looked as though Gislin had demonstrated immense power without using any mana at all. Only a master could manipulate mana with such precision. Woo! It's over. The Grand Duke won. I can't believe it. The Grand Duke actually won the duel. The crowd cheered, but for Gislin, it wasn't over yet. If he had a heart kind enough to end things here, he wouldn't have survived the rough world of mercenaries in the first place. But he's still not dead. He hasn't even surrendered. Guess I'll have to keep going. Gislin approached the fallen Cain. Cain, barely clinging to consciousness, weakly opened his mouth. Stop. I, sir. HM? What was that? I can't hear you. Sir. I still can't hear you. Just as Cain was about to declare his surrender, Gislin's fist struck him right in the philtrum. Thwack! Chapter 12, To Beat, or Not to Beat, Beat 3. Keek! Cain clutched his mouth and rolled on the ground. What the hell? Why is he so good at fighting? Was he always this good? No, that can't be it. If he was, there's no way I would have been beating him up all this time. What the hell happened? His thoughts were abruptly cut off as Gislin began an unrelenting assault. Thud! Thud! With each punch, the atmosphere around them slowly shifted. At first, the onlookers had been impressed by Gislin's flashy movements. But now, more and more people began to worry about Cain, as the beating had become too brutal. Isn't he going to die at this rate? Shouldn't someone stop him? The spectators murmured in shock. Keek! Please, stop. Cain barely managed to open his mouth in between the endless blows, but Gislin didn't stop. Once he started, he never finished things halfway. He didn't forgive those who bared their teeth at him so easily. It was a principle he had upheld since his days as the king of mercenaries. Your lordship, please stop. Unable to watch any longer, Cain's bodyguard rushed forward and blocked Gislin's path. Clang! In that instant, Gislin's sword was at the bodyguard's throat before anyone noticed he had drawn it. Gislin smiled menacingly. How dare you interrupt a sacred duel? Are you going to face me instead of your master? If Cain had been winning, the bodyguard would have said the same thing and left Gislin alone. A duel is always sacred, but only when you're the one winning. The bodyguard swallowed nervously and spoke up. The match is already decided. Please, stop your hand. Indeed, Cain was writhing on the ground like a worm. Ghislaine glanced down at him and clicked his tongue. Can't even endure this much. Kids these days are so damn weak. Well, I suppose I'll end it here. Then, turning coldly to the bodyguard, he added, when will you repay the money you borrowed from me? Lord, I don't have that much money on me right now. I need to return to the estate. And when, exactly? I'll report back and send it by the end of this month. In reality, the amount Cain had extorted from Ghislaine didn't even total 100 gold. He would have taken more, but Ghislaine hadn't had enough money on him for that. Now, all of a sudden, Ghislaine was demanding 1,000 gold, claiming it was interest or something. The bodyguard felt wronged, but he had no choice but to accept. If he had argued here, that madman might have really killed Cain. But Ghislaine's demands didn't end there. Oh, and make sure to treat everyone here to drinks and meat. You've at least got enough for that, right? Don't deduct it from the 1,000 gold. That's the debt, which is the price for losing the duel. How is that fair? You said if you win, you'll pay. Why do we have to pay? With a face full of complaints, the bodyguard clamped his mouth shut, and Ghislaine mocked him. What's wrong? Aren't you going to answer? Don't like it? Or are you just being stingy? After all the trouble you've caused my estate's people, shouldn't you at least treat them out of guilt? Hearing these words, as if spoken by some champion of justice, coming from someone who had tormented those same people, only made the bodyguard more infuriated. But with no choice in the matter, he eventually nodded. Understood. You've acknowledged your loss, so take responsibility and finish it properly. Ghislaine sheathed his sword and grabbed the scruff of Cain, who was still sprawled on the ground. Cain, unaware that the duel had ended, muttered in a dazed state. Spare me. Ghislaine let out a chuckle and said, I'm not going to kill you. Why would I? You can't even die if you want to until you pay back my money. Got it? Why you, devil? Devil? Hardly. You should be thankful I'm letting you off this easily. Consider this an educational lesson. Hey, take him out of here and get him treated. The bodyguard swiftly hoisted Cain onto his back and quickly exited the training ground. The crowd, having held their breath in tension, started cheering and clapping one by one once Cain was gone. They admired the Grand Duke for his impressive duel and felt great seeing the loathsome Cain get crushed. Wow! The Grand Duke is amazing. I had no idea he was this strong. Drinks and meat. Time to celebrate. As the excitement filled the air, the knights exchanged stern glances with Scoven. It was real, wasn't it? Scoven, you? Scoven grinned smugly as he downed the remaining liquor in his cup. Sitting beside him, Elena raised her chin in satisfaction, expressing relief. Woo! Even as Ghislaine returned to the castle, the crowd continued to cheer. Smiling as though he had no choice, Ghislaine waved to the people, and his eyes met Scoven's. Scoven smiled back and slowly lifted his bottle. Ghislaine grinned and gave him a thumbs up in return. See, didn't I tell you? Elena whispered to her maid next to her and hurriedly followed Ghislaine into the castle. Brother! Brother, wait! She quickly ran over and linked arms with him. Since the incident on the festival day, Elena has become much more comfortable around Ghislaine. Brother, what are you planning to do with all that money you won from the duel? Elena looked up at Ghislaine with wide, expectant eyes. Her previous gloom had lifted, and she seemed brighter now. Given how poor their estate was, Elena hardly had any fancy clothes or accessories compared to other girls her age. At balls or banquets, she often shook her head in envy when she saw the young ladies from other estates adorned with beautiful outfits. But now, with the prospect of Ghislaine having a lot of money, it was only natural that she felt a spark of hope. I have plans for it, Ghislaine replied with a light laugh, trying to pull his arm away, but she wouldn't let go. Hey, are you working out or something? How are you this strong? Oh, stop changing the subject. Let me guess, you're planning to buy a present for Amelia, right? You've always tried so hard to impress her? What? Your fiancée? Her birthday is coming up soon, right? Aren't you planning to buy her a gift? Something like an incredibly expensive jewel. Since you're already buying one, can't you get me one too? Ghislaine felt as though he had been struck hard on the head. Amelia was the young lady of the Count of Rapold's family. Although it was established by law that the Northern Lords had to support Ferdium in exchange for its defense of the borders, Raypold had been providing support beyond what was required. The engagement between Amelia and Ghislaine had also been arranged to signify the alliance between their two families. In his previous life, after Ghislaine ran away, the engagement had naturally been called off. Considering Raypold's dissatisfaction with Ghislaine throughout the engagement, they must have been thrilled when it was broken. That's right. There was that option. Ghislaine's face brightened, and he nodded repeatedly. He needed a considerable amount of money to start the business he had in mind right away. He had been troubled by how to raise the funds, but hearing Amelia's name sparked an idea. If you don't have a way to earn money, just get it from someone who does. It was the kind of idea a bandit might have, but since Amelia was the target, it didn't matter. I should squeeze that traitor for all she's worth. Before attacking the kingdom, Ghislaine thoroughly investigated the reasons behind his family's downfall while he was the king of mercenaries. Although much of the information had been erased or distorted over time, he had grasped the broad strokes. Among the records was information about Raypold. They tormented our territory with money. While other regions aggressively harassed Ferdium, the Raypold estate suddenly stopped its financial support, causing trouble. Ferdium had tried to overcome the crisis, but Raypold always worked the hardest to obstruct them. And it was all under Amelia's orders. Amelia would later stage a rebellion and claim the position of Count of Raypold for herself. When Ghislaine uncovered the truth, he had completely razed Raypold's territory, but he failed to capture the mastermind, Amelia. After that, throughout the entire year-long war, she had relentlessly tormented him. Even when he tried to capture and kill her, she was so cunning that she constantly eluded him, driving him to no end of frustration. I was planning to wipe her out anyway. Up until now, his plan had been simply to prepare for an attack and crush his enemies, but it seemed like a change of strategy was in order. Officially, Raypold's estate wasn't yet an enemy, and he had no justification to attack. In that case, it would have been better for him to take everything he could from them before they became complete enemies. Elena. What? Elena's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Ghislaine tousled her hair, smiling. I guess I should give her a gift, at least. Since Elena had finally started feeling better after being gloomy for so long, he thought lifting her spirits would be a good idea. He was also thankful for the reminder about Amelia, whom he had almost forgotten. Pick out the clothes and accessories you want. Really? How much can I spend? 5 gold. If you don't want to, just forget it. No. No. Okay, I got it. Thank you, Oppa. Elena quickly changed her expression and acted cute, fearing that he might change his mind. Ghislaine gave a bitter smile as he sent Elena back to her room. Before the thought that had just surfaced could fade, he hurriedly went to find Belinda. Belinda, when is father coming back? The Lord? If you think about it, once he received news from the young lady, he would have started preparing to withdraw the troops. It'll probably take about a week. That's enough time. I can go and come back. Go where? To Raypold's estate. Belinda flashed a mischievous smile. Now that you mention it, Miss Amelia's birthday is coming soon. There's bound to be a banquet, so are you going there already? Well, that's not exactly the reason, but I do plan to meet Amelia. I have other business to take care of as well. Oh my, you really like Miss Amelia, don't you? How romantic. Ghislaine shook his head. He felt that he'd just be teased further if he said any more. Anyway, I'm going. Just so you know. Belinda looked puzzled as she watched Ghislaine prepare to leave the castle immediately. Why are you in such a hurry? I'm pressed for time. I need to go and come back before father returns. There's something I need to discuss with him. He gave a vague excuse as he stepped out of the room, but Belinda quickly grabbed him. So, who are you going with? Don't tell me you're going alone. Of course. If I ride hard without stopping, I'll get there quickly. It's fine to go alone. You can't do that. Do you know how dangerous the world is right now? Why would you travel alone? It's all right. I can protect myself well enough. Still, no. I'll go with you. You, Belinda. Yes. You're heading to Count Raypold's estate, so at least keep up appearances. I'll also prepare a few guards. All right. Belinda had a point about maintaining appearances. In his past life, he had been so strong that he could travel alone without a problem, but now, he was significantly weaker than he had been back then. There was no need to refuse guards when they were available. That's right. I'm not the me of my past life. Ghislaine silently clicked his tongue at the thought that he almost recklessly went into enemy territory alone without thinking. It seemed like he would need some time to adjust to the gap between his past and present self. After waiting for a bit, Belinda reappeared, dressed in a black robe. Seeing her in different attire was refreshing, given that she usually wore the same practical clothing. Let's go. Dressed like that, you look like a different person. I'm still wearing the same thing underneath. Belinda dramatically opened her robe. Underneath, her usual outfit remained unchanged, but the inside of her robe was lined with numerous daggers. Seeing this, Ghislaine shook his head. Forget the guards, isn't Belinda alone more than enough? Belinda, his tutor and headmaid, had an identity that remained shrouded in mystery. When Belinda first entered Ferdium, some knights had tried to mess with her. They thought she was just an easy target, a young maid from outside. However, after whatever had happened back then, those knights began avoiding Belinda from the very next day. Rumors spread throughout the castle that Belinda was actually skilled enough to take down knights. Since then, no one dared to treat her carelessly. I didn't realize it before. Although he had heard stories in his past life, Ghislaine hadn't believed them then. Now, however, he could sense that she was more than capable of handling most knights. No one knew why someone with such skills lived as a maid in a remote estate. The only known fact was that she had accompanied Ghislaine's late mother as a maid when she married into the Ferdium family. Fasten it properly. We'll be riding hard, so you need to be careful. Ghislaine tightened Belinda's robe for her. A small smile appeared on her lips. Seeing the once irritable Ghislaine act differently made her feel proud. Who would have thought our young master would suddenly mature like this? It must have been just a phase. He still acts strange sometimes, but it's better than before. Ghislaine hadn't just changed his attitude and speech, his skills had improved to the point where he could even defeat Cain. As someone who had watched over him since childhood, Belinda couldn't be more pleased. He was probably grumpy because of all that secret training. It's all thanks to my excellent teaching. In reality, all Ghislaine had learned from her were strange tricks and bizarre facts, but Belinda didn't see that as a problem. Despite holding the title of a tutor, Belinda wasn't exceptionally skilled at teaching. Her way of thinking was somewhat unconventional. In truth, what Belinda had been doing all this time was more akin to the duties of a nanny than a tutor. Let's go if you're ready. Should we call Sir Fergus as well? He is your personal guard, after all. No need. If we ride too fast, the old man's heart won't be able to take it. Just the other day, he suddenly collapsed while talking to me. Understood. Let's depart, then. Ghislaine, Belinda, and 4 knights tasked with their protection quickly left the castle. Chapter 13, I'm not asking to borrow it, 1. On the way to Rapold, Belinda asked. But are you really not buying a gift? You're just going like this. Well, I guess I'll buy a flower or something. It's been a while since you last saw her. Will that really be enough? I don't think she'll like it much. I don't care. I have no intention of trying to impress her. Ghislaine was being sincere. In his previous life, when he knew nothing, he had always fretted over trying to impress the beautiful Amelia. But now, he had no desire to appear appealing to a woman who was bound to become his enemy in the future, nor did he wish to maintain their engagement. This time, I'll make sure she doesn't waste all that money. No matter how strong a military force was, it would amount to nothing without financial independence. War consumed an enormous amount of money and resources. Without the funds to sustain an army, it was as if there was no army at all. Hadn't he painfully learned this when he faced the kingdom's relentless waves of supplies in his past life? They couldn't afford to feed and equip the soldiers properly, and it was impossible to do so in such a situation, no matter what they wanted to do. I need to move faster. Although returning to the past was fortunate, the current situation was not ideal. At this point in time, the Delphine Duchy had already extended its influence over most of the territories and was just beginning to reach out toward the north. The assassination of Elena was part of that plan. Ghislaine suppressed the growing sense of urgency within him. Amelia, if you don't want to be humiliated, you'd better prepare to hand over a hefty sum. The horse carrying him continued to race towards the Rapold estate without rest. As Ghislain imagined how much he could extort from Amelia, the anxiety that had weighed heavily on his heart lightened just a little. The group arrived safely at Rapold Castle. Besides being covered in dust from riding for several days, there were no significant issues. As Ghislain headed straight for the castle's main gate, Belinda stopped him. "Are you really going in without washing? You're covered in dust and look filthy. Lady Amelia will hate it. I told you, I don't need to impress her." "Hey, what's with this sudden change?" Belinda looked at Ghislain's back in bewilderment. Just a few months ago, Ghislain would turn red at mentioning Amelia's name. It was hard to believe this was the same person. "Are you going for a bad guy look or something? Right now, you just look dirty." "Enough. Well, since it's been a while, I guess I should at least buy a gift for the visit." Ghislain headed for Rapold Castle carrying only a bouquet of flowers he had picked up from the marketplace. "Stop right there. What's your business?" The guards, with relaxed expressions, blocked Ghislain's path. With few attendants and covered in dust, they hadn't recognized him as a noble. Belinda immediately stepped forward. Her usual playful demeanor vanished, replaced with a solemn and dignified attitude. "This is young Lord Ghislain, the young lord of the Ferdium estate. He has come to see his fiancée, Lady Amelia. Please convey this message to her." It was customary for nobles not to step forward when they had attendants. Ghislain simply watched as Belinda handled the situation. "Why young Lord G. Ghislain?" The guards exchanged uneasy glances. They had also heard the rumors about Amelia's worthless fiancé. As they hesitated, Belinda frowned. "What are you doing? Hurry up and go inform them." "Ah, yes, understood." One of the guards turned and entered the castle, muttering curses under his breath. It wasn't long before the guard returned, wearing a troubled expression. The lady isn't feeling well at the moment, so she sends her apologies, but she requests that you return for now." Before he could finish, Belinda's eyes flared as she stormed up to the guard. "The young lord himself has come here, and she won't even meet with him? She won't even provide accommodations and is asking us to leave? Does she think the Ferdium estate is a joke?" The guard stammered. Honestly, they did think little of Ferdium, but he couldn't say that out loud. "It's not that. It's just that the lady—" "Hey!" As Belinda unleashed her formidable aura, the guard stepped back, his face going pale. What is this? She's dressed like a maid, but she feels like some kind of secret bodyguard or something." Overwhelmed by the pressure, the guard's body trembled. Only then did Ghislain step forward. "Enough, Belinda." "But, young master—" "It's fine. I'll handle it from here." After dismissing Belinda, Ghislain approached the guard and whispered quietly. "Tell them I have something to discuss regarding the Merchant Guild. If I leave now, who knows what I might say? I'm not exactly known for keeping my mouth shut." "Why yes, I understand." The guard hurriedly fled back inside the castle. A short while later, the same guard returned, bowing deeply to Ghislain. "The lady has requested that you be shown inside." The sudden change in their attitude made Belinda's eyes widen as she glanced at Ghislain, curious about what he had said to make them so compliant. Ghislain smirked and whispered to Belinda. "Seems she's fond of me. Ah, the curse of my irresistible charm. Oh my, where did this sudden confidence come from?" Belinda scolded Ghislain playfully, saying he was becoming cheekier by the day. Still, she preferred this to his old self, who always used to be angry. The group was guided to a lavish reception room. As they walked, Ghislain looked around, clearly impressed. "Wow, they're definitely rich. I'm glad I came. Looks like I'll be able to secure a lot of funding for development." Rapold Castle was beautifully adorned with expensive materials, completely unlike the rough and rugged Ferdium Castle. It clearly showed off the wealth of the estate. Belinda and the knights waited in the adjacent room while Ghislain was left alone to wait for Amelia. "She's late. Considering what I said, she must have a lot on her mind." Amelia took a considerable amount of time to appear. Even after Ghislain finished his tea, he continued to wait, eventually growing bored. Finally, the door to the reception room opened, and a woman entered. Bright brown hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders. Her slightly lowered eyes and raised chin gave off an impression of arrogance and coldness. This was Gislin's fiancée, Amelia Rapold. Nyang. A cat followed behind her, its tail raised high. It was a cat known as Bastet, with short grey fur that shimmered with a bluish tint and a sleek, graceful body. Much like its owner, the cat exuded an air of elegance and pride with every step and expression. "It's been a while, Amelia. Did you miss me?" "Oh, it's been a while since I've seen that cat too. What was its name again?" Gislin greeted her casually, but Amelia only raised an eyebrow, not bothering to reply. "Who does he think he is, calling my name like that? Miss him? This pathetic fool who does nothing but guard the frontier? Has he lost his mind?" When Amelia first heard that Gislin had arrived, she had scoffed and told the guards to send him away. There was no need to meet someone who had come unannounced, especially someone as disappointing as Gislin. She had absolutely no intention of seeing him. However, after hearing the single message Gislin had sent, she had no choice but to let him into the castle. What exactly does he know? The fact that Amelia was growing a merchant guild was a tightly guarded secret. It wasn't just a matter of starting a simple trading company. Unaware of Amelia's inner turmoil, Gislin flashed a bright smile and continued speaking. "Your birthday is coming up soon, right? Here's a gift." A flash of contempt crossed Amelia's face as he handed over a bouquet of flowers. Did he really bring me that as a gift? Does he dare offer something so pathetic to me, Amelia Rapold? In all her life, she had never received such a worthless present. No one had ever dared to offer her something so cheap. Although she wasn't usually the type to care about the value of gifts, the fact that Gislin presented it made it unbearable. Nyang. Even Bastet let out a displeased meow as if to express its shared disgust. With graceful steps, Amelia walked over and took the bouquet from Gislin's hands. "Thank you. It's a lovely bouquet. However, flowers like these wilt so quickly. There's no need for me to keep them." Amelia casually tossed the bouquet into a corner of the reception room. It was an act designed to humiliate the giver. For someone who valued their honor, especially a noble, such behavior would be considered unacceptable under normal circumstances. But Amelia had purposely thrown the bouquet in plain sight, hoping to provoke Gislin into an emotional response, to make him act rashly. However, instead of blushing or getting angry, Gislin merely shrugged, leaning back on the sofa without a care in the world. "Our estate doesn't have much money, so that I couldn't get you an expensive gift. But it's the thought that counts." "The thought?" With an unwavering expression, Gislin played innocent, and Amelia responded with a smirk on her lips. "Even if your estate is poor, that's not something to boast about, is it? Don't you feel ashamed? And if you want to express your feelings, the gift's value also matters. You can't express sincerity with garbage." Amelia spat out harsh words, aiming to provoke Gislin. It was something unimaginable for her, given her usual reserved nature, but right now, she had no other choice. If she wanted to gauge what he knew and how much he knew, she had to shake him up emotionally. However, Gislin, even after being insulted outright, replied with a calm expression. "Being poor isn't something to be ashamed of. Unless, of course, you're doing something dishonest. I once thought about forming a band of thieves but decided not to because it's too disgraceful." His words carried a deeper meaning. Amelia's face stiffened. His tone and behavior were as if he was boldly declaring that he knew something. He's different from before. He's never shown such strange confidence. What happened? Until recently, Gislin hadn't been able to hide his affection for her. Whenever he stood before her, he was always shy, unable to even speak first. But now, she couldn't sense any of those feelings from him. Instead of trying to impress her, it seemed like he didn't even care. The sudden change in Gislin's attitude made her more wary. "Well, fine. What's the reason you wanted to meet? I'd appreciate it if you got straight to the point. I like how direct you are. I need some money. I'm in a bit of a tough spot right now." Gislin winked and made a circle with his fingers. Amelia's face briefly froze at the unexpected request. Who in the world would ask for money so boldly and arrogantly? Is that why you came to see me? Asking your fiancé for money, do you have no pride, my lord?" Gislin smiled awkwardly and waved his hand. No, you misunderstood. I'm not asking to borrow money." "Then what?" Gislin leaned in slightly, bringing his face closer to Amelia's, and whispered. I'm asking you to just give it to me. Between us, you could do at least that much, right? You will, won't you? As she listened to Gislin's words, Amelia made a serious decision. She would break off the engagement with him today. Chapter 14, I'm not asking to borrow it, 2. Amelia was dumbfounded. Demanding money out of the blue, Gislin was the first person who had dared to make such a request of her. And our relationship? He had completely misunderstood his position. She didn't bother hiding her anger. You speak so freely, my lord. Then, I should be allowed to speak my mind as well. Rapold already provides more than enough support to that beggarly Ferdium. Beggarly? Isn't that a bit harsh? My father would be quite hurt if he heard you. Calling your future father-in-law a beggar, no less. If suddenly showing up and demanding money isn't begging, then what is? Or is this request also coming from Count Ferdium himself? At Amelia's words, Gislin crossed his legs and responded with a relaxed expression. If we don't keep the north under control, the kingdom will have quite a hard time, don't you think? We're doing a job that someone has to do, stepping up for the kingdom. You're simply supporting us in that effort. That's a deal, not begging, isn't it? What he said was logical. Someone had to keep the northern barbarians in check. That was why Ferdium had been fighting wars in the desolate borderlands for so long. Since Ferdium was fighting on behalf of others, it was only natural that the kingdom and other territories shared the costs of maintaining their military forces. However, Amelia simply gave him a mocking smile. So, my lord, are you the one fighting the barbarians? It's Count Ferdium who's holding the north, and my father is already more than generous in his support. She wasn't wrong. Rapold had already sent substantial financial aid to Ferdium. There was no reason for Gislin to demand more money under these circumstances. I'm not the one fighting them right now, but if you think about the future, it's not wrong for you to give me the money. What future? Amelia furrowed her brow in confusion, and Gislin responded with a faint smirk. There was no trace of humor in his eyes. In the future, I'll inherit Ferdium. When that happens, it would be natural for the future Countess of Rapold to support me, right? I'm just asking to receive it a bit early. Amelia's brow furrowed slightly. It was the kind of statement that, if overheard, could get someone killed. She couldn't tell if he was deliberately making such outrageous remarks or was simply a madman spouting nonsense. A cold silence hung between the two for a moment. Amelia took a small, deep breath and then broke the silence. My lord, no matter how much you say it in jest, you shouldn't make such comments. I am a woman and not the heir to Rapold. The idea of me becoming the Countess of Rapold, stop saying such ridiculous things. You're not interested in such a position. Whether I'm interested or not, it's impossible from the start. I'm someone who's destined to marry into Ferdium. Anyone who heard this would laugh. You're not going to marry me, are you? Amelia bit her lip, unable to find the right words to respond. Who would ever marry a scoundrel like you? If not for the promise made by the previous generation, someone like Gislin wouldn't have even dared to look her in the eye, let alone be engaged to her. Seeing Amelia's expression, Gislin smirked. I don't want to stay here for long, so I'll get straight to the point. Whether you care about becoming the Countess or not, I don't really care. I just want the money. There's no reason to give you money, and I don't even have that much to begin with. What makes you think I'd have that kind of money to give you? Is that so? That doesn't seem right. The Action Merchant Guild is thriving, isn't it? You've got plenty of money. Amelia's face immediately stiffened when the name Action came up. There was a flash of killing intent in her eyes as she glared at Gislin. But although she concealed her rage, inside, she was filled with confusion. How does he know? She had her suspicions, but now his words confirmed it. Gislin knew about her weaknesses and her ambitions. On the surface, Amelia had no visible connection to the Action Merchant Guild. The guild was currently under someone else's name, and she had gone to great lengths to maintain her distance from it. And yet, Gislin had explicitly brought up the Action Merchant Guild. How he had discovered the truth was beyond her understanding. Gislin, looking calm and relaxed, added, I'll keep it simple. Hand over 10,000 gold, and I won't spread any rumors. That's a pretty cheap price, don't you think? If you don't trust me, then trust the weight of the money. She had no choice but to hand over the money. If her secret were exposed, Amelia would lose everything, possibly even her life. She had fallen into an inescapable trap. Ghislaine knew this well, so he was pushing her shamelessly. She probably hasn't fully taken control of her family yet. This threat only works because it's now or never. Amelia Raypold. Known for her gentle, graceful demeanor and her exceptional intellect, she was hailed as a paragon of nobility. And yet, in the future, she would become infamous among other nobles as the Witch of the North, the most villainous of villains. In Ghislaine's previous life, she had imprisoned her father, Count Raypold, in a tower, murdered her half-siblings, and taken complete control of the family and its territory. Although she had received support from the Delphine Duchy, her most significant asset in claiming the Countess title was the Action Merchant Guild. Under the guise of providing security, Action had raised a massive private army, making it not just a merchant guild but a formidable organization with both financial and military power. She probably had other groups under her as well, but the Action Merchant Guild was definitely the largest. After becoming the Countess and expanding Action into a massive merchant guild, Amelia's ambitions turned toward Ferdium. But that was all in the future. For now, she's probably struggling just to keep her forces hidden. Count Raypold had many children. There wasn't much difference in age or capability between the children, so the competition to claim the successor's position was fierce. Her siblings wouldn't sit idly by if it became known that she was secretly building her own power base out of ambition. She ground her teeth and glared at Ghislaine. How could that worthless scoundrel? Does he know I've joined hands with the Delphine Duchy? But they weren't the only problem. Count Raypold was showing a hostile attitude toward the Delphine Duchy. If he found out that Amelia had allied with the Delphine Duchy and was receiving funds and military support for an uprising, the Count would also cut ties with his daughter. Even just the suspicion alone is enough to pose a threat right now. Of course, she didn't think Ghislaine had any clear evidence. But it would be dangerous if even a single person heard what Ghislaine had said and started to suspect her. In fact, the Delphine Duchy might even try to eliminate her to erase any evidence. She couldn't just leave such a threat unattended. Closing her eyes, she slowly opened her mouth. Young master. What? Have you changed your mind? Are you going to give me money? You've crossed too many lines, young master. Unfortunately, this is where we part ways. Already? But I haven't even received the money. Ignoring Ghislaine's words, Amelia spoke to the air. Deal with it. At that command, the wall with a large bookshelf flipped over, and a man holding a sword walked out. However, Ghislaine merely smirked without a hint of surprise. If I die here, a territorial war will break out. Can you handle that? You must have trusted Count Ferdium. Too bad he's not here. It'll be as if neither you nor your party ever came here. So cold. Well, I already knew you were that kind of woman. Ghislaine calmly stood and drew his sword as if he had expected this. But Amelia only scoffed. Ghislaine's lack of skill was well known in the area. Raising her chin, she elegantly gave the command. Finish it quickly. I don't even want to see him. Let's go, Bastet. Nyang. Without a second glance, she turned away. She also intended to go outside and give the order to kill the rest of Ghislaine's party. Clang! The sound of swords clashing rang out behind her. Ugh! And then a short scream echoed. Amelia's expression hardened, and she stopped in her tracks. She realized that the scream hadn't come from Ghislaine. When she turned back, an unbelievable sight lay before her. Blood from the fallen man seeped into the carpet. For a hidden trump card, don't you think he's a bit too weak? With all your money, you could have hired someone more competent. Next to the man, Ghislaine casually shook the blood off his sword, his expression relaxed. How could you? The dead man had been a skilled fighter who could easily subdue a rookie like Ghislaine. Yet there he lay, defeated by none other than Ghislaine. Amelia couldn't comprehend the situation unfolding before her eyes. Bang! My lady, what's happening? The two knights guarding the door burst in as if they were about to break it down. Who? Seeing Ghislaine standing over the corpse with a sword, they gasped and immediately drew their blades, surrounding him. Quickly assessing the situation, Amelia shouted at the top of her lungs. Kill him! Kill him immediately! You mean, the young master? Hurry! Kill him before anyone gets here! The knights hesitated, but they couldn't ignore her orders. They slowly approached Ghislaine, aware of the potential consequences of killing the heir of another territory. However, if they disobeyed Amelia, their lives were at risk right then and there. Just then, an unfamiliar voice rang out from behind them. "Hold on, knights. Move any closer, and the lady will be in danger." Before anyone had realized it, Belinda had appeared, a smug look on her face as she pressed a dagger to Amelia's throat. Behind her, the 4 knights who had accompanied her blocked the doorway. "A bit too intense for a lover's quarrel, wouldn't you say, young master? What's going on?" Belinda winked at Ghislaine as she spoke. He responded nonchalantly as if it were no big deal. "Oh, just a little disagreement. Women can be so hard to understand. Everyone goes through that when they're young. It's because neither side knows how to compromise. Still, I think we can finally have a proper conversation now, right, Amelia?" Ghislaine stepped toward Amelia, but the knights, fearing that Belinda might hurt her, didn't dare stop him and stood awkwardly in place. Looking at Amelia's eyes, filled with rage, Ghislaine couldn't help but laugh. "You see, if you'd just handed it over when I asked nicely, things wouldn't have come to this. It's just pocket change for you. Why make things so difficult? You? Well, things have escalated now, so I can't just let it go, can I?" Though he said this, Ghislaine had never really expected Amelia to comply easily. In fact, the way things had unfolded was precisely as he had anticipated, and he found it amusing. With a smile still on his lips, Ghislaine continued. "Let me break the bad news to you. The price just went up, now it's 20,000 gold, Amelia." Chapter 15, I'm not asking to borrow it. 3. Kaya. At that moment, Bastet released a sharp screech and leaped at Ghislaine. But he casually tilted his head to avoid it, and the cat ended up crashing to the floor. A pitiful, deflating sound escaped from it. Ghislaine nodded and laughed. "What a funny cat. You better keep an eye on it. I don't want to hurt animals." Bastet bristled and glared at Ghislaine, but it didn't attack again. Seeing the cat act just like its owner, Ghislaine couldn't help but chuckle. "Speaking of which, your head of security. Was his name Bernhoff? You two seem pretty close." Ghislaine recalled that after Amelia ascended to the position of Count Raypold, she married her bodyguard, Bernhoff. He had thrown out the comment based on what little he knew, but Amelia completely misunderstood. "No way. Is he jealous because I'm close to my bodyguard? How could there be such a pathetic fool?" It was true that she was particularly close to Bernhoff. After all, she had personally taken in that simple country bumpkin and raised him to where he was now. He was a talented and capable man, and she highly valued him. But their relationship was nothing like what Ghislaine was insinuating. As her thoughts continued, Amelia's face suddenly turned pale. What if this lunatic spreads ridiculous rumors? If word got out that she, who was engaged, had fallen in love with her bodyguard, it would bring eternal shame to her family. It's a ridiculous notion, but if it comes out of this guy's mouth, it'll be like throwing fuel onto a fire. Many people in her domain knew that Amelia cherished Bernhoff. Some even gossiped that she had picked up a pretty boy and made him head of her bodyguard unit. It was also an open secret that Bernhoff had feelings for her. With the current troubles caused by the Action Merchant Guild already giving her a headache, she didn't have the energy to handle another issue. Amelia remained silent for a while, swallowing dryly before finally opening her mouth. "And what about the guild? Have you been investigating me?" Perhaps Ghislaine liked her so much that he had snooped around, trying to dig up information. Then, when he found out she was closer to Bernhoff than he expected, he might have been trying to extort money out of her out of spite. If it's a guy with no honor like him, that's definitely possible. However, Ghislaine showed no signs of jealousy or any other emotion. "Well, I just know someone, that's all. I overheard it by chance." Ghislaine shrugged nonchalantly as if it were no big deal. One of the most basic strategies was feeding false information to an enemy to confuse them. Amelia would likely spend quite some time agonizing over how Ghislaine had discovered her secret. But no matter how much she investigated, she'd find nothing. After all, who could possibly imagine that a man who had lived in the future had died and then come back to life in the past? "So, what's it going to be? Are you giving me the money or not? I told you I'm in a hurry." Amelia ground her teeth and spoke. "You? Do you think you and Ferdian will be safe after this? I don't know where you picked up such rumors, but to make such ridiculous threats like this. But she couldn't finish her sentence. Her mouth closed on its own. Suddenly, an overwhelming, terrifying bloodlust began pouring out from Ghislaine, who had remained calm and composed until now. Say it again. Do I think our estate will be safe? The destruction of his family and estate had been a trauma that haunted Ghislaine his entire life. And Amelia was one of the main culprits. Hearing such a threat from someone like her made it impossible for him to contain his rage. The sudden change in Ghislaine's demeanor made even the surrounding knights, including Belinda, swallow nervously. Just facing Ghislaine head-on made Amelia feel as though her heart might stop. Threats aren't made with words, Amelia. Ever since he had left his family, Ghislaine had lived his life cutting down others on the battlefield. Among those he killed were not only renowned knights and high-ranking nobles but countless other influential figures as well. If he could build a castle with the corpses of those he had slain, surely there would be some like Amelia among them. The harsh words of Amelia, who hadn't even properly established her own power yet, were less significant than a cat's scratch to him. What do you think happened to all the bastards who've come at me so far? Except for that cat. All of them. Ghislaine paused mid-sentence. Since he had returned to the past, all those people were probably still alive and well. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ghislaine muttered softly. They're probably living healthy lives. For now. What? They were fairly strong opponents. Amelia, as well as the others in the room, looked at him with bewildered expressions. Avoiding their sharp gazes, Ghislaine lowered his eyes and shook his head before speaking again. Anyway, that's not important right now. What are you going to do? Ghislaine briefly considered mentioning the Delphine Duchy but decided against it. The situation was dangerous enough as it was, there was no need to invite even greater risk by bringing up those behind the scenes. Amelia closed her eyes. As absurd as it seemed, seeing Ghislaine's confident attitude made her think that he might know more than he was letting on. She could kill Ghislaine and his party right here if she wanted. However, if she tried to deal with him and those knights as well, the commotion would inevitably grow, and she would likely be the one who ended up under suspicion. I need to get them out of the castle first. Father and my brothers mustn't find out. Having made her decision, she opened her eyes and spat out her words as though chewing them. I'll give you 20,000 gold. Take it and leave immediately. Good. I knew you'd be decisive. Shut up. The annulment process will begin right away. Sure, handle it however you want. Ghislaine readily agreed. After all, with that much money in hand, what was an annulment? Amelia gazed at him for a moment before speaking in a subdued voice. You've changed a lot. You're one of the people who made me change. There was no way Amelia could ever know the true reason behind Ghislaine's transformation. Without waiting for a response, he turned away. Her voice, heavy with resentment, stopped him in his tracks. Do you really think anything will change just because someone like you has? Throwing yourself into danger over petty jealousy and money. You're still as foolish as ever. Think whatever you want. You'll regret what happened today. I'm looking forward to it. Amelia wasn't the type of woman to let something like this slide. She would likely try every scheme she could think of to silence Ghislaine in the future. Even so, it was a risk worth taking. With 20,000 gold, he would have just enough capital to start what he needed. Amelia, this time, I'll make sure to take your head. Don't think you can keep running like in our previous life. As Ghislaine left the audience room, his expression was just as cold and hard as Amelia's. The two, whose relationship had been bound by a formal engagement, had now crossed a river from which there would be no return. Even long after Ghislaine's group had left, Amelia couldn't calm her simmering anger. Ghislaine Ferdium! How dare he threaten me? To be threatened by such a man and even have money extorted from her. It was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation of her life. I have to silence him, no matter what. She bit her lip, her face twisted in frustration. The Duke of Delphine was a frightening man. If rumors about the secret pact they had made started to spread, he would undoubtedly cut ties without hesitation. There was no escaping it once she had decided to join forces with him. I can't afford to fall out of their favor until I've built enough power. The Delphine Duchy's scheme was already in motion. If they couldn't flip an estate from within, like Ferdium's, they would attack it from the outside. In regions like Rapol's estate, where there was potential, they would invest and take control. They were weakening the power of every estate that wasn't allied with them. Yes, I'll have to kill him. There was no hesitation, no guilt. In the noble society, it was common to kill even blood relatives if necessary. First, I'll kill him. Then, if I need an excuse, I'll come up with one afterward. She didn't care if suspicions arose about her being responsible for Gislin's death. Silencing him regarding the merchant guild was far more important. After all, the dead don't speak. Bernath. Bring Bernath to me, now. Having made her decision, Amelia shouted. Not long after, a tall, handsome man with thick blonde hair entered the room. Did you call for me? Bernath. Meow. Bernath flinched as he saw the furious Amelia and the glaring Bastet. He asked cautiously, what's going on? Kill Gislin. That bastard knows my secret. What? What do you mean by that? What exactly does he know? After hearing the full story, Bernath's expression turned serious. He contemplated for a moment before nodding. This isn't a good situation. But you don't need to worry too much. He's a pathetic man who lacks the ability to actually do anything. He probably just came here to extort money from you. But if that bastard runs his mouth carelessly, everything could fall apart. We have to be careful right now. He got his money, so he'll be quiet for a while. In fact, he might stay silent and come back later asking for more. In truth, Gislin had no intention of returning to her, but the two assumed he might come back to demand more money. Given that they saw him as a petty man who would go so far as to threaten his fiancée for money, it wasn't a stretch for them to think that way. They didn't even bother to wonder what Gislin might actually use the money for. They simply assumed he'd squander it on gambling or entertainment, or at best, use it to prop up his miserable estate a little. Gislin's long-standing reputation as a delinquent played a significant role in shaping their perceptions. Even though they had seen a change in him, prejudice didn't fade so easily. Amelia pulled out a map from the bookshelf and pointed to a location with her finger. Kill him here. We'll avoid prying eyes in this spot. Get the money back, too. The place Amelia pointed to was a valley surrounded by low mountains. It was the quickest route from Rapold Castle to Ferdium's estate. Since it was a narrow path, an ambush could easily handle Gislin's small party. However, Bernath shook his head. Everyone already knows that young Master Gislin was here. It could raise suspicions. What if we make it look like bandits or monsters attacked him? If it's discovered that we were involved, Count Ferdium's wrath will be upon us. There's nothing to gain from a conflict with Ferdium's estate, especially with the important matters ahead of us. As long as we don't get caught, it'll be fine. The insult he gave me is one thing, but we can't leave a potential threat like him alone. We can't use our knights. Then send mercenaries or assassins. We've invested in those guys for times like this. Use them. In the end, Bernath nodded in agreement. Amelia had a point. It was risky, but as long as they didn't leave evidence, there would be no real danger. Gislin was already an outcast within Ferdium's territory, so no one would pay much attention to him. Understood. I'll make sure they're fully prepared. Amelia looked at Bernath with cold eyes. Unlike that pathetic Gislin, Bernath was quite capable. If Bernath moved, taking care of someone like Gislin would be no trouble at all. Good. Make sure it's done quietly before any rumors spread. I'll handle it without issue. All right, go. I'll finish it quickly and return. Bernath frowned slightly, making sure Amelia couldn't see. Thanks to Gislin, it looked like things were going to be quite troublesome for a while. Sigh, why does that bastard have to stir up such a headache? All he wanted was to stay by Amelia's side, but the world seemed determined to make it difficult. At least with the annulment being pushed forward, that's a good thing for me, right? Bernath glanced longingly at Amelia as he left the room. He didn't care about Gislin or anything else, he just wanted to finish the task quickly and return to Amelia's side. Chapter 16, We Need a Variable, 1. Ferdium's side has failed. What? A man with a splendidly groomed mustache frowned upon hearing the report from his subordinate. His name was Harold Desmond, the lord of Count Desmond's territory and a man plotting the northern overthrow under the Delphine Duke. You were trying to pit them against Dygald's territory in a territorial war. And that failed. Yes, sir. Even after winning over their knights? Did the Knight Commander get in the way? Ferdium might have been a territory without wealth or notable figures, but at least Count Ferdium and their Knight Commander, Randolph, were respectable enough. At Harold's question, his lieutenant hesitated awkwardly before replying. The Knight Commander had left for a military campaign with Count Ferdium. But? The lieutenant glanced at Harold, gauging his mood before continuing. Rumor has it that 2 of the escort knights tried to kidnap the Count's daughter and got caught. They were killed by Ferdium's heir apparent. Frank has gone missing, and no one knows if he's alive or dead. Ferdium's heir apparent, that bratty troublemaker? He defeated trained knights? Could Frank have fallen to him, too? Ghislaine doesn't have that kind of skill. We're assuming the 2 escort knights fought each other to claim the Count's daughter, and it ended in mutual destruction. Harold remained silent momentarily before letting out a derisive chuckle as if the situation were utterly ridiculous. Is that what you're reporting to me? Assuming? Guessing? Are you saying you can't even figure out what's happening in that tiny territory? The more he spoke, the more Harold's body radiated an intimidating aura. I am sorry, sir. The site was completely burned down, so it's been difficult to get accurate information. Harold stared down at his trembling subordinate and spoke slowly. The Lord and the Knight Commander were both away on campaign. It's a territory with few knights or soldiers. We sent Frank there and even won over their escort knights. And yet, you couldn't manage to kill a single girl. His voice rose in frustration. And now you're telling me that the pathetic heir of Ferdium killed those knights. Since when did my lieutenant become so useless he can't even gather proper information? The lieutenant threw himself to the ground, groveling. I am sorry. Please, just give me one more chance, and I will surely succeed. You want another chance after failing at such a simple task? Harold scoffed. The odds that Ferdium's heir could be some unexpected variable, as suggested by those ridiculous rumors, were incredibly low. If that were the case, then it was likely the lieutenant was simply incompetent, or he had conducted the mission carelessly. Either way, Harold had no use for such subordinates. Jingle, jingle. Harold reached for the bell on his desk and rang it twice. 2 knights entered the room. Harold looked down at the now pale lieutenant with an expression devoid of any emotion. Take care of him. Please? Spare me. Just give me one more chance. Please? I beg you. Arth. The lieutenant screamed as he was dragged away, but Harold didn't pay any attention and shifted his gaze back to the documents on his desk. I'm already burdened with keeping an eye on Raypold, and now Ferdium is becoming an annoyance. Right now, Harold's greatest focus was on Amelia's rebellion plan. According to the information, Count Raypold had been quietly stockpiling food and increasing his forces. Before he grows stronger, Amelia needs to succeed. That didn't mean he could just leave Ferdium as it was. Suddenly, Harold furrowed his brow, feeling an odd sense of unease. Ghislaine Ferdium, it was particularly annoying because Ghislaine had been a figure he hadn't even cared about until now. He wouldn't have felt so disgusted if it had been anyone else's name. I'll have to send more people. After much deliberation, Harold decided to deploy more spies to the Ferdium estate. Young master, what on earth was that all about? Oh, just a lover's quarrel. Looks like Amelia loves me a bit too much. Damn, I'm so popular. Belinda glared at Ghislaine, who was wearing a smug expression. And why did you ask Lady Amelia for money? I needed some money for something, and Amelia was the only person around with a lot of it. Ah, so you squeezed money out of your rich fiancé. Belinda narrowed her eyes at Ghislaine, looking at him like he was insane. He shook his head as if wronged. Hey, I'm not that kind of guy. I had a reason. And what reason is that? In my past life, Amelia tormented me a lot. I'm just collecting on that debt now. You could call it compensation. It was true, but there was no way such a story would be accepted. Are you really not going to tell me the truth? No, I'm serious. As they exited Raypold Castle, Belinda continued to badger Ghislaine. But no matter how much she pressed, Ghislaine wouldn't offer any real explanation. Like she'd believe me anyway. Even if he told her that Amelia would become Ferdium's enemy in the future, it was obvious he'd just be dismissed as crazy. That didn't mean he could reveal Amelia's secrets and ruin her plans. If he did, the Delphine Duchy would discard her immediately and find another pawn. That would only make things more difficult for Ghislaine. It was better to continue doing so as long as he could use his knowledge of the future to his advantage. Belinda snorted, clearly unconvinced. Fine, if you say so. But is it really okay to keep squeezing money out of her? Won't there be a problem if Count Raypold finds out? Ghislaine shrugged as if to say not to worry. It's fine. Amelia will never say anything. How can you be so sure? That's a secret for now. I'll tell you later. Anyway, let's get on to the next task. Belinda widened her eyes in surprise at his unexpected words. The next task? You're not going back right away. Ghislaine nodded. Amelia won't sit still. Belinda didn't deny it and nodded in agreement. She also knew well about the underhanded ways of the nobles. It was a situation in which it wouldn't have been strange if a blade flew at them from anywhere at any time. They might send someone. Yes, we need to be prepared. Thanks to all the experiences he'd had with Amelia in his past life, Ghislaine knew her better than anyone. With her personality, there was no way she would just let them walk away unscathed. We need a wild card on our side. We have to throw Amelia off a little. A wild card. Someone who can join us. And someone who will continue to be of help in the future. Who is that? Do you know someone? Well, first, we need to check if they're even here. Belinda, looking puzzled, asked again. You're searching for someone when you're not even sure they're here. My memory's a little hazy. Let's look for them first, and if we can't find them, we'll think of another plan. Honestly, what are you thinking? So, what's their name? Gillian. Ghislaine and his companion went around several places asking about this person named Gillian. Not long after, a knight returned with information on his whereabouts. As expected, he's around here. Let's go. Ghislaine, feeling a sense of urgency, hurried his steps. Gillian was a person Ghislaine had only heard of through rumors during his mercenary days in another country. From what he had heard, Gillian had stayed in Raypold for a while before eventually taking his own life. Thankfully, he hasn't died yet. The fact that he had committed suicide was proof of how dire his situation had been. Ghislaine stood in front of a shabby house on the outskirts of the castle and nodded to himself. As expected, his family has completely fallen. The house looked as if it could collapse at any moment. Aside from being somewhat isolated, it didn't seem much different from the houses in the slums on the other side of the castle. Is anyone there? The knight accompanying them called out loudly and knocked on the door. After a moment, a man emerged. He appeared to be in his 50s. His white hair and beard had clearly turned that way from years of hardship. Since he hadn't been taking care of himself, his hair and beard were wildly overgrown and disheveled. His sunken eyes looked like those of a dead fish. What do you want? His cracked and weak voice left Belinda and the knight unable to hide their disappointment. To them, Gillian seemed like nothing more than a broken man. Did he really go to all this trouble just to find someone like this? What could he possibly be thinking? There was something called presence in a person. Even those who couldn't use mana had a certain aura that others could feel as soon as they met them. But Gillian? Sure, the smell of alcohol was expected, but the atmosphere he exuded was no more imposing than that of a lowly thug from a marketplace. Belinda scanned Gillian up and down, trying to understand Ghislaine's intentions. Does he just want to use him as a porter? If that's the case, wouldn't it be better just to hire a slave or a servant? While Gillian's build and muscles seemed somewhat usable, his exhausted expression and drooping shoulders made her doubt whether he could even carry loads. As the others wore expressions of doubt and disappointment, only Ghislaine smiled. Gillian, I've come to meet you. What business do you have with me? Gillian, despite Ghislaine appearing young, treated him respectfully and courteously. The boy's attire differed from that of commoners, and with knights and maids accompanying him, it was clear that he was a noble at a glance. This must be quite a difficult situation, right? I can solve your problem for you. At Ghislaine's words, Gillian let out a self-deprecating laugh. It seems the young nobleman is bored. You can flaunt your pretensions elsewhere. His words dripped with sarcasm and irritation. His sharp change in attitude from just a single sentence caused Belinda and the accompanying knights to frown. However, Ghislaine didn't seem to mind. I can help you, he repeated. Just leave. My life is already tiring enough, and I have no energy left to play along with the young noble's whims." With that, Gillian turned away. It was an act of rudeness that a commoner should never show to a noble. One of the knights gripped his sword and stepped forward. "This man is incredibly disrespectful." Gillian briefly glanced back at the knight's sword, then chuckled and pointed to his chest. "If you want to kill me, go ahead. Do you have the guts for it? My heart is right here, stab it properly." "You bastard!" The knight gritted his teeth and stepped forward again, but he couldn't bring himself to swing his sword. Instead, Gillian's defiance, his invitation to kill him, unsettled him. Smiling as if to calm things down, Ghislain motioned for the knights to step back. "Come on, it's our first meeting. Let's not be so hostile. Gillian, I really can solve your problem." Gillian, with hollow eyes, looked back at Ghislain. His bright expression seemed almost cheerful, and in his eyes shone unwavering confidence. What a strange nobleman. He didn't seem to care about the authority or dignity typical of nobles, which reminded Gillian of old acquaintances. After hesitating for a moment, he sighed and spoke. "Come inside." Following Gillian inside, the group immediately covered their noses. Belinda clicked her tongue as she surveyed the house. This is a complete dump. The house was a mess, with thick layers of dust everywhere from the lack of cleaning, and mold had even formed in the darker corners. However, the variety of weapons strewn about the house stood out more than the filth. Is he a blacksmith? Given his large build and the weapons lying around, it seemed a plausible guess. But Belinda couldn't understand why Ghislain had gone out of his way to find a blacksmith in such a situation. Why doesn't he just explain things? Why do I have to guess? She pouted, frustrated by Ghislain's lack of explanation. "This way," Gillian said. They followed him into a small bedroom. Inside, a young girl about the same age as Elena lay with a gaunt face, fast asleep. "She's my daughter." Belinda and the knight stepped back, startled by the sight of Gillian's daughter. Her once brown hair had faded and become so brittle it seemed like it would crumble at a touch. Her lips were cracked and split, making her look almost like a corpse. The bloodstains on the bed and her missing fingernails hinted at how much pain she was enduring. But the most alarming thing was the red spots that covered her face and body. Belinda grabbed Ghislain's arm without thinking and shouted, "My lord." Ghislain gently took Belinda's hand off his arm and nodded. "Yes, I know. My lord, you need to step back. This isn't something you can help with." Now, they could understand why Gillian had been acting that way. His daughter, suffering from an incurable disease, and the disdainful or fearful looks of those around them, any hope had already vanished. As his daughter slowly inched toward death, so too did he. Seeing Belinda's reaction, Gillian let out a bitter laugh. "So, you came here claiming to help without even knowing what disease my daughter has?" "No, I know." "Then you should understand. My daughter is suffering from an untreatable disease." "I know there's no known cure," Ghislain replied, his tone matter-of-fact. Gillian's face twisted in a grimace, his voice filled with a growl. "Yet you still said you could help me? What is your real intention, coming here?" Belinda interrupted, standing in front of Ghislain. "Lord Ghislain, please step back." Her voice was loud, and the fact that she had called him Lord was proof of how angry she was. But Ghislain didn't retreat at all. "It's fine. It's not contagious. It was already revealed to be a false rumor, remember? Even so, step back. There's no harm in being cautious. I'm telling you, it's not contagious." Belinda frowned. She couldn't understand what made Ghislain so confident. What he said next left her even more astonished. "I know the cure for this disease. To be exact, I'm the only one in the world who knows how to treat it." Chapter 17, We Need a Variable, 2. "What did you say?" Belinda looked dumbfounded. Even as they spoke, red blotches continued to appear all over the girl's body, blooming like petals before gradually fading away, only to reappear in a cycle. Some of the blotches swelled completely, leaking pus, while others simply flickered in and out of existence. Belinda watched Gillian's daughter for a moment before speaking. "This illness is clearly of eternal punishment." Ghislain nodded. Eternal punishment was a dreadful disease that couldn't be cured, not even by divine power. Because of this, clerics claimed it was a punishment inflicted upon those who committed grave sins in their previous lives. The memory of that made Ghislain click his tongue involuntarily. Anyway, I've never liked that group. The Saintess and her kind are always nagging and being so fussy around me. No, forget it. I was just reminded of the past. Ghislaine quickly changed the subject as the others looked at him in confusion. Regardless, this is just a simple illness. It's not some divine punishment or a shackle she's been born with. It's an illness that can absolutely be cured. Belinda couldn't help but frown at his confident tone. And how exactly does the young master plan to cure something that no one else can? Even divine power doesn't work on this disease. Divine power could cure most illnesses, but this one was an exception. While divine power might temporarily suppress the symptoms, the disease always reappeared shortly after, and the patient would collapse again. Divine power merely suppresses the disease for a short time. But even that has its limits. Besides, ordinary people can't keep receiving divine treatment endlessly. Divine power was rarely dispensed in the temple except during large-scale relief efforts. Nobles or wealthy individuals had easy access to such treatments, but it was a distant luxury for the poor. You must have already spent everything you had, Ghislaine said. Gillian nodded weakly. He had once earned a considerable fortune, but years of caring for his sick daughter had drained all of his assets. He had poured all his wealth into trying to cure her, but it was like trying to fill a bottomless pit. Anyway, it's time for us to leave. The young master has no reason to stay here any longer. Belinda only wanted Ghislaine to stay away from the girl. Although the rumor about the contagious illness was false, she couldn't shake her unease. She wasn't the only one. Others, too, avoided those afflicted with the disease, fearing they might catch it and suffer for the rest of their lives. No matter how baseless the rumors were, no one wanted to risk getting close to the patient, just in case. No, I must treat her. It's a relief that it's not too late yet. However, Ghislaine firmly shook his head. He understood why Belinda was trying to stop him, but he had no intention of leaving after finally finding the person he was looking for. It was fortunate that he had immediately come to find Gillian, recalling the stories he'd heard in his previous life. The timing had just barely worked out. Gillian's daughter would die soon. Overwhelmed by his daughter's death, Gillian would give up on everything and take his own life as well. If that happened, he would never be able to meet Gillian again. You intend to treat her yourself? I'm the only one who knows the cure for this disease. Of course, I have to do it. At those words, Belinda raised both hands, giving up on stopping him. Ghislaine had always been stubborn since he was young. Once he set his mind on something, even Belinda couldn't stop him. Seeing Ghislaine's confident demeanor, Gillian remained silent. If there were a way to cure this incurable disease, it would be a miracle beyond his wildest dreams, but could such a thing really be possible? Yet Gillian no longer had the strength to either trust and follow those words or deny them. Just then, Gillian's daughter began to tremble violently in agony. Rachel! Gillian urgently called his daughter's name and rushed to her side. Their eternal punishment brought waves of intense fever and unimaginable pain at unpredictable intervals. Her agonized screams were unbearable to hear, and both Belinda and the knights turned their heads away with heavy expressions. Despite their wish to avoid getting involved with Ghislaine, watching someone suffer so much was hard. Rachel had clawed at the bed linen so fiercely in her pain that her fingernails had already been torn and shredded, with blood and pus seeping out. The dark, dry bloodstains on the sheets vividly showed how immense her suffering had been. When blood began to trickle from her mouth, Gillian quickly lifted Rachel's upper body to help her expel it. If she vomited blood while lying down, her airway could be blocked, causing her to suffocate. Rachel! It's all right, it's all right. As Rachel foamed at the mouth in torment, Gillian was no less anguished as he trembled, unable to do anything but hold his daughter tightly. Watching Gillian helplessly shiver as he clung to his suffering daughter, Belinda clenched her teeth. There's not much time left. Eternal punishments didn't begin with such severe symptoms like Rachel's. At first, it only caused a few red spots to appear on the body, followed by a mild fever. But as time passed, the condition worsened until even divine power became ineffective, leaving nothing but relentless pain. Seeing Rachel's condition, it seemed she had already reached the final stage. Dad! I am in so much pain. I want to die. Dad, please? Rachel! Gillian held his daughter, who was writhing in agony, tightly in his arms to keep her from moving. Eventually, tears began to fall from his eyes. His gaze was filled only with a desperate wish to end this hellish suffering. It's unbearable. I can't hold on any longer. Let's die together. I'm sorry, Rachel. It was something he had only ever imagined, never able to bring himself actually to do it. But now, sensing the end was near, Gillian's eyes went dark. It was the kind of gaze one has when deciding to give up on life. Belinda and the attendant knights turned away altogether, unable to watch any longer. Only Ghislaine observed the tragic scene with a severe expression, taking in every detail. As Rachel's convulsions gradually subsided, Ghislaine finally spoke. Belinda. Why, yes. Belinda, who had been sniffling, hurriedly raised her head and moved closer at Ghislaine's gesture. We need to begin treatment as soon as the seizures stop. I'll write down the necessary ingredients, so get everything without missing a single item. Glancing at Rachel as he recalled what was needed, Ghislaine soon pulled out paper and pen from his coat and quickly scribbled down a list. Belinda, upon receiving the paper, was startled. You're asking for Fairy's blessing? Yes. Fairy's blessing was a flower that cost several times more than its weight in gold. It was so rare and expensive that only the exceedingly wealthy could even afford to glimpse it. But, my lord, why such an expensive ingredient? Because it's the most important one. We don't have time. We need to make the medicine as quickly as possible, since we don't know when the seizures will start again. Left with no choice, Belinda hurried out to purchase the ingredients. Under Ghislaine's orders, the attendant knights also began preparing the tools to make the medicine. Gillian, having finally managed to calm his daughter after her seizure stopped, could only stare blankly at the scene. His body and mind were utterly exhausted, and he no longer had the strength to stop whatever Ghislaine was doing. When Belinda returned with the ingredients, Ghislaine immediately began the process of creating the medicine. It's an incurable disease now, but a cure will be discovered in the future. The treatment method had been so widely discussed that even Ghislaine remembered it. The problem was that it required outrageously expensive ingredients, but the mixture didn't need to be perfectly precise, and the preparation method wasn't complicated. Fortunately, this allowed Ghislaine, who had never studied pharmacology, to imitate an apothecary clumsily. Ghislaine began carefully making the medicine, following the recipe he remembered. The others watched him with curious eyes, wondering if he could really make it. Though they couldn't fully believe it, seeing Rachel in such pain made them hope, even if just a little, that the medicine would have some effect. Gillian, staring helplessly at the serious Ghislaine making the medicine, asked him, "This is my first time meeting you, my lord. Why are you going this far?" He couldn't understand why Ghislaine was suddenly so determined to cure his daughter's illness or why he was personally making the medicine after purchasing expensive ingredients. However, Ghislaine didn't even glance at him and remained focused solely on making the medicine. "I said I'd cure her, didn't I? Does there need to be some grand reason for helping a sick person?" It was something a con artist might say. No, even if he was a con artist, Gillian didn't care anymore. As a father, he clung to the tiniest sliver of hope. Though his resignation had built up over many years, that hope blossomed again in his heart, mocking all his past despair. But Gillian knew too well that the more one hoped, the greater the despair when that hope was crushed. Caught between hope and doubt, Gillian couldn't do anything but watch Ghislaine with trembling eyes. "It's done." The purple liquid in the small flask looked like melted amethyst. Holding the medicine bottle in one hand, Ghislaine approached Rachel. He gently supported her neck and carefully poured the medicine into her mouth. The group watching was soon filled with disappointment. Outwardly, there seemed to be no change at all. "Stop making that face like you're worried for nothing. It's not magic. Did you expect her to get better the moment she drank it?" Ghislaine dragged a chair next to Rachel's bed and crossed his arms as he sat down. The others had no choice but to wait alongside him, their boredom growing. Hours later, Belinda, who had been dozing off next to Ghislaine, was startled awake by a shout. "What? Are we under attack?" The escort knights were staring at something with shocked expressions. Is that real?" Gillian was just as surprised. Is this? Did the medicine actually work?" Ghislaine smiled, satisfied. "It's working. Honestly, I was a little worried." Belinda's eyes widened in astonishment. The spots that had covered Rachel's face and body were slowly disappearing. Even when they used divine power, the spots only faded in color, never vanishing like this. But now, all that remained were traces of dried blood where the spots had been, the rest of them had disappeared entirely. Belinda, her voice trembling, pressed herself close to Ghislaine. Is she really cured? Are you sure? Gillian, too, couldn't even breathe properly as he waited for Ghislaine's answer. Seeing such noticeable improvement made his heart pound like it was about to burst. She's not fully cured yet but should be much better. We'll need to confirm it, though, so go fetch a priest. I'll pay for it. One of the escort knights took the money Ghislaine handed him and rushed out quickly. He, too, wanted to confirm if the cure was natural. Not long after, a plump priest followed the knight back, walking with a haughty air. As soon as he entered the house, he wrinkled his nose and covered it with his hand. Ah, the goddess loves cleanliness, this place is a dump. I've never seen such filth. This is like a hell on earth. Are you all demons living in this wretched hell? Everyone ignored the priest's words. Ghislaine merely chuckled and gestured for him to come closer. How dare that brat to order me around with a gesture? The priest grumbled internally, but he didn't voice his complaint since he had been paid generously. Ahem, so where's the patient? I came here out of goodwill but am quite busy, so I can't stay long. At the priest's question, Ghislaine nodded toward Rachel. This rude brat. Is this girl? The priest immediately recognized Rachel. He had treated her at the temple several times before. Good heavens, this illness cannot be cured with divine power. I've told you many times already, haven't I? Divine power only suppresses the disease. Wait, hold on. What did you do to her? Chapter 18, We Need a Variable, 3. The priest who had been examining Rachel couldn't hide his astonishment. The disease afflicting her was an incurable one that grew increasingly resistant to divine power over time, worsening until it ultimately led to death. Yet now, Rachel's condition had visibly improved. What in the world is happening? Startled by the unprecedented sight, the priest hastily infused her with divine power. Oh, goddess! He couldn't stop exclaiming in wonder. Every time he had previously attempted to heal her, the disease had fiercely resisted the divine power, making treatment impossible, but not this time. It was an unbelievable situation. Having treated Rachel several times before, the priest knew exactly how powerful the disease's resistance to divine power had been. But now, her body absorbed the divine power without any rejection, as easily as cotton soaking up water. After a long while of channeling divine power into Rachel, the priest stood up with a dazed expression. As unbelievable as it is, it seems her condition has improved. This is a miracle. The goddess has bestowed a miracle upon us. Oh, merciful goddess, to bless such a place as this den of demons. The priest began to praise the goddess enthusiastically, declaring that the goddess had forgiven Rachel's sins and performed a miracle to heal her. Though the priest had said he couldn't stay long, he showed no signs of leaving, standing and sitting repeatedly while reciting prayers. Seeing that the priest had no intention of leaving, Ghislaine muttered a word to the knights. Send him home. The knights forcibly dragged the priest, who was still insisting he needed to witness more miracles, out of the room. Only after seeing the overly excited priest did Gillian finally become convinced. His daughter's illness had truly been cured. His heart raced, and his legs trembled to the point that he could barely remain standing. Falling to his knees, he caressed his daughter's face while shedding endless tears. Oh, Rachel! As Rachel's condition improved and her pain diminished, a peaceful smile appeared on her sleeping face. It was the first time in years that Gillian had seen such a serene expression on his daughter's face, and he couldn't help but break down in tears. How long had it been since he'd last seen that smile? How many times had he wished and prayed to see it again? This was a miracle. This can't be happening. After sobbing for a long time, Gillian suddenly regained his composure and stood up, gazing at Ghislaine with desperate eyes. Is it truly possible for my daughter to be cured? If she continues to take the medicine for a month or two, she should be fully healed. How is it possible to cure an incurable disease, when even divine power couldn't? Divine power only stimulates vitality and strengthens the body's regenerative abilities. It's up to the body to fight the disease. That's why there are more illnesses that divine power can't cure than people realize. Ghislaine replied with an air of arrogance. Gillian was left speechless. What could he say when the person who had cured his daughter was right there? Staring blankly at Ghislaine momentarily, Jillian suddenly snapped out of his daze and asked with a desperate tone. What? What do you want? Surely, you must have come to me with something in mind. What can you give me? All I have left is this worthless body. If you ask me to become a dog, I will. If you ask me to be a slave, then I will be your slave. Jillian was sincere. He was prepared to give Ghislaine whatever he wanted for his daughter's sake. Ghislaine let out a small laugh and shook his head. There's no need for that. I just need the old you, the person you used to be. Jillian paused, remaining silent for a while before finally forcing himself to speak. If I refuse, what happens to my daughter? Don't worry. Even if you refuse, I'll still treat your daughter. I don't really care about the money either. Jillian stared at Ghislaine in disbelief. The idea of offering help without expecting anything in return. No one in this world did that. His life experiences had taught him that many times over. Sensing Jillian's skepticism, Ghislaine continued with a relaxed expression. Don't believe me? It's really no big deal for me. It's not as huge of a favor as you think. This much is easy for me to give. Despite Ghislaine's words, they weren't convincing. He knew a cure for an unknown disease and had gone out of his way to find a complete stranger like Jillian. It was hard not to be suspicious. Honestly, I'd be disappointed if you refuse, but I'm not in the habit of forcing people to do things they don't want to do. If you don't want to, then that's that. Jillian looked at Ghislaine for a long time. Behind the innocent, childlike exterior, there was an odd sense of maturity, a calm confidence that radiated from him. His eyes reflected a clear sense of purpose. What on earth is this man dreaming of? Jillian soon steadied his gaze. Taking a deep breath, he grabbed a dagger. Snip! He gathered his long hair that had reached his shoulders and cut it all off in one swift motion. His once hunched shoulders and bent back straightened, and his figure appeared more imposing. The lifeless look in his eyes ignited, burning with intensity like flames. He looked completely different from the man Ghislaine had first met. The sudden surge of energy startled the knights, who instinctively gripped their sword hilts. Belinda narrowed her eyes and reached into her coat, thinking Jillian might threaten Ghislaine to get more medicine. As Jillian strode toward Ghislaine, the knights quickly blocked his path. Jillian stopped in his tracks, locking eyes with Ghislaine. Standing a full 2 handspans taller than Ghislaine, Jillian looked down at him, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure despite his calm posture. With a deep, resonant voice, Jillian asked, "Are there any others besides the people here with you? Or is anyone else coming to meet us?" "No, it's just us. There's no one else we need to meet, and no one else is coming." Hearing their conversation, Belinda slowly drew her dagger from her coat. The questions themselves were suspicious. Asking about their group and potential contacts could easily be interpreted as a threat, especially with Jillian's sudden change in demeanor. However, Jillian didn't seem to care whether Belinda was wary of him or not. Squinting his eyes, he asked Ghislaine, "Do you happen to have any enemies who hold a grudge against you?" Ghislaine chuckled as if amused by the question. "Of course I do. Some people hold grudges against me now, and there will be more in the future." The moment Jillian heard that, he wordlessly grabbed a harpoon from the corner of the room and tied it to the end of a long rope. Without a word, he exited the room and hurled the harpoon with incredible force toward the door. Bang! The harpoon pierced through the door and flew out at breakneck speed. Immediately after, Jillian infused the rope with mana and yanked it back hard. A man in a grey robe, impaled in the shoulder by the harpoon, was dragged through the shattered door. Gah! The man screamed in pain, writhing as Ghislaine watched in disbelief. "Well, looks like we had a tail following us," Ghislaine remarked with a dry laugh. The man who had been dragged inside stared up at Jillian with eyes full of terror. He had no idea how someone had managed to spot him, let alone pull off such a precise strike, piercing only his shoulder to avoid a fatal wound. Belinda and the knight's eyes widened in shock at Jillian's incredible throwing skill. Not only did it require mastery of mana, but it also demanded precise control of every muscle movement. Unfazed by their reactions, Jillian grabbed the man's head with one hand and dragged him over to Ghislaine. Ghislaine looked down at the man coldly and asked, "Who sent you?" "I." The man trembled uncontrollably, unable to complete his sentence. He couldn't understand how he had been singled out. He had been blending in with the crowd, pretending to be just another passerby. And yet, Gillian had targeted him so precisely. Seeing the man unable to respond, Belinda stepped forward and swiftly searched his belongings. She found a poison-coated dagger and various concealed weapons, but there was nothing that identified his background. "What should we do with him?" Gillian asked. Ghislaine thought for a moment before turning his gaze back to the man. "I suppose you have no intention of talking, do you?" The man hesitated but ultimately remained silent. Ghislaine shrugged with a look of disappointment. "That's a shame. It would have been easier for both of us if you'd cooperated. I really didn't want to dirty my hands on such a fine day." Even when it came to killing, Ghislaine believed there had to be at least some reason for it, especially when dealing with enemies. It was a principle he had maintained since his days as the king of mercenaries. Looking down at the man, who still refused to speak, Ghislaine turned to Gillian. "I think I already know who sent him, so there's no need to ask further. Since we have no other questions, it's best to send this uninvited guest on his way." Nodding, Gillian dragged the man into another room. Crunch! A sickening sound echoed through the closed door, followed by an eerie silence. Shortly after, Gillian returned, his expression cold and indifferent. The knights were stunned by Gillian's decisiveness. He did not need any further confirmation before taking action, and his unwavering resolve was overwhelming. Was he always like this? How could he change so suddenly? There's no hesitation in his actions. The young lord has brought a dangerous person into his fold. Gillian, who had seemed so weak and powerless when they first met, now exuded an overwhelming presence, like a completely different person. Ghislaine, observing him, spoke. "Judging by your actions, it seems you've made up your mind." Gillian took a deep breath and slowly knelt down. "I pledge my loyalty to you, my lord. You won't regret it. I've already fulfilled my lifelong wish. From now on, I will live only for you." His firm tone conveyed his unwavering resolve. Satisfied, Ghislaine personally helped him up, a pleased smile formed on his face. "Good. Rachel will be taken care of at the estate. Her remaining treatment will, of course, continue." "Thank you." Ghislaine, with a playful expression, shifted the topic. "By the way, that was impressive. How did you manage to pinpoint him so accurately and drag him in? Even our knights didn't notice." At those words, Belinda and the knights' faces flushed with embarrassment. They had detected that there were people outside, but it had been difficult to determine whether they were enemies. After all, even in a secluded area, a few passers-by weren't out of the ordinary. Yet Gillian had immediately sensed that the man was suspicious and acted accordingly. "Hey, I could have done that too if I wanted. I was just watching the treatment, that's all," Belinda shouted, looking aggrieved. Ghislaine shrugged. "It's all right. I didn't notice either. Don't say it like it's normal not to know." As Belinda continued to grumble, Gillian responded with an impassive face. "It's because I've been cooped up at home for so long. When you stay in one place for too long, it becomes easier to notice people who behave suspiciously." Belinda pursed her lips in frustration. "But still, you could have made a mistake, right? No one's perfect. More important than making a mistake is the safety of the young lord. If it turns out to be nothing, we can deal with it then." Gillian replied firmly. Belinda and the accompanying knights paled slightly. As attendants, they couldn't act so recklessly, any mistake could tarnish the honor of the one they served. Even if the situation was resolved without error, it was nearly impossible to restore once honor was damaged. However, Gillian's attitude made it clear that he didn't care, even if the man he had just killed had turned out to be an innocent guest or an unrelated bystander. "TCH, it's my job to protect the young lord." Feeling like Gillian had been taken from her, Belinda grumbled inwardly. She understood Gillian's mindset, though. He had been a broken man, unable to do anything but despair beside his dying daughter. Now that Ghislaine had saved his daughter's life, how could he not be grateful? He would surely lay down his own life if asked. Still, I didn't think he'd change this much. His presence was overwhelmingly intense. A person like that would undoubtedly draw attention, for better or worse. Hopefully, he won't cause any problems. Unaware of Belinda's concerns, Ghislaine patted Gillian on the shoulder and said, "Well done. I'm counting on you from now on." Gillian bowed his head. "I will never disappoint you," And thus, the variable Ghislaine had prepared, Gillian, officially joined the group. Chapter 19 We Need a Variable, 4. Gillian had said he could leave at any time, but actually, preparing for the departure took longer than expected. He didn't have many belongings, but the numerous weapons scattered throughout the house posed a problem. The carriage was too small and old to carry all the weapons stored in the house properly. Unable to bear it any longer, Ghislaine handed over some money. Go and buy a decent carriage. Make sure Rachel can travel comfortably. After gathering all the luggage, the modest carriage pulled by 2 horses took on a grotesque appearance, looking more like something out of a nightmare. Small lances were attached to each horse's saddle, and various weapons were plastered all over the sides of the carriage. Gillian, too, strapped a sword and a hand axe to his waist and even mounted a crossbow on his back. Anyone who saw him would think he was heading straight into a battlefield. The knights shook their heads, their faces weary with disbelief. It looks like a mobile bandit fortress. Does he really need that many weapons? Powerful warriors usually only carried a small selection of their preferred weapons. Even heavily armored knights would typically bring just a couple of weapons to the battlefield, and if they needed more, they'd have their squires carry them. To the knights, Gillian looked like someone who simply couldn't bear to part with his weapons, dragging along every last piece of gear. However, Ghislaine merely nodded his head as Gillian packed up his weapons, not offering any further comments. Let's depart. Anything we missed can be fetched later by sending someone back. Gillian drove the carriage, while the rest of the group rode on horseback, just as they had when they first came to Raybold. Glancing at Ghislaine from a short distance away, Belinda quietly fell deep into thought. It's not just his personality that's changed. No matter how I think about it, something's off. At first, she had believed that Ghislaine had simply matured and came to his senses. She thought his skills were finally starting to reflect the effort he'd been putting into training all this time. She had convinced herself that his remarkable talent, which had always been there, was finally showing itself. Because she had cared for the wayward Ghislaine since they were young, she'd grown accustomed to always interpreting things in the most favorable light. But no matter how much she tried to rationalize it, she couldn't understand how he had cured Gillian's daughter. There's no way the young master could have known that kind of knowledge on his own. Ghislaine wasn't particularly smart, and his worldview was narrow. He'd never left the estate, so how could he have gained such insight? Besides, Belinda knew well that Ghislaine had distanced himself from books since childhood. How could someone like that know a cure no one else knew of? It didn't make any sense. Could it be black magic? Belinda absent-mindedly fiddled with the dagger inside her sleeve, considering every possibility. She had heard stories of legendary black magicians who could transfer their souls into other people's bodies to continue living. Belinda tried to find something odd in Ghislaine's calm expression. No. It's because he looks different but is still our dear young master. Though he occasionally showed different sides of himself, the distinctive aura Ghislaine gave off hadn't changed. Having taken care of him since childhood, there was no way she wouldn't recognize it. He had become strangely more composed and sly, but it wasn't entirely impossible when she thought about the old Ghislaine. He had always had a bit of a nonchalant side. Now, it felt like he had layered an excessive amount of confidence on top of that. A person who was the same yet different. That was how Belinda saw the current Ghislaine. I really don't know. He just won't tell me anything. She had questioned him multiple times, but Ghislaine had casually brushed it off each time, saying he'd explain later. Eventually, Belinda stopped pursuing her suspicions and started thinking about how to use the medicine Ghislaine had developed. If I handle this well, it might make some money. Belinda managed all the funds Ghislaine received to maintain his noble status. She struggled to stretch the small amount to support him, so the thought of even earning a single coin made her heart race. The problem is the ingredients. Only wealthy people would be able to afford it. The ingredient known as fairy's blessing, used in the medicine, grew in such small quantities in specific regions that it was more expensive than gold. Despite its exorbitant price, it had a variety of beneficial properties and was used as an ingredient in high-end medicines and potions. Still, it would be cheaper than receiving divine healing. Even just selling the recipe through a contract could make some money. While the group each pondered their own thoughts, Ghislaine was engaged in a lengthy conversation with Gillian. Since Ghislaine didn't flaunt his noble status and behaved casually, Gillian felt comfortable talking to him. For a nobleman, you seem quite carefree, my lord. Heck yeah, I guess I'm pretty laid back. Though Gillian had phrased it politely, Ghislain didn't really come off as a noble. In fact, it made sense, given that he had spent more time living as a mercenary than as a noble. Ghislain only maintained the bare minimum of noble etiquette, so to others, he appeared more like a confident commoner than a nobleman. Well, lately, I've been trying to act more dignified. But honestly, it feels really awkward. Sometimes it's better for young people to act freely. You should enjoy your youth. I'd like to, but my youth is already mortgaged to other matters. It's a bit unfortunate. There were times when Ghislain's remarks didn't make much sense to Gillian, but he simply brushed it off, thinking it was just part of Ghislain's unique personality. The group reached the outskirts of the Rapold estate without any significant events. At first, they were a bit tense, unsure of what Amelia might try, but there were no ambushes, even when passing through some rather dangerous areas. If we get through this part, we'll be out of the Rapold estate soon, Ghislain said with a sense of relief. Ahead of them, trees lined both sides of the path. It wasn't a vast forest, but the dense woods were enough to get lost in if one wasn't careful. The same density also meant there was a high risk of an ambush, but it was the fastest route to the Ferdium estate. Otherwise, they would have to either climb over the mountain or take a much longer detour. If she were to stage an ambush, she'd send enough force to ensure it's dealt with properly. Of course, Ghislain was confident he could repel any forces Amelia might send. He hadn't yet revealed his full abilities, so Amelia wouldn't be able to assess his strength correctly. Besides, even for someone like Amelia, sending someone capable of handling Ghislain would be a significant burden. Talented individuals weren't something you could just summon whenever you needed them. Still, it never hurt to be cautious. As they approached the path's entrance, Ghislain quietly released a thread-like stream of mana into the surroundings. This is the best spot for an ambush. It's an awkward position to raise a formal complaint to the Rapold estate if something happens here. The thin strands of mana spread out from Ghislain, sweeping the area around the group. This was a technique that only someone at the highest level of mastery could detect, a skill unique to Ghislain. After nodding his head a few times, Ghislain turned to the group and said, "Let's move forward." They slowly urged their horses forward into the narrow path. As they traveled through, Ghislain remained silent, and the knights followed, somewhat tense. Yet, even after a considerable amount of time passed, nothing happened. One by one, the knights began to relax. As they neared the end of the small forest path, Belinda, riding next to Ghislain, furrowed her brows. A faint, prickling sensation touched her skin, a hint of killing intent. Her instincts, honed through years of experience, alerted her. As she focused her mana, familiar presences began registering in her senses. Confidently, Belinda spoke up. "Young master, wait a moment." But before she could finish her sentence, Gillian had already leaped onto a horse and cut the reins connecting the carriage. "I'll handle this. Please, stay back and rest." He drew the crossbow from his back without hesitation and fired a bolt. At the same time, his horse charged forward. Thud thud thud. The modified crossbow, capable of firing 3 bolts rapidly, sent its projectiles soaring between the tall trees. Ooh! Several people, who had been hiding and camouflaging themselves among the trees, fell to the ground. At the same time, loud noises echoed from various directions. "They've noticed! Attack!" People sprang out from the ground while those hidden among the branches covered by leaves leaped down. Their numbers are easily estimated to be around 30. While Ghislain's escort knights were startled and hurriedly drew their swords, Gillian charged toward the emerging enemies, shouting, "A whole lot of rats have shown up." With a scoff, Gillian discarded his crossbow and pulled out 2 hand axes hanging at his waist. Thud! The hand axe buried itself into the forehead of the enemy at the front. They collapsed without even a scream. However, Gillian didn't spare a glance at the newly made corpses. Without delay, he reached for the small lance attached to the side of his saddle and charged straight toward the mass of approaching enemies. Smash! Ah! In an instant, several people were impaled by the small lance, their heads crushed. Without mercy, he pierced through any enemies in his path as he advanced. The escort knights, seeing this, were so shocked that they forgot they were under attack, their mouths agape. A lance charge! In this kind of terrain, is that even possible? In a forest filled with obstacles like trees and rocks. Moreover, skewering enemies consecutively like that was difficult even on flat ground, unless one was a master horseman. Yet Jillian skillfully avoided obstacles while maintaining his horse's speed. In his wake, only the corpses of enemies remained. It was truly an astonishing technique. Even the enemies, stunned, gritted their teeth and shouted, "Forget that guy! Kill that Ghislain first!" All of them turned away from Jillian and rushed toward Ghislain. "Young master, let me!" As Belinda and the escort knights tried to rush to his aid, Ghislain raised his hand to stop them. "It's fine. Jillian told me to just rest." By then, Jillian had already turned the reins and charged back toward Ghislain. Ignoring the enemies scattered around him, he swiftly approached the carriage and grabbed the large shield attached to its side. Now, at close range, one of the enemies pulled out a dagger and hurled it toward Ghislain. Swish! The sound of blades cutting through the air echoed endlessly. Daggers were flying in from all directions. Despite the sharp blades hurtling toward him, Ghislain's expression remained calm and relaxed. Rat-a-tat-tat! At that moment, Jillian leaped in front of Ghislain. The massive shield blocked all of the incoming daggers. He then swung the shield widely in front of him. 2 or 3 enemies, charging forward, were flung back in a straight line by the sheer force. Belinda, in astonishment, asked in a bewildered voice, "Who is that man? What kind of person is he?" This time, Ghislain, who usually dismissed such questions with secrecy, answered casually as if it were no big deal. "Jillian, the captain of the Regressed Mercenary Corps. A master of weaponry who can fight in any terrain and under any circumstance." Ghislain quietly smiled as he watched Jillian's reliable back. Chapter 20, We Need a Variable, 5. Boom! Jillian hurled his massive shield straight ahead. The assassins charging at him couldn't withstand the impact and collapsed immediately. The remaining assassins hesitated, their confidence shaken, and retreated backward. "Damn it! Isn't this different from the intel?" The middle-aged man leading the assassins shouted loudly. If they had known there was someone this skilled, they would have brought more people. According to their information, the group was supposed to be slightly better than average knights, but at this rate, they would all be wiped out by a single man. "Damn it! Everyone, attack at once!" At the middle-aged man's command, the assassins all drew their swords and rushed toward Jillian. They now realized that only by getting past him could they reach Ghislain. "Damn fools!" Muttering under his breath, Jillian grabbed a hand axe that was hanging next to the carriage. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged toward the oncoming enemies. Crash! Ah! With each swing of the axe, a head split open. Swords that were raised in defense were cleaved in two, along with their wielders' skulls. Anyone who tried to dodge had the axe follow them, its direction changing mid-swing. Jillian was like a lion amidst a flock of sheep. "Why, you bastard! Die!" One assassin, who had been waiting for an opportunity, stabbed his sword toward Jillian in the chaos of his comrades' deaths. But... thunk! Ho! Jillian caught the sword with his bare hand. His hand was unscathed, not a single mark on it. How? The assassin, frozen in shock, couldn't react. They had estimated Ghislain's group to be at the level of mid-tier knights and had only brought those who could wield mana to ensure the mission's success. But for someone to catch a mana-imbued sword with their bare hand, they couldn't even fathom the monstrous strength before them. Yet, the assassin had no time to think further. Crunch! As Jillian tightened his grip, the assassin's sword shattered into pieces. The assassin, still dazed, had his head split open by the falling axe. His lifeless body slumped at Jillian's feet. The remaining assassins, having witnessed this, staggered backward in fear. Even the middle-aged leader couldn't bring himself to charge forward anymore. The mission was a failure. With that monster standing in the way, killing Ghislain was impossible. Retreat! Fall back! As soon as the middle-aged man shouted, the assassins scattered in all directions, clearly waiting for the command. Not if I can help it. Jillian, already mounted on a horse, pursued them. Daggers from his belt flew through the air faster than he could ride, cutting down assassins as they fled. Before long, all but one had fallen. The last assassin had gained a considerable distance. If things continued, he might escape. Jillian hurled the axe in his hand at the final fleeing assassin. Thud! Splat! The moment the axe lodged itself into the assassin's head, a dagger pierced through his heart. Jillian turned around. Belinda, who had met his gaze, raised her chin triumphantly. The dagger that had shot out from inside her robe was attached to a thin wire. With a slight motion of her hand, the dagger that had pierced the assassin's heart was drawn back into her robe as if it were being reeled in. "If it weren't for me, he would have escaped," she said. Gillian responded with an emotionless face. "My axe struck first." "My dagger hit first," Belinda shot back sharply. Gillian made no further comment, walking over to the fallen assassin to retrieve his axe from the man's neck. Then, he approached Ghislaine and gave a slight bow. "All threats have been dealt with." "You did well," Ghislaine said, holding back a laugh. Behind him, Belinda was glaring at Gillian with a furious expression. It was amusing to watch Belinda, who usually strutted around the estate with a haughty and aloof demeanor, fuming and bouncing around in front of Gillian. Belinda has finally met her match, Ghislaine thought with a smirk. The escort knights, who had been standing idly by, exchanged awkward glances. They had come along with the intention of protecting Ghislaine, but now that the situation was resolved without them lifting a finger, they felt somewhat embarrassed. At his level, few in the Ferdium family could even stand against him. Though the escort knights were considered strong compared to knights from other estates, Gillian was on a completely different level. The knights glanced at Gillian and whispered among themselves. "Didn't the young lord say he's the leader of the Regressed Mercenary Corps?" "Yeah, I've heard of them too." "No wonder. He's not just any ordinary person. How did the young lord even manage to recruit him?" Though Ratatosk was a mercenary group operating in foreign lands, its reputation was so well known that even the knights had heard of it. Given his incredible skill, Gillian's leadership of such a renowned group made perfect sense. Ghislaine smiled, pleased with himself. He had already witnessed Gillian's capabilities when they had been pursued, but this was the first time he had seen him fight earnestly. He's far more skilled than the rumors suggest. In his previous life, Ghislaine had only heard of Gillian through rumors while working as a mercenary in foreign countries. His colleagues and seniors, who came from nearby estates, often spoke of Gillian. Ghislaine had always wanted to recruit him in this life. Unfortunately, the timing and circumstances had aligned perfectly. At the time, he had thought the rumors might have been exaggerated, but seeing him fight in person, he realized Gillian's abilities surpassed even the stories. It was a good decision to act quickly. Thanks to his swift actions, he had gained a powerful card in his hand. He had also managed to extract money from Amelia and acquired a loyal subordinate, making this journey truly a success. Ghislaine patted Gillian's shoulder several times and then turned to the rest of the group. "It seems Amelia hired those assassins. That woman is persistent, isn't she?" In his previous life, Amelia had relentlessly obstructed Ghislaine's path. Even when he tried to kill her, she always managed to slip away, causing him a great deal of trouble throughout the war. Of course, he didn't plan to leave Amelia alone in this life. After all, we were bound to clash repeatedly. Belinda began rummaging through the bodies of the assassins one by one. I wondered what she was up to and soon realized she was trying to identify their affiliation. "Can you tell where the assassins came from?" After inspecting a few bodies, Belinda nodded in response. Seeing the tattoo of 3 fangs, they're part of this Wildcat Smuggling Guild. It's a pretty powerful guild in Rapold. Wildcat Smuggling Guild? That's an odd name. It's a guild formed by smugglers and bandits. They're a bunch of crude and rough guys. Besides assassination, they're involved in smuggling and drug dealing. In short, they're dirty criminals. How do you know about things like that when you've always stayed in the estate? I asked. Belinda hesitated for a moment before answering. Well, I learned about them before I came to the estate. They're persistent, so we can't let our guard down even after we return to the estate. I see. It seems like Amelia hired some nasty people. I'll make sure to take care of that guild when the opportunity arises. The name of the Wildcat Smuggling Guild was added to his kill list. Amelia was undoubtedly using the criminal guilds in Rapold as her pawns. One day, I had to destroy not only the Wildcat Smuggling Guild but also every other criminal guild. But how does Belinda know about things like this? Belinda claimed it was by chance, but I didn't quite believe her. I didn't know much about the guild in the region. After this point in time, I had spent most of my life in foreign lands, and I never had any dealings with criminal organizations. Even as someone who lived as a mercenary, I lacked that knowledge, so it was strange for Belinda, who had spent her life in the estate, to know the names, characteristics, and even the influence of these guilds. Come to think of it, I don't know much about Belinda either. I knew she was my tutor, head maid, and strong enough to take on most knights, that was about it. Well, there's plenty of time to get to know her. I'll figure it out slowly. I pushed aside my questions about Belinda for now and focused on more pressing matters, gathering all the valuables and weapons from the bodies of the attackers. With the estate already in financial trouble and plenty of expenses to cover, I couldn't afford to let any opportunity slip by. After fending off the assassins in the forest, we travelled for another 2 days before finally arriving near the Ferdium Estate's castle. In the distance, the familiar sight of Ferdium Castle came into view, and a feeling of warmth washed over me. It's nice to have a place to return to. In my previous life, when I had come back, my family had already been destroyed. The despair of having no home to return to is something you can't understand until you've experienced it yourself. After that, I wandered for the rest of my life, unable to settle down anywhere. My life was always filled with hardship, even when I rested, it never felt like true rest. I was constantly plagued by unease and sorrow. Seeing the Ferdium estate still standing strong this time filled me with deep emotion. From the depths of my heart, a firm resolve bloomed once again. I will definitely protect it. He would never let the Ferdium estate, his family, be destroyed again. Clang! How? How can you fail to kill even one of them? The teacup Amelia threw shattered into pieces as it hit the floor. Nyang! Bastet let out a sharp cry as if echoing Amelia's frustration. Bernard couldn't say a word and could only watch the two of them. It wasn't even a warning. It probably made me look even more ridiculous. Nyang! Amelia's eyes were bloodshot, red from burst veins. It was a look no one could ever imagine on her, someone who was always graceful and composed. Bernard was quite shocked. And she still looks beautiful. She always looked pretty, no matter what she did, but this was the first time he had seen her this angry. It was genuinely terrifying. If he dared to tell her to calm down now, the next teacup would fly at his head, not the floor. So, he firmly kept his mouth shut. At that moment, Bastet scolded him with a cry. Nyang! Damn cat! It acts like it's my superior or something. I'll catch that cat one day and get rid of it for sure. While he liked Amelia, Bastet, who acted just like her and looked down on him, was something he could never get used to. It's one thing to drag my honor through the mud, but they're rolling it in the filth. How can you not manage this? You sent 30 people, and not a single one succeeded? How much more of a fool do you think Ghislaine is going to see me as? Nyang! Shut up, Bastet! As Amelia glared at Bastet, the cat immediately lowered its head and scurried behind Bernard to hide. Serves you right. Bernard felt a little better watching the annoying cat get scolded. Seizing the moment her attention shifted slightly, he lowered his head and responded carefully. I apologize. It seems the knights were more skilled than we anticipated. They had no idea that Gillian had joined Ghislaine's group. The tale they had planted on him had been caught, and all the assassins sent to ambush him had been wiped out, so there was no one left to report back to them. Amelia's bloodshot eyes glared at Bernard. You should have gone to Ferdium Estate and killed Ghislaine there. But then again, how could I expect anything from trash that couldn't kill even one useless man? Bernard couldn't immediately respond. Attacking Ghislaine while he was leaving Raypold Estate was one thing, but attacking him inside Ferdium Estate was an entirely different matter. Ghislaine was the young lord of Ferdium, no matter how shabby the estate was. It wasn't easy to kill a vital figure of an estate within their own territory. If the mastermind behind the assassination attempt were revealed, it could very well lead to a full-scale territorial war. Amelia knew this, too. She was simply lashing out in her anger. For now, keep the wildcats on standby. Make sure they can move at a moment's notice. I'll find a way. When the time comes, make sure they do their job right. Amelia clicked her tongue in irritation. If they make me look more of a fool than I already am, they won't like what happens. And you, Bernard, you know what I mean, don't you? Bernard, who she usually favored, felt a sudden wave of depression wash over him at her cold words. Understood. I'll prepare them properly. Amelia took a moment to catch her breath, then picked up Bastet and held the cat in her arms. You might as well fight instead of those useless fools, Bastet. Maybe I should have taken the risk and killed Ghislaine back then. There's not a single useful person around. Nyorong. Bastet rubbed its face affectionately against Amelia as if it had forgotten all about cowering in fear earlier. Bernard glared at the cat with resentment. As their eyes met, Bastet seemed to smirk at him, making Bernard curse under his breath. That damn thing is smart. No doubt about it. Having been thoroughly scolded and even mocked by a cat, Bernard withdrew with a bitter expression. Why bother worrying about him when she's going to break off the engagement anyway? He thought it would be better to consider the 20,000 gold coins he had spent as a breakup gift and just let it go. But Amelia's pride had taken a deep wound, and she clearly couldn't let it go that easily. Foolish idiot, why did he have to provoke her of all people? Despite the fact that all the assassins had returned as corpses, Bernard still firmly believed that Ghislaine would eventually die. Everything Amelia wanted always came to pass. For Bernard, that was an unshakable truth.